The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Players came out swinging at the American Cup in St. Louis. Contenders felt out their rivals while scrappy underdogs fought for survival. Linear Dominguez quietly stunned tournament favorite Levon Aronian, while young phenom Alice Lee took down veteran Abrahamyan, making them only a draw away from punching tickets to the championship semifinals. Wesley So avoided a playoff in the elimination bracket, knocking his opponent out of the event in 2 games. Who will move on, and who will begin the long climb back to the top? Day 4 action at the American Cup coming up next.
Welcome everybody to day 4 of the American Cup, a new and exciting event held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the Central West and the beautiful spring day here as we are waiting for the players in the championship bracket to arrive. Who's going to win and move on to the championship bracket's finals? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting round with Yasser and Alejandro.
Hello everybody, it's a beautiful day here in St. Louis. We're in the heart of the Central West and the St. Louis Chess Club as we bring you the American Cup 2022. To bring you all of the action, I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, here with the legend himself, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be calling the action with you and Christian. It's been a wonderful event so far.
It's a new format here at the club. It's a double elimination. Players get 2 lives. We have knockouts, we have classical chess, we have rapid, we have all kinds of stuff.
And Armageddon.
And we've had many Armageddon games already. It feels like we've played several tournaments, and it's only day 4.
It's amazing. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of day 4 in the 2022 American Cup. I must say, for me, it's been wonderful to call the action, and I was really surprised when Levon Aronian, the #1 seed in the tournament, tumbled in day 3. Let's take a look at all the results.
Let's take a look at the champions bracket first, as you mentioned, Yasser, Levon Aronian going down against Linear Dominguez yesterday.
With the white pieces.
With the white pieces. He has a tall order in front of him. Remember, he has 2 lives. So even if he loses today or draws today, he will move down to the elimination bracket. He won't be out of the tournament. But I'm sure that he wants to remain up there in the champions bracket. He wants to keep his 2 lives there. And we will see what happens, what he brings to the table, as he must win with the black pieces. Meanwhile, in the other one, Sam Sevian played yesterday with black, defended in a beautiful Nimzo Indian, a creative idea by Fabiano Caruana with a nice rook lift through a2, but it was not enough to bring him an advantage. Sevian defended brilliantly and cements himself as one of the top players in America, passing the 2,700 mark and just having a beautiful last 6 months where he's gained over 50 rating points. Meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, we don't have any of those games today. As you see, 2 players were eliminated yesterday, 2 players moved on. We had an Armageddon between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland. It went down to the wire, but a beautiful trick at the end by Ray Robson. Nice. This knight c5 check, forking the king and the rook, puts him through and awaits the loser actually of Sevian and Caruana. In the other one, we have Wesley So, who passed easily against Jeffrey Xiong.
Without Armageddon.
Without an Armageddon. Meanwhile, in the women's section, we have Irina Krush playing against Begim Tokhirjonova. Begim just missing a huge chance yesterday to win with the black pieces. Did a great job getting to that position, but just missed the winning touch and had to settle for a draw. Meanwhile, it's the Wunderkind, Alice Lee, only 12 years of age. She is impressing. She already knocked down Solakidu to the elimination bracket and started great yesterday. Played confidently and strongly against Abrahamyan, won the game with white, has to defend today with the black pieces, but there she is, quite cool, collected. She is the only player in the playing hall right now. She arrives quite early to her games, and she has had a meteoric rise. This girl was 1900 last year.
I'm going to subscribe to Alice's Palace. She's inspiring everybody on the chesskids.com site, and there she is, all 12 years young.
And she's dazzling for sure. And the format that we have for you guys today, no elimination bracket games. That doesn't mean we don't have playoffs necessarily, but just don't have elimination bracket games. We have 2 games in the Champions Bracket Group A and 2 games in the Champions Bracket Group B. They're classical games today, game 90 plus 30, no second time control. But remember, if the match is tied, that is if Caruana draws, if Aronian wins, if any of the players makes a bounce back or they tie 1-1, then we will have playoffs today. We will need to determine who goes down to the elimination bracket. Nobody will be eliminated from the tournament today. Everybody that's playing today has both of their lives still with them.
Wonderful. And Christian, drill down on some of these matches and how did the players get here?
Thank you, Yasser. Indeed, this is Champions Bracket Day. The elimination bracket is taking a rest, waiting to see who is going to fall into that elimination bracket. We have 4 very exciting matches for you guys, and let's see how those 8 players landed in the semifinals. So we're going to start off with the open section. In the open section, of course, we have the big Sam Sevian, who won game number 1 against Wesley So in an incredible show-off with Wesley So. In game number 2, he made an easy draw with the white pieces. Quite a smooth sailing event for this youngster up to this point. Well, he's going to be facing Fabiano Caruana, who had a very different event. In his match against Jeffrey Chong, well, they drew 4 games and ended up in a crazy Armageddon in which Fabiano Caruana had the white pieces 5 minutes versus Jeffrey Chong's 4 minutes. He had a winning advantage out of the gate, but unfortunately for him, he was slowly outplayed by Jeffrey Chong, only for Jeffrey to flag in the last moment and lose that match. Fabiano Caruana moves on to the semifinals, and he will be facing Sam Sevian. In the second semifinal, we have 2 amazing players. The newly minted American player, that is, well, Dominguez. We're going to start with Dominguez. Game number 1, draw against Shanklin. Game number 2, draw in the playoff. Game number 1, draw as well. And finally, he cracked Shanklin's defense in the second game of the playoff to move on to the semifinals. And we see them shaking hands. Levon with the black pieces has to win because yesterday in the Petrov with the white pieces lost against Lanier Dominguez. But in the first match, he had a very difficult match as well. He faced Ray Robson in game number 1. He won an easy game, smooth game with the white pieces. But unfortunately for him, a big blunder in game number 2, and that forced a loss against Ray Robson, forced the playoffs in game number 1. Easy win with the black pieces out of the opening and an easy draw in the playoff game number 2. And he moves on to the semifinals, where right now he has a very difficult task ahead of himself with the black pieces against Lanier. In the ladies section, well, we have 4 amazing ladies, and we're going to start off with Gulruh Begim Tokhirjonova, who in the first match won easily against Nemtsova. She won with the black pieces, and then a quick, easy, professional draw in game number 2. She will be facing the 8-time national champion Irina Krush. Also quite a smooth sailing match 1 against Ru Yang Yan. She won with the white pieces and drew with the black pieces. A very professional match that was. And in the second match, we have 2 amazing ladies. We have Tatev Abrahamyan, the experienced American. Well, she started off slow in game number 1 against Zatonsky with a loss, but bounced back viciously in game number 2 with a nice win. And after that, in the playoffs, she won both of those games and advanced to the semifinals. Well, She will be facing Alice Lee, the youngster, the 12-year-old prodigy, who's just having an amazing event. She had a very difficult match against Solaki, draw in game number 1, draw in game number 2, but in the playoffs, she just simply dominated her more experienced opponent. Moves on to face Tatev in this one. Guys, we're going to have some amazing matches on our hands today.
Thank you, Christian. And if all of those games weren't enough for you, we have even more chess coming as well. We have a Blitz tournament, Alejandro.
We, of course, are happy to see even more chess coming your way. Blitz event on the 29th. This might coincide with the last match of this tournament, depending of if there is a winners. They win on the winner's bracket or the elimination bracket comes back. But nevertheless, on the 29th, we will have a Blitz tournament, 40 players, Swiss system, 9 rounds, 3+2. It'll be craziness. The players that are eliminated from the event will be participating. We will also have players from the universities around Missouri coming into play. Webster University, Mizzou University, and the national champion St. Louis University will be joining. That's a lot of 2,600 GMs. That'll be a lot of fun. Don't miss it. We're going to bring you that on the 29th.
And as the players get set for their games, let's just remind everybody we have 2 players who absolutely need to win to stay in the champions bracket, as Tatev has lost and Levon Aronian having to win with black against Dominguez. How do you do it?
I don't know. This is something I really want to see because Levon is a fighter. Levon and Caruana. I did not see that coming.
When you want to play for a win, you play the Caruana.
Does Levon play Caruana?
Not at all.
Not at all, right?
I've
never seen him play Caruana.
I mean, E5 has been his go-to defense for so long. I literally can't recall Levon playing anything except E5.
But this is what you have to do, guys, right? Because you have to surprise your opponent early on. And are you going to go with the modern? No, because everybody expects the modern. Everybody expects those D6, G6 pawn structures, and they're ready for it. You're probably going to play the Caruana. I really like his option in this one.
Yeah, Levon had actually played online the Najdorf quite a few times. He was dabbling with the Najdorf online. But Caruana, I just never seen him play this. And clearly, Dominguez not expecting it because they're now thinking on move number 3.
Yeah.
Well, let's put ourselves in Dominguez's shoes. Your opponent plays Caruana. You only need a draw. I know that Dominguez's main line here is E5.
Right.
Which
is double-edged.
It's very double-edged. It's ambitious. It changes the character of the position completely. Do you go for that, or do you go for another variation?
You take on D5.
I think taking on D5, right?
If I'm white and I want to make a draw, but I don't want to just give away my advantage, I take on D5 and I play C4.
Yes.
Ah,
very professional.
I like that.
You were the Panov
Botvinnik, right?
Because there are so many forcing lines in the Panov Botvinnik where white can steer for a very stable equality. But I am with you. If Lanier is going to be true to himself and play the move E5, he is inviting a double-edged game, which is, and guess
what?
True to
himself. True to himself is Lanier. He believes in his openings. E5. I would think that this is an excellent opening choice by Levon.
Yep.
Because he's going to get a game.
Exactly. And I do remember this wonderful quote by Michael Tal. Michael Tal needs a win in the last round of a Soviet championship to tie for first. And as black, everybody's surprised he doesn't go for an open Sicilian. He goes for a Caruana. And he says, well, when I'm black, I play for a draw with an open Sicilian. I play for a win with a Caruana. I said, yes, I like this guy. This guy is great.
Well, the problem with the Najdorf,
the Najdorf short variation.
You guys were mentioning the Najdorf. The problem with the Najdorf is that there's so many ways,
draws,
just like with every sharp opening in which white can force a draw.
Yes.
They can force a draw in the Grunfeld, a very sharp opening against D4. They can force a draw in the Najdorf as well. The Caruana, on the other hand, preserves all the pieces on the board. And the structure is very flexible, right? Right now, we see that pawn on C6. Potentially, that pawn will go to C5 at some point. And even after that, black has a lot of options. How are they going to continue? They're going to maybe block the queen side with a move C4 or take on D4. There's a lot of options. And it's obvious that Lanier is not ready to face the Caro-Kann today. Nevertheless, of course, he has a lot of residual knowledge from his analysis because he's an E4 player as well.
And you just spoke about options, the move h7, h6, a path that's less trodden. The most popular move is knight d7 instead of h7, h6, as well as knight e7. I've played both, but funnily enough, I've actually preferred the knight on e7 without the move h6 so that I can play c5 and knight on e7 to c6 right away. Why would you play h6? Well, let's just imagine that we don't play the move h6. We go back just one move, and we start with a move like, for example, knight d7, castles, knight to e7, just developing the pieces. There is one way of white trying to get an imbalance with the move knight h4. So the idea behind Levon's move h7, h6 is that any future knight h4 type of strikes can be met with the retreat bishop h7 as we get. I thought I saw more moves, but the last move was knight e7. Now, in these positions, are you playing as white for the move c2, c4?
I actually don't know too much about the structure. I know that the move c4 is an idea, but I don't know the exact move orders. I thought the move here was knight bd2, and they're playing it with knight bd2, knight b3.
Okay, knight bd2. I'm assuming knight d7.
Knight d7 and knight b3. This is how I think most people are handling this variation.
Yes, and very often you see that pawn from a2 going all the way to a5. Try to create some imbalances on the queen side and gain more space. Ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. White is trying to win space actually on both sides, the queen side as well as the king side. I see very often this maneuver, knight to e1, then g3, then knight to g2.
Wow.
Knight to e3, and that's going to support the push of my pawns, f4, f5, and an attack is going to be ensuing on the king side.
We don't have that many arrows yet.
Rerouting the knight from f3
all
to
the way
e3,
to e3 yes.
in order to support the advance f4.
But none of his business.
Oh.
Levon goes for a sharp line, which
G5.
I actually did look at this particular variation.
Weren't you helping Katya in Baku, where she won a very nice game?
No, I wasn't working in Baku. What Yasser is referring to is to the Olympic team in Baku, the women's Olympic team, where Katerina Nemtsova won a very nice game.
That's what I was thinking.
Against her Russian counterpart. I think she played against Olga Giria.
That's right.
That's right. And Kashka won with the black pieces brilliantly in this line of the Caro-Kann. But that was a great preparation by coach Robert Hess.
Robert Hess.
Yeah, Robert Hess, who prepared that one. Great chess player and obviously a great coach as well. And he prepared this line with the move g5. I'm not really sure that it stood the test of time, theoretically, but it is incredibly sharp and it is incredibly ambitious. And if you need to play for a win, let's go.
Absolutely. From Levon's point of view, again, his back to the wall, must win this classical game to stay in the champions bracket. The idea behind the move g7, g5 is you want to play queen c7, castles, and go for a storm on the king side, often associated with the move f7, f6. Black doesn't burn all of his bridges, like it's not like he's forced to go queenside. Crazily enough, even the ideas of bishop g7 and f7, f6 I've seen also play. Again, I would just say brilliant opening choice by Levon, because it's so hard to get anything against Lanier when he's white, and he's just saying, "Hey, I'll play super solid." Now, having said that,
the variation.
What about g7, g5?
I mean, the variation is not supposed to be very good.
It's a little bit strategically.
People did figure out that both the move a4 immediately and knight e1 are actually pretty dangerous.
Both knight e1 and a4, because they're very different approaches.
Very different approaches. One just moves the knight out of the way and even prepares the counter break f4.
Okay.
And a small reminder that this is a must-win game for Levon Aronian, which is the reason he's playing like this. So the move knight e1 has been considered to be quite interesting, but also the move a4. And the idea of a4 is that you mentioned that Black has not burned all of his bridges on the king side. You're saying, well, if you haven't burned all of your bridges, do it before I commit anything on the king side.
Exactly.
I'm just going to continue my plan, as Christian was mentioning. A4, A5, grab space on the queen side, play C3. If you play bishop G7 and castle, go for it. I'm going to continue my plan on the queen side. Completely different approaches here that white has, and that's why Lenier is taking his time. He absolutely must know both moves, but completely different scenarios, right?
Exactly. Two very, very different approaches. Now, having said that, what's the more popular approach?
I'll leave that to Christian because I don't know that much about this line.
Christian, what do the databases say?
Both of them are quite popular and very close to each other. 308 games with the move knight to e1, but I have to say I do prefer the move a4 as well. It feels a bit more stable. G4 is never coming on the board, at least not to this point, because that's actually going to weaken your pawn structure. G5 is only aimed at potentially getting this bishop to G7, preparing the move F6, trying to break in the center, but you never want to play this move G4. That's why, as you were mentioning, Alejandro, sometimes white engages in this attack via F4, try to destabilize the pawn structure on the king side. I do like this move a4. I like grabbing more space on the queen side. What black is going to do right now is just going to wait. I'm going to go something along the lines of bishop to g7.
Exactly.
a5, sure, I'm still pushing that pawn. Queen to c7, and now we see that black is opening up the possibility of maybe even castling long side, not only short side. Queen to c7, of course, is also aimed at supporting the break with c5. The position is extremely complicated. Bishop to d2 seems to be giving white, at least from a statistical point of view, the advantage. Nevertheless, the position remains complicated, and I'm sure that Aronian analyzed quite thoroughly this line. Aronian, as well as his seconds, maybe here in the United States, maybe a few seconds in Armenia as well, who knows. But he seems well prepared, and as you were mentioning, Yasser, I think this is the best he could have asked from out of the opening.
Tell you, the Caruana is still a very valid defense amongst the top players in the world. By the way, and the position that you got after bishop to d2, if you don't mind me just picking your brain a little bit further, f7, f6, a move that
is the main line.
Black is set up for. Statistically speaking, what are the results? White wins.
It seems like white is
20%?
Yes, white is winning 33%, 56% draws, and the remaining you do the quick math because it's too early in St. Louis to do that quick math. But I'm sure white is having an advantage in this position after f6, at least statistically, as you were mentioning. I will take on f6. You have to take with the bishop. You cannot take with the knight because that allows my knight to jump to e5, and now I have once again a lot of options as white, but it does feel like maybe with the main line specifically, white has to burn some bridges. The main line is knight to e5.
Yep.
Whoa.
Giving up a pawn. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5.
Right.
And now bishop to h5 check, and the position explodes. In a must-win situation with the black pieces, this is exactly what you want to see.
Exactly.
You want to be a pawn up. You want to have more knowledge than your opponent when it comes down to this tactical madness that we see right now on the board. And I'm sure, I don't think Lenier is going to go for this.
It'd be a brave person.
I don't think he's brave enough to go for this, and I don't think this is a practical approach either. I think he has to find a way to block all of these breakthroughs with f6 and potentially e5 for black. Maybe we should go all the way back, and instead of this expansion with a4, a5, maybe he should try to go knight to e1. Knight to e1, I was mentioning this idea of g3, knight to g2, and a break with the move f4, but also knight to e1 is aimed at supporting this exchange after bishop to d3. Bishop to d3, and if you take, I'm going to take back with the knight, and that's going to reinforce my control for the critical squares c5 as well as e5. So let's see how Lenier will approach this position.
Thank you, Christian.
And he played a move, I think. And I think I see a pawn all the way to a4. Yes.
Not the knight e1 move. So we might be witnessing bishop g7.
A4 is on the board.
Bishop g7, queen c7, and that f6 line. In a game that neither is a must-win game for either the player. Sam Sevian up against Fabiano. Fabi, with the black pieces, didn't really make much of an impression on Sam yesterday. English opening, symmetrical English, and then this line, I don't even know the name for this line, I've just seen it virtually my whole career. Knight e5, and now a little bit of a twist, bishop f4, knight g4, and this is exciting as well. Queen, you don't often see a threat like queen takes f2 by blacks this early in the game. Alejandro, if you've got some insights on this opening, I'm all ears.
This is actually extremely sharp. It's been played quite often, knight db5, knight e5. Bishop f4 is a sideline, as you mentioned, bishop g2 is the main line.
Right.
But it's played, and after bishop f4, knight fg4, there's actually two moves that white has essayed in this position after knight fg4.
Okay.
One is e3, which defends the pawn.
Very clever.
And the other one is queen a4, which looks ridiculous, but
What?
Yeah, I know.
Queen
I know, but it is a move.
Wow, wowzer.
Yeah, you sacrifice
just
the f2
allowing
pawn.
queen takes f2.
Yeah,
let me just put that on the board because again,
it's
this
some
is
sort of mess.
This is modern theory.
Yeah.
At its best here, folks.
Yeah, and here
queen
the
a4. Yes.
Yeah, here the correct move is g5. I know this because I prepped somebody here, but I don't really remember why any of the moves work or don't work. I was just like, here's your file, enjoy it. I know it's g5. I don't know why. I think this is a game. This is a forced draw. And I think it was tried between, I think Hikaru tricked somebody here. Hikaru with the white pieces tricked somebody here, but I don't remember who it was. And we are being told on my ear that it's actually Shankland Leko, so I got everything wrong. It was apparently
so close.
That was so close, yeah.
But anyway, g5. I mean,
G5, yeah.
A lot of absurd moves just suddenly appeared, and I'm just saying that.
Leko? No, it's Nakamura versus Kariaki.
You had it right. I knew.
That's why I'm in this seat. Well, that's why I'm working right here.
No doubts. I had no doubts.
Nakamura did trick Kariaki in this line.
But, I mean, these are all
after
computer engine approved moves. G5. Tell us how the game went, how the line went, Christian.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, that game was actually super
this
fun.
game went. Bishop takes e5. It seems like queen takes f2. Sure.
Love it.
Are you checkmating me? Probably not.
Love it.
King to d1. Knight takes e5. And now knight to c7. Okay, this is complete madness, of course. Queen to d4. King to c2. Knight takes c4. So you are down a rook for how many pawns? One, two pawns.
But you're threatening queen d2 check,
You're threatening
which is
queen
a winning
d2. That's
threat.
probably going to be a mate. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be a mate because I still go up.
Yeah.
So how do you defend against that? With e4, you don't defend against that because apparently it doesn't work.
You allow it.
Knight to e3, this was the mistake. Queen to d2 was supposed to maintain some sort of balance. Of course, you don't want to go to b1 because that's going to be a checkmate. And after this one, well, the engine is saying 0, 0, 0. Of course, probably we're going to see some sort of perpetual after d5. Yeah, good luck. Good luck remembering everything Kariakin did not. Nakamura, as you were mentioning, Alejandro, managed to trick his opponent and get a winning position out of the opening.
Love it. Queen a4 did not happen because that would have been a barn burner for sure. After knight g4, e2, e3, the far more restrained move, e2, e3. And now we can see one reason why you might want to play queen a4 is that after a7, a6, as in the game with the queen on a4, a b5 would not be a threat because the queen would capture the rook. Now, again, take it from here. This is much, much more quiet, sedate. How does the line continue in this case? I mean you don't want to move the knight, right?
I've seen kind of everything.
Queen takes b2.
I think there's 3 lines.
3 lines.
Yeah, one is kind of harmless, which is knight c7. Queen takes c7 and queen takes g4. I think this was worked out to be like pretty equal.
After
I think you're supposed to play d6, but
not trading queens.
No, I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, fair enough. And by the way, oftentimes there is this move queen c6 too that can be treacherous.
Yeah, I know there's knight c7. I know h3 is a move.
h3.
And there was some theoretical debate going around on queen a4, but I actually don't know how it ended. I forgot completely.
A knight f3 check kind of this stuff. Queen a4. So once again, to recap, knight c7 is one alternative, h2, h3 another, queen for a third. H3 would appear to my eyes to be the most solid, but then again, you have to start calculating lines, don't you? Like, for example, AB takes and this, oh, but then in this case you do have E4. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, you have E4. I think I remember that after Queen A4, because I remember I was doing commentary with Svidler on the Qatar Open, and he mentioned that the people in St. Petersburg actually spend a lot of time on this particular line, and that Black has two good moves here. Rook B8 is one of them, just moving, sidestepping, and the other one is Rook A7.
Rook A7.
Yeah,
With the idea, take my rook, but I take the pawn on B2.
Yeah.
That must be fun, commentating with Peter Svidler by your side. Sort of like, tell me more, Peter. Really? Oh, wow. This is what you. This is how you spend your cold nights in St. Petersburg, right?
I mean, Peter Svidler sometimes will be like, I don't know anything about this variation, but a move 30.
Yeah, this is where we stopped because we couldn't make heads or tails out of it. Look, I can't tell you anything else beyond that.
Hi to my good friend Peter. Hope to see him soon.
Exactly.
Great commentator, great player as well.
So there is some really sharp lines. Again, knight C7,
Yeah,
H3, and Queen A4 have both been theoretically approved lines of play. Wow.
It's very sharp. I actually never played this line with either color, which is why I'm so unfamiliar. But
Yeah.
but I know it's a mess,
Right.
and that it's playable for both sides. Besides that, I don't know the status of theory here.
The interesting thing is that Sam, in this particular case, he could maybe be the one who could anticipate Bishop F4 the most. That, you know, because Bishop G2 again is the normal line, so he should be the one who really is in his prep zone. If you're going to play Bishop F4, you're going to know the position and go boom, 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 boom.
But he's not.
But he's not going boom, 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 boom. He's thinking over H3, Knight C7, and Queen A4.
Yeah, that's actually puzzling because he's the one that instigated the variation.
Precisely, that's what I mean to say.
Yeah.
And what do you have for us, Christian, and the ladies?
I was just going through all the games, and this one caught my eye because we have a very sharp opening on our hands. The Sveshnikov, bishop to e7, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and c4. This newish idea. Generally, we've seen c3 as the main line. As the years progressed, c4 became the main line in this position. C4, and now, of course, after c4, you don't want to take on c4 because that's just going to bring my knight into play. Now, it feels a bit strange from a strategical point of view to allow this square d4 to be weak forever, right? But you are gaining full control over the square d5. So c4 is quite intriguing from that regard. b4, knight to c2, and let's see how the game progressed. Queen to f3, potentially signaling the idea of going long castle. Instead of that, after bishop to g5, white started with the move h4, immediately targeting the bishop on g5, bishop to h6. Yes, I'm going to follow up. I'm going to threaten to trap that bishop with the move g4. You have to defend somehow. Can you play g6? Most likely not. After g5, bishop to g7, h5, I'm going to break through. I also have this beautiful square to jump with my knight to f6. This is probably going to spell trouble for black. She, of course, understood that. Alice Lee, that is. She played the move f6, but this is the type of position Tatev definitely enjoys playing. A very nice attacking potential for white. And she played the move rook to g1. This is the current position we have on the board. Of course, we understand what white is trying to do. She's trying to go g5. How she will be able to accomplish that? Probably after a move such as queen to g3, preparing the move g5. So black has a clear task ahead of herself, and that is to meet this idea of g5, probably with the move g6 later on, make some space for the bishop to drop back to g7. This one is quite interesting. And in the other clash between the two ladies, Gulrukh Bekim Tokhirjonova and Irina Krush, well, we have an interesting development out of the opening. Tokhirjonova started off with knight to f3. We've seen her essay the idea of d4, c4, but unfortunately, well, today she decided to go knight to f3, c5. Now, this is a very aggressive approach by black. Irina generally goes with d5, maybe knight to f6, something a bit more tame. Instead of that, Today, she's ready for a fight. She played the move c5, g3, knight to c6, signaling the idea that she wants to play the move e5 and gain full control of the center. And Begim played the move d4, a reversed Grunfeld type of setup. C takes d4, knight takes d4, g6, bishop to g2, bishop to g7. This is still theory. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, c4, and now we have queen to a5 on the board, and Begim is trying to understand the position, ponder her next move. Bishop to d2 is an option, followed by bishop to c3, try to exchange the dark square bishop, but unfortunately after bishop to d2, she has to understand what's going to happen after queen to a6. Now 2 pawns of whites are under attack, bishop to the pawn on b2 as well as the pawn on c4. You're unable to defend both of them. You have to sacrifice one of them, probably with a move knight to c3.
Why can't I play queen c2? Doesn't queen c2 defend both of them?
Yes, you can play queen c2 as well, but then I'm going to go rook to b8. And unfortunately, you don't have a very good way to defend this pawn on b2. You can put one of the pieces on c3, but then I'm just simply going to take on c4, and that's just going to create the pin.
Right.
So you're going to lose one of the pawns. Now, what is the best way to lose that pawn, to sacrifice that pawn and gain as much initiative as possible? Probably with a move knight to c3. Queen takes c4. Now I'm just going to go castle, followed by rook to c1, or rook to c1 first, threaten this discovery attack with a move knight to d5, harass the queen, not allow black to finish his development, and, well, we're going to have a fight on our hands, guys.
Well, gift me the ball.
Also. And this is all tied up between these two players. Remember that Begim missed a golden opportunity yesterday, but she is with the white pieces. I don't particularly like her opening.
No, c4, you don't have to, you castle first.
Right.
Your next move is going to be c4, and you're not going to get yourself into these difficulties after queen a4 check.
Right. In general, I don't actually like playing the move d4, breaking open the center, when the knight on g8 is still there
g8,
on g8, because she was forced to move the knight on d4. And usually that just feels easier.
Opening play by Irina here.
Yeah.
The other thing, I mean, again, I am a pawn grubber, and after bishop d2, the move and queen a6, queen a6, but also the move queen b6 caught my eye. After all, I'm the crosshairs of the b2 pawn, and if you play knight c3, yes, I was going to take this pawn and see what the consequences. In
b5.
I beg your pardon?
No, queen a3, knight b5.
Nice. Okay, this is, well, now I know the consequences. Knight b5, and that rook on a8 being threatened, knight c7 on the agenda, as is the queen. Looks like I have to take, and this is going to be advantage white, material advantage to white. Now we understand why queen a6 is the better move than queen b6. So, okay, very, very nice. And once more, in the game of Alice and Tatev, I wanted to ask you, Cristian, because all of Tatev's moves seem like the most forceful, the most aggressive moves that you can get in this position, and that she's probably following
I'll
preparation.
I'll take this because
statistically,
I'm an expert on this line.
Please.
This one I actually know. The move queen f3 is actually a twist. It's following a similar idea, but not exactly, of the game Nakamura Caruana of 2019 US Championship. But instead of castle, it was a5. So a5 queen f3 was played.
Okay.
Which is also, it's one of the many lines that white can essay.
Transposition.
It does not transpose.
Oh, it does not.
They're completely different, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Because on castle, you have the ability here to go queen f3 as black. So go ahead.
Yeah.
No, as black to go bishop g5 here.
Yeah.
And on h4 to go bishop h6, and to go g4 f6. If you're not castled and you play a5 instead.
a5 instead of this, and then you go queen f3.
Queen f3. We actually saw this position in also in Dominguez Schwirtz of the US Championship last year. Bishop h6, g4, f6. I think this one loses to g5.
Ah.
Yeah, it's some complex
because
line.
The king is on e8.
Well, I think you can go queen h5.
Queen h5 is extremely awkward, and it's just straight up losing for black.
That's a nasty little nuance.
Yeah,
there
it's
that
a
you
really
should
nice little nuance.
that you should be aware of. But castles was played on the board, and
Right.
again, I'll just ask you both. Statistically, is this line bringing home the bacon for white then?
This one I do not know. I know that this idea of rook g1 was seen somewhere. I don't remember where. But basically, white goes rook g1, queen g3, forces you to go g6.
Right.
And then you reroute. You go rook h1, h5.
No kidding.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let's say I make a random move. A5,
for example,
A5 is
which
a
is a
very
logical
decent
move, right?
I defend the pawn on B4. Maybe on a good day I'll play A4 and B3.
That's the game. Your database popped up. That's what the one I was trying to think of. Morozevich Carlsen, 2007.
2007.
Yeah, it's an old game.
And then once again, just to follow what you had suggested, Queen G3 threatening to win the piece on bishop, G7, G6 to give the bishop, and now,
And now you go rook H1.
the remarkable Rook H1 with the idea H5, and now that there's a hook.
It's an
Wow.
idea. It's an idea. Black's supposed to be okay.
Okay.
But I like what Tatev is doing. It's pretty straightforward. It's going for the throat. And remember, she needs to win this game.
Precisely. That's the whole point. That's why I was saying that the approaches, the different approaches of the players, Tatev needing to win with white, Levon needing to win with black, and Fabi and Sam, a draw is okay, for example, in their game. Christian, please join.
And also sometimes, because of the fact that Alice Lee is so young, she doesn't have any experience with other openings. So Tatev knew exactly how Alice is going to understand and play this game. She doesn't have any second options to go E5 and play a more solid game because she's so young. She hasn't analyzed as much chess as a guy like Aronian, right? Where he can play anything.
Any variation,
He
right.
can play E5, he can play C6, he can play anything. Alice Lee, on the other hand, only 12 years of age, not that much experience. So she has a very tight repertoire.
Yeah. As Black against E4, she plays Caro-Kann and Sveshnikov, and only a D4 player as White.
Wow, I'm trying to put it together like a jigsaw puzzle. The Caro-Kann and Sveshnikov. Those are two.
She moves her C-pawn. That's what they have in common. She moves her C-pawn.
Yeah, but boy, talk about two completely different
Different
spiritual defenses from one another. The Caro-Kann and Sveshnikov. Okay, Rook G1 on the board. By the way, I noticed in the game of Irina Krush, we didn't, Begum did not play the move Bishop D2. She actually played Knight D2, block the check.
Makes sense.
She didn't want to give up a pawn. Maybe the knight isn't as well placed on the D2 square as it might be on, say, the C3 square, but she's not losing a pawn in this case.
True, but also, since there is a pawn on C6,
Yes.
perhaps you could argue that the knight on C3 is not that great because it's already controlled by the C6 pawn in some ways.
Good point.
You could make an argument that you're waiting for Black to go something like D6 and you can break with C5, or you can just put the knight on B3 and support the move C5, which would clamp down on this D pawn.
Okay, let's look at concrete moves for a moment for Irina Krush. Irina half-open B-file makes a little sense to try to exploit the moment. You can't play Rook B1. Yes, I will grab the pawn on A2. So you might play Queen C2?
No, now
No,
that the
just
knight is
castle,
on
yeah.
D2 already, why can't I just simply castle?
Just
Are you going to be
invite.
able to save your rook once I trap it with knight to B3, bishop takes B2, I exchange that.
Trap?
And now
Be
knight to
very careful
B3.
who you invite for dinner. You know, the guest might not know who's on the
I see
menu.
you have ways to defend against that.
Okay,
against my threats with
there
potentially
is
queen
a-
to E5, right?
But there is a threat of
That's a huge threat.
Queen D4. So I'm going to have to defend the rook. I just don't know which way I should do it. Let's say I'm greedy.
Queen to C3, wow, Yasser.
I'm greedy. I'm not just thinking about the pawn, but I'm thinking that when you attack my queen and force me to keep my rook defended, I wanted to... what's better than one pawn?
Man, this
Come on,
grid,
help me out
this
here.
grid is ridiculous. This grid is ridiculous.
What's better
rook
than
B8,
one?
rook takes B2, rook takes 8. It's 2 pawns. Yeah.
Correct.
Let's continue.
The
Queen to
training is
D3.
working.
Let's
What?
continue. Queen to D3.
Queen David 3.
Queen to D3 in that position.
Okay, so I'll develop.
Perhaps we can see one of the boards.
I'll develop.
You will divide. Why don't you take the pawn, Yasser? Come on.
Okay.
It's tricky. It's
Take my pawn.
Take my pawn. I will take your pawn. Thank you.
Bishop takes c6.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Does that work?
I don't know. We'll see.
Inspired, though. It's definitely inspired. Bishop takes c6.
And now, since you're underdeveloped, nice move, knight h6. If you take, I will just simply go rook fd1, and I don't see a good way to defend against queen d8.
Precisely.
Fair.
Nicely, fair enough. Yeah. I was thinking that I'd keep rook a2 in my pocket.
I like your move, knight to h6. Of
Yeah,
course.
just
that is the right move.
Right. Tricky stuff. I didn't have a refutation by any means for queen c2. I understand that the move castles is just more ambitious.
It's ambitious. Also,
than
we
queen
have to
c2.
calculate after castle, bishop takes b2, what happens after rook to b1. That is a very serious question that you have to answer.
I think that is a very serious question indeed. Bishop takes b2, rook b1.
Oh, wait, guys.
Please?
Queen to b3. Sorry, knight to b3 after bishop to b2.
Rook
Bishop
b3.
takes b2.
So you take on b3.
Yeah.
Now I take with the queen.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy smokes. And now you're going to kill me?
No, it probably doesn't work.
Well.
Queen to b8, queen to a6, I think is...
Queen a6 is important because queen d8, bishop f4 is actually very annoying.
I was about to say, I thought that Christian was really
Yeah, queen to
being
d8
his
is nice because
tactical,
of bishop to f4, but...
tactico's best there with that. But queen a6 seems to be holding.
But rook to
Intrigue-
b1, that is the main line that she needs to calculate if she wants to take that pawn.
Exactly, rook to b1, and then...
And now if you try to eat the second pawn with queen takes a2, then I pin you again with queen to c2, double pin on
Then
that bishop.
I really got my hand caught in the cookie jar on that one. Here I will probably drop my bishop back. And okay, for sure there is going to be compensation. You
There's
can
some
trade rooks
compensation,
and play
yeah.
bishop to b2. Let's just turn our attention to the game of Lanier and Levon, because again, we were saying how Levon needs to win with the black pieces in this game, having lost with the white pieces in game one. Simply a beautiful game by Lanier yesterday. All Lanier needs is a draw to move on in the competition. Castle's short. Our focus had been more, as Christian was saying, queen c7, keeping the flexibility of going in either direction. Levon said, no, I'm going to put my king on the king side, and I'm playing, I'm playing for f7, f6. And do we have the statistics on this? Castles is probably one of the more popular moves as well.
Christian will know, I'm being told
Eight
in my ear
games?
that 8 games have been played.
You see, they have a much better database, it seems like.
We've got 4, 2, 3.
We have 5. We
5.
have 5 games in this position after
You
Castle.
really need to update your database, dude.
Speak with Lichas.
Speak
Speak
with
with Lichas because we are using lichas.org
Okay.
for this broadcast. But in the van, they have VAR.
That's better than the database. Yeah.
What's much better database, it seems like.
But one Varusian. So Castles, a popular move, 5 games.
Yep.
And I've heard Peter Svidler even on the white
Svidler
side.
versus Onishchuk, actually, 2021.
What?
No,
2021?
2021.
Fresh.
Yes. Let's see how that game went,
where
actually.
did they
Bishop
play?
to b4,
Was it an online event?
most likely. I don't have all the details
But
right
that's
now.
Vladimir Vonishchuk, not Alex Vonishchuk.
Yes,
was it?
Vladimir
Yeah.
Onishchuk.
That makes more sense.
Yes.
I was thinking, where did Alex play?
Yeah, where did Alex play, right?
So rook to f7, it seems like this bishop is rerouting itself maybe to e5. Rook to e1, knight to g6, bishop to d3. It already feels like white is gaining the
Getting some
initiative
grip.
because you have some big problems defending this pawn e6. You probably have to go something along the lines of queen to e8. It's not looking good for black. So
No.
these are the type of situations that black will have to deal with. Aronian is taking clear risks in this game, but Lanier also has to find all of these right moves, and we know that he's already spending quite a lot of his time.
Speaking of somebody that is taking a long time, Sam Sevian is in the think tank, surprisingly. And he is just, you know that agonizing posture you have when
Yes.
you're trying to remember your opening, but it's not coming to you?
Yeah.
That's Sam Sevian right now.
Wow. The worst case for me that I can ever possibly recall, and it was maybe the singular most embarrassing moment of my life behind the chessboard, I was playing in Monaco.
Okay.
And my opponent was Judith Polgar. And it was for the first time I was playing a blindfold game.
Very nice.
And I was happily making all my moves.
Very good.
And it was very interesting how you input. The chessboard was was empty. So it was there an empty board, and I clicked on a piece, and I moved it to the square, and the computer said, no, can't do. I went, tried it again. This time I was very carefully. I clicked on the no can do. I had the wrong position in my mind. And I spent, just like Sam, thinking, okay, I was going through all the moves. I had to do a backward progression. And then, but for that agonizing.
Wait, let me get this straight. You're playing a blindfold game
against.
You got the position wrong because you had the piece wrong.
I neglected to include a move that had been previously played.
And you went through the entire game blindfolded. You don't have the notation, right?
No.
You just have to go through it again. And then you figured it out.
Right.
Yeah, that's a super embarrassing story.
Oh, no.
How embarrassing is that? I geniusly remembered a game completely blindfolded, got to the position, and then made a legal move.
I made an illegal move twice. That's what I'm saying is that was the embarrassing part, to make an illegal move twice.
But it doesn't notify your opponent, right?
No, she's like, well,
she's like, what is this guy thinking about it?
Right? Waiting for me to play the move that she expected, and away we went.
Did you win?
H? No, I think Judith got the better of me that game.
Happens.
H7, H5?
Indeed, yes.
What?
Irina Krush is going for the kill in this game against
Wait, what?
Tokhirjonova. After knight to d2, we were looking at rook to b8, knight to f6, go castle, finish your development, just play a normal game, right? Irina is like, no, I'm not looking for a normal game right now. Your pieces are kind of awkwardly placed, at least up to this point. You can castle, and then you're going to untangle your pieces. But for the moment, they're quite awkward. So let me take advantage of that.
Nice.
H5 directly. Now, of course, this wants to provoke the move h4. This is the dream that black can get, because right now there's a beautiful square that I'm going to take advantage of with my knight coming either from h6 or f6 all the way to g4. It's not good to play the move h4 as white. You're creating too many weaknesses around your castle. So instead of that, white, it seems like they have to bite the bullet and play the move castle. Just allow, okay, you want to checkmate me? Sure, but you're falling very much behind in your development. And after h4, I can try to take advantage of that, hit the queen. Now, queen to c7, yes, sure. But is Irina really going to go queen to c7 in this position? Probably not. She's going to see this doubling up on the h file, creating this threatening battery, and she's probably going to go queen to h5. And this is becoming a mess. Of course.
Wait, if bishop f3, do you really go queen h7?
No, you don't go queen to h7, you go queen to a5. Queen to h7, now I just simply go g4, and I coaxed all of your pieces. I mean,
Queen's on h7.
Look at this queen. Look at this queen.
I got to interrupt. Come on. You're going to play h5 and h4. Take the pawn on g3 and then go queen h5.
Wait, but how can you do that? Because I'm attacking your queen first.
You have to go queen h5.
With a tempo.
Oh,
yes.
You're forcing me. I'm like, okay,
you have to commit where your queen goes.
Now,
correct. If you go to h5, then I have this move bishop to f3, and by the way, we have
h3
the move h3 on the board.
I really like what Begim does, is that she sees some move that's shocking, like h5 cannot possibly have been foreseen.
Right.
And she reacts quickly. She doesn't sit there, she doesn't spend 20 minutes agonizing what are my options. She understands that they are probably around similar. Chooses a simple version. You played h5, all right, I'll play h3. Well, you're welcome to play h4, I'll go g4.
Right.
And it's your turn.
Practical play.
Practical play. I really like that about her chess.
Sorry, we didn't finish our thought about Sam Sevian. Sam was in this agonizing pose. Why is he in agony? He's the one who played bishop f4. He's the one who chose this
That's a very good question,
sub-variation. He's obviously trying to remember his prep.
Well, he's down 30 minutes.
On this theoretically well-known position.
Pull the brakes.
As you have explained
but
a half an hour ago, h3, knight c7, and and Queen A4 are his choices.
Right.
He has to pull the brakes right now.
How would
Because
you do
he's
that?
forgotten?
Well, maybe the easiest way is to just go knight to c7, right? Maybe
Yeah, I thought it was more
the
of a
least
dull-
ambitious
the least
move
ambitious
in the
line, yeah.
position. Knight to c7, queen to c7, queen to g4, and now queen to c4, and we're going into...
Wait, what?
Yeah, queen takes c4 is a move. Now I can take on c4 and play this position with the pawn down, but your knight is kind of going all the way to h6, or maybe f6 as well. It doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing after this move a6. That's one way, knight to c7. But as you were mentioning, Alejandro, I think h3 is also a move.
Wait, my eyesight is pretty good, but is that top game Topalov Caruana?
It is.
So wait, Fabi's had this position before.
2016 against Topalov.
We're being told 130 games in the database from this precise position.
Indeed.
So, and one that's featured Fabi. And if I'm playing my opponent just happens to be Fabi in a match,
But you have so many things to prepare, right?
You do have a lot of things
and
to
the
prepare.
candidates too, by the way.
That's a real profit.
That's yeah.
real
I mean, Sam should be just drilling this right off. Again, what's our conclusion here? I mean, you've got to know so much.
The
to
thing
be a
is,
top GM.
It is pretty annoying to prepare against Fabi, right? Because again, he has finally made the move h3.
I like that move. I like that move, yes. I do like that move. Check this out. So this leads to quite a forced line.
Please.
After h3, you're going to probably have to take my knight on b5. Take
Agreed.
on b5, I take on g4, you take on c4, and then I have this move queen to b3. Now, this is likely going to force the move d5. I have a big threat, of course, bishop takes c4, but also I want to take on b5 with either the queen
Clear.
or the knight and create some crazy threats, knight to c7 coming. So after d5, bishop takes c4, d takes c4, queen takes b5. Now, this is starting to get simplified, and this is exactly what I think Sam is wanting to see in the position, because he knows he got outclassed in the opening phase. He has to tame the game, go into the end game, exchange some pieces, and try to make a draw, and we're headed into that variation right now.
Well,
That's a great parachute to bail out there, because again, as you say, it looks very, very forcing. Bishop takes c4, massive threat. d7, d5 looks natural. Bishop takes c4, and vacuuming all the pieces off the board.
Now Fabiano is thinking.
Does he have a choice beside the move d7, d5? One of the things that's always
No.
my eye is
D5
drawn
is the only
to
move.
is this idea that because the bishop is not already placed on g2, there's always this possibility that queen a6 queen c6 could just be a disruptive move, hitting the rook on h1. So if it's not d7, c5, d7, d5, queen c6 a possibility, guys?
queen c6, knight b5 looks pretty scary.
Knight b5, take my rook. I'll take your rook, huh?
I might even just give a check and take your knight, honestly. Knight c7, king d8, queen takes c4. Producers are telling me, I think they learned a lot of chess, that Giri beat MVL from this position. They're not even telling me with which color, but
He's giving
with
you a
white.
partial. He's giving you a partial.
partial information. What am I going to do with that, producers?
MVL played.
Sounds like fake news to me.
What else do you want to know?
Sounds like fake news to me.
Yeah,
Fake news? It's not on your database? That's
MVL and
I don't see it.
I see Christian looking and looking and looking, not
I don't
finding
see
anything.
it. I don't see it. It's probably
got VAR.
VAR's extraordinary database.
we got VAR against your elite chess. Now
They're
remember,
telling us it's in Zagreb Blitz tournament. I would assume that was the Grand Chess Tour.
was that from the round 3 game?
Good one. Good one, Yasser. No, it was actually round 7 in Riga.
That game. Sorry.
Oh my God. All right.
Okay, we do have some captures at last. By the way, how long did Sam spend on the move h3? Because it felt like a long time.
I think it was almost half an hour, right, on this one.
Wow,
Let me take a look.
Knight takes it. Maybe that was his longest think of the tournament, because thus far, Sam has played very consistently.
29 minutes.
Not in the game against Wesley So with the black pieces. He spent a lot of time on that move h5. Very committal move h5.
You're right. Which was a good decision.
When with his back to
Great
the wall,
decision.
when he was
Great decision, yeah.
when he was facing this f3 g3 attack.
That is one of the things that Sam has improved tremendously in the last few months, is his time trouble. He used to be such a time trouble addict. Horrible, but just absolutely terrible. Every game, time trouble. And he's really improved on that. He's made strides, but you know, once in a while you still fall, and he's only got an hour. Remember, he doesn't have a second time control. I echo your sentiment, guys. I like that he's simplifying this position. I think this is a very risky variation if you don't know exactly what you're doing.
Right.
And he's not going to gamble. He's just going to play this line with the simplifications. It's still some play left. We're not making it seem like it's just an immediate draw.
No.
But it does allow a couple of pieces to be taken off the board, and the game simplifies a bit.
And Fabi returning the favor by just thinking things over as well.
There's not much to think here, right?
I just wanted to check in on the game of Alice Lee, because again, Tatev having to a forced win for Tatev. Her back is to the wall. Unexpectedly for me, I kind of thought that the queen on d8 was doing a pretty important job at holding up the move g4, g5. Alice said, I want to play queen a5 with the direct threat of b3 discover check to the king. Tatev said, well, I can't castle. That's illegal to begin with, so I'll play b2 to b3 to stop the threat. And posting up queen c5, Alice says, you're not threatening me g5 just yet. I take, and I've got your queen. And, well, the queen landed on a very good square in my view, queen on c5.
All right, let's continue this line a little bit.
Please.
The normal move would be queen g3, I think.
Okay. Again, is it a threat to play, like if it's your move?
Let's make it move a5 looks normal to me.
Okay.
I think a5, a4 seems to be
very normal.
Pretty normal.
And then
can I play g5?
That's the bottom line. That's the question. Takes, and you take. Now there is, of course, what Alice has set up, this coordination of an attack on c2, forcing her opponent to move her king.
And?
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that I'd rather have had rook on a7. I don't know if this tempo is absolutely crucial, but maybe it is, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I will just, in this moment, instead of the move a5, I'll play rook a7.
And this is a typical way that grandmasters calculate during games.
Absolutely.
a5 is the more tempting move, but you go down a variation, you realize there's a tempo on g7. Maybe you think instead of a5, I can make a more useful move down the line, and you change it up.
And this is why I was thinking why the rook on a7 might be a little bit more useful, because exactly in this moment, after queen takes check, without having to defend against the checkmate, I've given myself an additional option of knight d4. How good is it? I don't know. I've dropped a piece. It looks scary. Maybe it's not as scary as it looks. You have defensive moves.
Yeah, you're also throwing knight f3 is the issue.
Knight f3 is a fork? I didn't want to tell you about that one, by the way.
I managed to see them once in a while.
Knight f3 is a fork against the queen as well as the rook. By the way, there is a checkmate on d2 that you have to protect against as well. So that's why I was thinking rook a7.
Right.
In this particular case might be a way of anticipating this g5 blow. So this is the current position. Queen c5 on the board.
Yeah.
Tatev being challenged. You've played g4, you've played h4, you've played rook g1. If you're not playing for g5, what are you doing? That was why we've been looking at queen g3 and rook a7.
We're being told by our producers to just learn chess overnight, learn how to use stockfish, and now they're telling me that the move a3, which nobody would ever consider, is a very good move in this position.
White's best choice. And the pointy-headed figure on e1 is what it's all about.
A3 is actually very cool.
That's why chess is so difficult, right?
It's really hard, yeah.
You're playing on the king side. Your
Yeah.
last 10 moves are only focused on the king side. You have one goal in mind and one only, and that is to play g5.
Right.
And then, after this
switch it
maneuver,
up.
queen to a5, queen to c5, all of a sudden, you switch up on the other side. a3,
crazy,
yes. And the only reason behind this move a3 is black doesn't have time to go a5. She has to take on a3, and now I'm taking advantage of the fact that your queen is on c5, quite badly positioned. And after queen to a7, I'm going to swing with the queen on a3. Now I have threats potentially of b5 creating a pass pawn, a very dangerous pass pawn, especially if we end up in an endgame, because after a b5 you're going to take, we're going to exchange the queens, and then I'm going to have this monster of a passed pawn on the b file. So this position seems to be quite difficult already for black. You're playing on this side with this bishop on h6. You're also having a lot of your pieces on the other side. It's a very complex position, but now we understand why chess is so difficult.
That's kind of
Chess is hard.
A3 is sick. That's a great
Right.
move.
It's a great move, but it's not one that humans really consider, right?
Right. Because you're not playing on that flank.
Yeah,
Just because
your
you were
focus has
focused so
been
much
over
on that
there,
side.
right?
I want to show you guys a cool idea,
Please,
which
Cristian.
we missed. After rook to b8, h5, h3 was played, rook to b8, right? And this is a very
Right.
similar position to what we were analyzing.
Right.
After castle, bishop to b2. Now, knight b3 actually works.
Oh, you take on b2.
If you take on b3, I'm going to take on b2. You take, and now I attack both of your rooks. Queen to d4, you're going to lose one of your rooks, and that's why the Grunfeld and the reverse Grunfeld is so complex and so difficult to handle for both sides, because there's
That's sick.
so many details. It's sick, of course. And if you don't know this pattern, it's so difficult to find it over the board, right?
Right.
Because you look at knight to b3, at this point you see rook takes b3, and you sort of stop. Or at least you try to calculate this queen to b3, bishop takes a1, queen to b8, you understand
Right.
queen a6 is coming, the line that we already saw, and black is perfectly fine.
Right.
But then if you stop and think and you realize that this bishop to b2 just simply wins
An
in the
exchange.
position. Big moment right now for Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova, because she has to make a decision whether she's going to sacrifice, take the bull by the horn, sacrifice the pawn on a b2 with, well, we don't know what type of consequences. Let's see what she decides to do. And look at her. She's scratching her head. She's trying to remember some sort of theory or some sort of game that she has her eyes on earlier on today, maybe, or earlier on when she was preparing this variation. We'll have to wait and see what she decides.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the audience and invite you, if you'd like to join our conversation, there's a way to ask the commentators any kind of question you would like to have. The tweeter.
Tweet at us, hashtag the American Cup. International Master Kostya Kavutsky is on
Monitoring.
the internet. He's monitoring. The best questions come up on the air. We'll be able to answer them for you. And if you're really, really lucky, maybe the producers will answer it for you because they know everything. All right, we have 4 games ongoing. I did see that Fabi played the forced move d5.
He did.
Quite an interesting set of games, I want to say, but it's going to be Levon's game that's going to heat up, in my opinion, at some point.
To double guess Levon there, by the way, the move castles was a bit of a surprise. I would have really thought that Queen C7, keeping all of the options, including castles long in the position. By the way, C2, C3. I think our focus had more or less been on the move bishop b4, followed by bishop to d6. I didn't anticipate c2, c3, which kind of locks in the bishop. A bit passive to my eyes. Maybe I'm wrong. f6.
I think
and we've caught up with the players.
I think that when you lock your bishop in like this,
On D2, yes.
you're hinting that you still want to play f4. So
You're please come and get me kind of thing. G4,
Right.
move my knight.
I think you move it voluntarily.
Okay.
You go knight e1 like we saw in other variations,
Right here, right now.
right? And then I don't know if e5 works. That's kind of the main problem. The moment that you retreat from the center, maybe black uses this tempo to break open with e5. But if you don't
Looks
get e5 in, then I'm going to go f4.
Looks kind of logical, I must say, to my eyes.
Right.
Like the back, you know, in the French defense, you get this backward pawn on e6. You want to get rid of it before it becomes a sore thumb on the half-open e-file. Again, are we still in the depths of theory?
Well, you guys are definitely on the right track, and I just want to add another detail to what you guys are mentioning. Knight to e1, of course, seems like the right approach, right? You want to go f for blast open the king side for black, and after e5, now we also understand why white played this move c3. I'm going to take, and now my knight is going to jump to d4 next move. So bishop takes d4, bishop takes e5, knight comes to d4, and now you have to give me one of your bishops because you cannot retreat to g6, knight e6 is going to come. So now we understand all these details. Whether Lenier knows about these details, well, he did play the move c3, so probably he does.
I was about to say Levon with a big-time advantage, but really, is it still theory, though?
There was one game.
Only one.
Only one.
One game. It's actually, it's not that old. It's actually 2016. A game in 2016, and I'm sure VAR and the producers have like 10 more games that I don't know
Then you
about.
do, right?
It seems like I'm correct. They're telling me once. Bishop to f6, knight to e1 was actually played in that game.
Knight e1.
Knight to e1, and in that game, queen to e8 was played, which is a very awkward move. Of course, I understand you want to bring the queen to f7, g6, but it just seems like you're giving me enough time to try to gain some sort of an initiative on the king side with the move f4. So let's see. Knight to e1 is a big move, big decision for white, because you are indeed allowing this move e5. So he will have to calculate all the ramifications after that.
If you don't mind, just as we prepare for our break, a quick insight, if you will, on the game of Sam Sevian and Fabiano. They seem to be heading towards this complex ending. Fabi has won the two bishops. Normally speaking, as white, you would love to see a bishop on g2. In this particular case, I'm assuming bishop b4 is coming with a check to the king. The king will move up. This heavy move, knight c7, I want to either avoid it by castling or even playing the rook a5. Knee-jerk response. Do you prefer white, black? How do you judge these apples?
I feel that black is the one that still has a couple of issues to solve, because knight d6 at the very least will equalize if I need it for white.
If I'm not castled.
If I'm not, well, even if you're castled, because c4 is so weak, I think you have to give up your bishop.
Okay.
But you have some issues to solve, I think, here for black still, because rook f1 is a move, whereas white, well, worst case scenario, you make a draw. This is how I feel of the position, because you're better developed. Knee-jerk reaction might be wrong.
Exactly.
But that's what I feel.
And yourself, Christian?
Yes, the same for me. It does feel like rook to a6 might be forcing this knight to d6, and to be honest, I'm looking at the position, it looks quite drawish. I can go e5, attack the pawn on g4, then get my bishop to e6. But is that what Fabiano wants in this game? He's bleeding rating points. Let's not forget about that.
Right.
With every single draw, he loses 1.5 or 2 points, something along those lines. He's bleeding rating points right now. He hasn't won a single classical game. He obviously signaled with his opening choice that he wants a fight today. And then Sam Sevian said, no, you caught me in the opening. I'm going to tame the position. I'm going to go into this endgame, and I'm going to try to make a draw.
All right. As we prepare for our break, we've got a T-shirt that we want to offer our audience. Alejandro?
And we have it on the screen. Stand with Ukraine, this beautiful shirt with the chess pieces. You can buy
the
it.
Ukrainian flag. The pieces are colors of the Ukrainian flag.
You can buy it at QBoutiqueSTL.com. We also have all kinds of apparel for you guys. Please visit the. Look at that.
Was the chessboard that I was talking about. The one with the wood.
You like how they teased us a chessboard and they're like, no, just kidding.
No, that was the one I saw the
Look
other
at that.
day.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful. Signed by the chess players. Beautiful wood. I want one of those.
looked gorgeous, easily framed a work of art.
It's a great gift.
And as we go on our break, we actually had an interview with the players.
We had an interview with the players. Of course, this is a new format here, the double elimination. Not only that, but we're mixing up the time controls on the players. 90 plus 30 is being played. We have 25 plus 10. We have 10 plus 5. We have Armageddons. And we asked the players, how do you feel about the format? And here were their answers.
The American Cup has a new and exciting format, a double elimination bracket. How do you feel about that?
I really like the format because it combines both classical and fast chess. So even if you lose one match, you still have another chance in rapid chess.
I think it's an interesting format. You have double elimination, so even one mistake is not going to be so costly. I mean, you can still recover. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
So I think the format feels different already right now and feels great, feels even like better because it's like you have to work really hard, but like you have this match, and if you win that match, you make a big step forward compared to the US Championship where it's like every round matters the same way and it's a really long event. So this is more like, you know, a short track instead of a marathon.
Yeah, the format is very interesting. I've definitely never played in this exact format before. I don't even know if I heard of this exact format before. I actually really like it. It's not only because it's novel, but just, yeah, I think it's exciting and it brings in more exciting chess, and also there's no draw offers, so I think that will only help make this a really interesting event.
Yeah, I think the format, it's really interesting. Everyone's probably really looking forward to get into action. I think especially when you have these multiple time controls, and also, you know, the no extra 30 minutes. We're gonna see a lot of time scrambles, a lot of time trouble.
No, but I think it's a good format, and I know this is very good for spectators and for chess audience. It's much more like fire on board, and I think it's a great idea.
But in any case, actually, I don't fully understand the format yet, but I'm just focusing on one game at a time.
It's a very interesting format. It's pretty much a lot of these matches will come down to the shorter time controls, which will be very interesting.
Yeah, it's new, so we are. I guess we all want to see how it goes in practice, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting.
Well, I think if you ask 20 different players what formats they like the most, you'll get 20 answers. And while this format is not like exactly what I would come up with if I just could choose perfectly myself, it's about as close as anything I've ever seen.
I like the faster time format. I think it's going to be like a very fast-paced, exciting tournament, and I think the players will enjoy it, and I think the viewers should enjoy it too.
Yeah, I like the idea. Double elimination is used in a lot of esports, and chess is sort of not quite in that category, but sort of in that category, so it makes sense to try out this format, and I think it might, after this, get adopted in some other tournaments.
I really like the format that the St. Louis Chess Club has come up with, the double knockout format, right? Quite innovative, actually. It makes a lot of sense from a chess player's perspective, the idea that, you know, even if you lose one match, you're still not out of the tournament, there's a second chance. So I think that's actually perfect.
Double elimination, I have never played such a tournament before, and when I saw the regulation, I was very excited about that, and I thought, wow, that's amazing, and I really wanted to try it. I cannot say much because I don't have any experience, but after the tournament I will let you know.
Welcome, everybody. We are back in the American Cup 2022, and we see here that Champions Bracket, which is what we are playing today. We don't have any elimination bracket games today. We only have Champions Bracket. We see the match between Levon Aronian and Lenier Dominguez. A reminder, Levon Aronian with the black pieces in a must-win situation after he was crushed by Lenier in a Petrov with the white pieces yesterday. Meanwhile, Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana are battling it out right now in a complex English. We are a little bit afraid that that game might fizzle out into a draw. But if it does, they will be playing later on today their playoff to determine who moves to the finals of the Champions Bracket in the open section. Meanwhile, in the ladies, we have two games as well in very different scenarios. Irina Krush is now playing against Gulruk in Tokhirjonova. They are in a drawn situation for the moment. They drew their game yesterday, and a win by either one of the players will make them move on. A draw, of course, will be similar to the other matches. They will play a playoff later today to determine. And a player that has her back against the wall, it is Tatev Abrahamyan. She is white currently against the sensation of the event so far, Alice Lee, only 12 years of age. She's shown remarkable maturity in her chess, exploiting her opponent's weaknesses, and has had a good run. She currently is up 1-0 over Tatev, and you can see the veteran there trying to figure out a way to break through into the position.
Well, it's one of those really sharp double-edged positions. I think that Tatev will walk out of this saying, I got the position I wanted. I wanted a game with lots of pieces on the board, big fight, imbalances, and that's what we've got. I must say once again, though, I'm really impressed by Alice Lee's last move, Rook A7, this flexible move that looks across the seventh rank, defends G7 in anticipation of these G5 attacks. Now, having said that, isn't Tatev's position a little bit one-dimensional, or is that move A2, A3 a surprise move?
That move A3 was pretty sick. It was suggested by the best chess players on earth, the producers. And
the producers, I like
but
that.
But it doesn't quite work here, right? Because A3, we see two moves being played, Bishop E2 and Rook A7 interposed.
Inclusion.
The inclusion of Bishop E2 and Rook A7 favors black in the A3 variations, because now this Rook on A7 is defended. So I could simply reply A5 against A3.
And then
not only that, you can reply with A5, you're actually forced to reply, because that Rook on A7 also takes away the retreating square for the queen. So if you take B4, that traps the queen, that's game over. You're forced to go A5, but that's definitely an improvement for black.
Force moves sometimes are good moves, and A3, A5. So once
by
again,
the way, let's calculate that.
Okay.
Yeah, actually,
can white actually take a pawn?
The training is working. I know, you guys.
Look, I understand.
It.
It's a very dangerous pawn to take, but we have a lot of pawn grabbers around here.
Yes, we do. Years go by. Now
take it.
But there is a queen A1 check.
Yes, I understand. And then I go bishop D1.
Okay,
so I'll take,
just take
No, not with that knight, with the other knight, because I do want to exchange the knights first. I don't want to allow you to go knight to D4.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you don't want to allow the knight to come to D4 with the tempo, so you take.
I mean, if your knight comes to D4, then I'm actually completely lost. So let's try this one.
All right, you kind of have to take on B4. I don't think the move Queen A5, Queen C3 helps you too much, because Knight D5 is threatened.
Right. Okay, fair enough. So knight takes, knight takes.
I'm forced to take back.
Now, again, I can tickle you with a check, force you to bring your bishop back. Well, let me just do that, and let me ask. So it's time, right? This guy.
Just a slow move like that. Okay.
I'm a pawn down.
That's okay. Now I go knight to C2.
Knight to C2.
Sure,
I'm a pawn down for the two bishops.
Knight to E3.
Wow.
Oh. But here I have at the very least a regain of the pawn with queen. Oh no, the bishop
on D1 is defending.
Defending everything. I don't like it, but I couldn't tell you exactly why it feels wrong, right?
It feels very wrong. Queen to E2.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of work
for a measly pawn. Yeah.
But
it is a pawn.
It is a pawn. I'll definitely grant you that.
And the problem is, you don't have any breakthroughs, right? You would like to find some sort of compensation via breakthrough, either d5 or f5. You have none of those.
I just wanted to ask you, though, because there was this one trick that I did have, Christian, that a5 maybe not necessarily absolutely forced, because I could make the square d4 available.
You're down a piece.
I can just take on c5.
Oh,
right?
sorry, that's the inclusion of bishop e2
Right.
and rook a7.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had this in another variation. Apologies, you're absolutely right. That is the problem.
That's not a silly question.
Actually, because knight takes c2, knight takes a1.
The problem is that I take...
Okay, this is sick. Wait a minute. What?
No,
that
I
was
take
an
the pawn on
accidental.
a3.
That was an accidental.
Renaissance.
Queen sacrifice. Sorry. A3 is hanging. Though,
That's
right?
the problem. Yeah.
And the knight is trapped. Yeah.
I think I'm actually going to go to... No, king
No,
d1.
I like king
this,
d1 because it traps the knight.
Yeah.
Oh, oops. Queen takes a3. Sorry, that was my bad, and everybody jumped on board. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. I wanted to turn our attention to our _1 seed in the open group because things have really opened up. Let's put it that way. We have been following the game of Lenier Dominguez, white, needing only a draw to progress in the tournament. He did play this maneuver with knight e1, and I think here we more or less were focused on moves like queen e8 and queen g6, as well as e5. Levon liked neither of those choices. He dropped back with his bishop. We do have the move f4, very thematic follow-up by white to the position, takes, and knight g6, bishop d6. Isn't it funny how the bishop could have gone from b4 to d6,
but it went through f4 and d6.
Right, exactly.
I'm not a huge fan of black's position.
Me either. It's just that the king is looking a little shady, and, well, I don't know. There's some looseness, I want to put it like that. But okay, rook f7. Do your worst, Levon is saying. Bishop h5 for the moment, I think, is met by knight f6. Can I just put that on the board for a moment? Suppose I play bishop f5. My idea is, if you do play knight f6, I've got some tactics.
Let's continue. E takes f5.
Bishop takes g6.
Queen takes d6.
Bishop f7. King f7. I would suppose knight d3. Again, a little looseness with the king, but
you do get knight e4 in, which is a nice part for black, I guess.
Good point. Knight e4. Now again, if I'm white and all I need is a draw, I'm going queen h5 check and kind of trying to make a pretension of claiming a draw with a5 and knight c5. Okay, just a demonstration of the ideas. Besides that, another move that more or less looks pretty decent is knight to d3. I see what black wants to do, though. Levon wants to play knight f6 with a tickle against the queen, and a knight jumps to e4. Christian, jump right in here. What do you have for us?
I have to say I'm mightily impressed with both of these players because Lev definitely got what he wanted out of the opening, and he's taking risks. We remember when Wesley was in the same situation with the black pieces, he did not take any risks against Sam Sevian. Lev, on the other hand, look, he understands that probably from an objective point of view, his position is worse. Nevertheless, right now, in order for white to continue expanding on his advantage, he has to play the move g4. Wow. This is not an easy move to make when you only need one draw, right? Because queen to g5 comes on the board, then you have to start calculating. This bishop still goes to e4, so you're not trapping anything. There's a lot of complications arising after this one. The natural move, which you mentioned, Yasser, knight to d3. Now, this already allows black to get into the game. You had your eyes on the square e4, but that square is actually reserved for the bishop.
Okay.
I want to go to c4.
Gotcha.
With tempo, I'm going to go knight to b6. You have to move the bishop somewhere, and then I'm going to go knight to c4. And it does feel like black is taking over the initiative, right? Of course, if white has to play moves such as g4 and start calculating all the complications after that, well, white is taking some risks as well. And Aronian, I have to say, he's also pressuring Lenier on the clock. 39 minutes for Lenier, 1 hour and 13 minutes for Aronian. I'm mightily impressed with both of these players right now.
Thank you, Christian. Nice insights there. Just checking in on Fabi's game as the players have indeed got that very ending that you and Christian were looking at, that knight coming to d6. Check, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6. Notice that Fabi did not throw in the bishop e5 check, bishop b4 check, provoking the king to e2, but just directly this position. And again, if Black manages e6, e5 without anything untoward happening, I've got to imagine that this game is actually, it's too early to call still, but it would really look like a bishops of opposite color draw heading. Let's see the game of Irina Krush, because that was fun, that h5, but it was just a temporary fun, Alejandro?
It feels that the game has tapered off a little bit, but I like what Black's done. I feel that this queen on a4 is mighty annoying. I'm not entirely sure how we got to this position, but this knight on b3 looks a bit misplaced because of the pin.
h5, h3 included those moves, both sides castle, very good knight. b3, queen a4, like you said, just kind of annoying, keeping a little pressure. The rook is not moving anytime soon, but Begum said, that's fine, I've got my bishop, and we caught up to the players just like that. Are we anticipating d6 now?
d6, right. I was also thinking maybe d5. I don't know if I can play that.
With the idea of bishop f5, but
either way, right.
But you like d5 right away.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which way to go.
Anticipating that after takes, you want to take with the...
Structurally, I want to take with the pawn,
right?
But the initiative, I want to take with the knight, right?
Exactly.
I'm not actually sure which one is better.
Because in this particular case, with the bishop here, you might want to play
yeah, but what
more
do you do
active.
after bishop f5? Like rook fc1, bishop f5?
Can I not play my queen, the desired queen c6? Offering a trade of queens?
Just like that.
Well, you know what I've got my eyes on, don't you? I put the bishop, I'm with Begum. She put the bishop on e3. She understands what she wants. She wants a pawn in her pocket. It's okay.
I'm not really
but
sure
knight
how to,
takes d5.
I'm not sure how to assess this position at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Knight takes d5, though. That is also much more double-edged. Now, in this particular matchup, neither Irina Krush nor Begum needs to win.
Yeah.
Neither player has their back against the wall. I'm a little bit more of the, look, this knight on... If you play the move d5, then you're giving the square c5 forever type of thing.
That's very fair, yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that I'd rather play d6 and maybe even follow it up with c5.
Which was played.
d6 was played?
d6 is on the board, and actually, Yasser, you had the right intuition, because after d6, this position is quite problematic for white. c5 is coming, that knight on b3 is just simply ugly right now. Right. So let's see where these troubles are stemming from. And in my opinion, it all comes down to this moment.
Okay.
She had to go castle. She had to go castle. She had to take the bull by the horns and allow Black to take on b2. But she did not see that knight to b3. That's a difficult move to see. Now, of course, knight to b3, by the way, is not the only move. You can also play rook to b1, and at least according to the engines, it seems like white is still in the game. White still has a lot of compensation. It's not easy, though, to give a pawn just like that, because you see this bishop returning on the long diagonal, bishop to e5, then bishop to g7. It's not going to be as easy to regain that pawn. It's going to be more of a long-term initiative that white is going to enjoy. So that was a big moment. Queen to c2, I understand, is the move that you just want to make. You want to protect the pawn on b2. You don't have to worry about that pawn anymore. It's a natural move. Nevertheless, this square c2, once again, it adds to the awkwardness of white's pieces, because as we get to the position that we have right now on the board, after d6, we see this queen on c2. First of all, it's protecting the pawn on c4, but the knight is pinned. You can go knight to d4, but that's just going to allow me to exchange the queens, and then the pawn on b2 is going to hang. Now, the problem is Black's pieces are also coming with tempo. this bishop is going to land on f5. And this is also why I don't like this move, bishop to e3, that Begim essayed.
You don't have e4.
It just simply doesn't seem like she understood the position, the requirements of the position right now. She had to go bishop to d2. Now, there's a clear idea that black has after queen to a4, and that is to play bishop to a6. And if you don't have a clear way to defend this pawn on c4, you're just simply going to lose that pawn on c4. So you have to get ready to defend it with a rook coming to c1. You have to move the bishop. Now you ask yourself, where do I want to move the bishop? Do I want to move it on e3 or on d2 or even maybe on f4? The problem with moving the bishop to f4 is that it allows me to just simply go d6. I want to play the move d6. I want to open up the bishop. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Still better than bishop to e3. Bishop to e3 is actually the worst square in the position to put the bishop. Bishop to d2 would have been the best, because right now I also have ideas of potentially going bishop to c3 in some instances. But more importantly, and this is what she had to understand, is that whenever this bishop is going to land on e5, on f5, I'm going to have the move e4.
Right.
Now that the bishop is not blocking the advancement of that pawn, I'm going to have the defensive move e4 also grabbing some space, which is very important. Also potentially getting this bishop to c3, a much more flexible approach with this move bishop to d2. And after d6, I have to say, I hate white's position. You just simply don't have moves right now, because bishop f5 is a big threat. Like, what are you going to play? The engine is saying bishop to d2. Bishop back to d2 is the best move.
So in order to meet bishop f5 with e4.
If you have to play this type of moves, you know something went
Something
terribly
really
wrong. Terribly wrong. So c5 might be an option, but do you really want to play c5 and allow d5, and then you have to make everything possible to stop e5, because if that second pawn comes into the center...
What is the computer's idea after c5 bishop f5?
c5 bishop f5 here directly.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very decent move as well. And I assume that the idea is that I will go queen to c1 and then try to exchange the dark square bishop with bishop to h6 immediately, right? So if you go d5 first, then if I go queen d2 or queen c1, then you can just simply play rook to e8,
e5
trying to support e5, and then after bishop to h6, bishop to h8, and save the dark square bishop. No, it's just an ugly position.
Yeah.
After d6, ugly position, very awkward pieces for white, and I have to say Irina Krush is putting a lot of pressure with the black pieces on the young up-and-comer Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova.
And you can see it in the body language there. Irina relaxed, hands behind her head, trying to figure out the position. And Begim, who's usually a very calm player, loves walking around, is just full thinking mode.
Stuck at the board.
Stuck at the board, hands clasped on her head. I mean, she does not look comfortable.
And she doesn't have a position to be comfortable at. I'm trying to recall the actual game, but it was a game of Tigran Petrosian where he had, I believe he was white, there was like a queen on a5, a black knight on b6, just this exact structure where there was a black rook on a8, a black knight on b6, a7 and b7, white queen on a5, and it was paralyzing black's pieces. The rook on a8 couldn't move because of the pawn on a7 was hanging. And it's exact this position. And then there was a game. It was a really marvelous game. Garry Kasparov and Nick Sitch against Tigran Petrosian, where he did exactly what Tigran Petrosian did to his opponent, put his queen on a5, fixed the knight as well as the rook, and won a marvelous game. Look it up, folks, if you don't know that game. Garry Kasparov, not only a great tactician, a great strategical player as well, won a marvelous game. And again, just to let you all know, if you'd like to join the conversation, there is a way you can do that and bring your comments to any one of us on panel. I don't like Begim's position either.
No, it seems that something went really wrong, and there you have the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag The American Cup. Join the conversation with us. Certainly today is a good day to do it. We have slower games. We don't have any rapid games today. So if you want to join the conversation, today's the day.
Exactly. We do have a move. Sam played the move f2, f3 in anticipation that the pawn on g4 was going to be attacked after the move e5. He's preparing e4. This looks, now it's
Really
getting
drawish.
even Steven as you can possibly get these bishops of opposite color positions.
No, I think we can guarantee a playoff. I don't think players of this caliber lose this position with either color.
And let me just jump into the game of Alice Lee.
G6 play.
And we have left the position after bishop e2, rook a7, queen g3. At long last, you know, I'm getting there with the mostest. G5 is finally threatening to trap the bishop on h6. Alice played the move g7, g6. We've caught up with the players. You had mentioned that you did some prep. These are the type of positions that maybe Tatev was looking forward to. She's got the position. Where does she go from here?
The usual plan is to play rook h1 and h5, trying to force things down on the h file. Currently, I just worry if knight d4 is a tactical threat, because knight d4, and if I trade, you take back with the queen, the rook on a1 is attacked, and the pawn on e4 is attacked. So I have to be a little bit careful about this, I think.
Yes, as you say, the double attack pawn on e4 as well as. So rook h1, you're just going to keep that move in abeyance for a moment. So after a move like g6, you would like to see Tatev prep her kingside initiative. Rook d1, sidestepping the knight d4 ideas. And then at the end of the day, pretty much, well, what to say, the white king is going to remain in the center of the board.
Oh, absolutely. It was never going to castle along. And the question really comes down to who's faster in this position, right? You go a4, I'm going to go h5.
You're not going to play a3, by the way, because we were having some fun a moment ago that a4, you always got to be a little bit careful that a3 might upset you.
Right. The problem, of course, is that if b takes a3, as we have this matchup, a draw, and Alice moves on. So it is a must-win for Tatev. But if we can go back to the analysis board, after the move a3 here, b takes a3, of course, is meant by b4. This is the tactical justification.
That was what I wanted to say, yes. This is the nice idea for white.
And this is just winning. But actually, b takes takes b3, a takes b4, b takes c2. I'm not even sure that white is better at the end.
Exactly. I wanted to say the same thing. This might be one of those queen sacrifices that really works out very well. After all, black's pieces, this bishop on
Well, you do
h6.
have to be careful that knight f6 is not an option, right?
How do we evaluate this at the end, though?
It's a good question.
I'm going to have a pretty knight on d4.
You're going to have a very
F4, maybe.
but you're going to have some very active rooks as well. I see this rook kind of streaming into white's position and rook coming to e4.
I like black.
I think
Black's doing pretty well, yeah.
I'm with you on that.
And remember, the white can't castle.
Exactly. So, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it can't castle. Yeah, because we play rook
g1, rook h1. And we have a tweet we're being told. Just kidding, the producer.
Yeah, I love Tom.
This guys are great, yeah. Making us look like idiots on TV as usual. Yay. All right. Christian, what do you have for us?
They have the tweets, then they don't have the tweets, they have all the games, then they don't have all the games. What's happening in that truck? I'm looking at this position and I'm just trying to understand who has the easier play. Because, look, I see the engine eval. It's plus 0.7. That's quite a significant advantage for white. But I don't see the clear path forward. Now, if you go with a move a3, which was good a move ago, now it's no longer that useful, because after a5 take, I can even start taking with the knight first, eliminate one of the knights. And in this instance, with the queen on g3, not on f3, I cannot even take a pawn anymore, right? Because after take, rook takes a7. If you try to take the knight, I will go bishop to b7, improve one of my piece instantaneously. You don't have the defender, the queen on f3 to defend the bishop, the pawn on e4, and the position is already collapsing. So unfortunately, you cannot do that. a3 is no longer a good option. You have to move
rook to d1.
Rook to d1. Then I think, Alejandro, you were mentioning something along the lines of rook to h1.
Yeah, rook h1 here.
So bishop to e6, rook to h1, and then I just keep on going. Like
exactly.
Where's your attack? Right,
I'll
you're
go
going to go
H5,
H5, right?
I hope, yeah.
Yeah.
And then G takes H5, and now
what?
Whoa.
Yes, why not? Why
Okay.
not?
Rook
Because
H5?
because
You're
of my
going to take
training
on
as a
H5?
grandmaster and the light squares. That's why.
I understand.
You're solid. Bishop
But I have
G5.
outposts.
You do have good posts.
I have
Sure.
outposts. This bishop on G5, and now we understand how useful this rook is going to prove to be on
love the rook
A7. I'm
A7
going to
move, yeah.
go all the way to G7, and actually it feels like black is the one that's developing some sort of an initiative, both on this side, potentially with a move A4, but maybe even on the other side with rook to G7. Now that this position is locked on this side, maybe I can even consider getting my king all the way to the other side and then try to create initiative on the king side. It's a very complex position.
Well,
very, very complex position.
You overcome your aversion
To the
playing
move, yeah,
G takes
GH,
A. Then
yeah.
you kind of respect and appreciate the fact that the bishop on G5 is a real glue.
Yeah, right.
It keeps the king side wholly intact. By the way, Lanier, we've seen this throughout his entire career, burning the clock, giving Levon some hopes.
But this is a new level of burning time, right? That's a humongous time there. So is that 50 minutes?
Okay.
We're being told by our producers. Hold on. Our producers told us an hour and 10 minutes difference. I'm not so sure about that because Aronian has an hour and 13 minutes.
It's time to ignore the producers. It's time to ignore the producers.
I'm thinking
It's time to take over, guys.
There's a rebellion is coming
It's
here.
time to take over.
It's called a mute button.
Mute button.
And Tom disappears.
There's a 50-minute difference between Dominguez and Aronian, which
Still
is
considerable.
It's still a lot. And we do have a tweet. Let's hope this time it's true. And joining the conversation, we have Oyas Shukla. I want to ask something very serious. A guy starting chess at 20, can he become a GM? Looking forward to a reply from the commentators. I assume this means that at 20, we know nothing about chess. Not how the pieces move, nothing.
Right. Jump in there, coaches. Would you be encouraging people to think in terms of picking up the game and becoming a grandmaster?
Let me put it this way. First of all, I would encourage people to pick up the game because they like it.
Exactly.
To become a grandmaster takes ambition, effort, full-time dedication,
right?
No matter what age you are. I mean, people that become grandmasters at the age of 14, 15, yeah, it's very impressive, but that's all they do. That's how they become grandmasters.
Right.
A lot of the times, one of the many issues of picking up the game so late and trying to become a GM is that, well, by the time you're 20, you have to pay bills, you have to do other things.
That's the problem. Life interferes with your dedication, and suddenly you really have these responsibilities that maybe Alice at 12 doesn't. She could just completely focus on her schoolwork, focus on her chess, and at the age of 20, how much dedication? There's nothing that can prevent you from becoming a grandmaster, but will you give it the dedication that it requires?
Right, it's a question that I see a lot online. I never really understood the point of it because, let's face it, most people won't become grandmasters. Most people will enjoy the game no matter what level they are. They'll enjoy the improvement. You don't have to become a GM to enjoy it.
Right.
But the path to GM it's very tough. I mean, there are people that dedicate their entire lives from a young age and they never make it because it is a tough title. It's not like everybody makes grandmaster. I don't think there's an impediment. I actually don't know if you need to learn the game at a young age to have it sort of like a language.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I've seen a lot of studies that suggest that you do get wired at a certain age, from 7 to 19, that your brain gets wired differently when you really take up, say, maths or music.
Language,
or chess, or language, that it does help. But yeah, there's no impediment. Only life is the impediment. Christian, what do you have for us in the Levon? What is?
First of all, you guys covered absolutely every single detail on that question. I'm going to be a bit rougher around the edges. I'm going to say no.
Straight up, yeah? The guy with the engine, the party pooper over there. Just
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's
At
hard.
20 years of age, you have so many responsibilities. You have potentially a family coming up in like 5, 10, 20 years. It doesn't really matter. And you don't have your brain elasticity, as you guys were mentioning. You're not assimilating as much information. I don't see it happening. I simply don't see it happening. It's like asking if at 20, if you start playing soccer, you're going to reach the level of Cristiano Ronaldo or some super soccer player, right? That's not going to happen most likely. It's very difficult. Just enjoy the game.
Yeah. We do have a move. After some thinking, there was Bishop D3. I think we had these moments earlier where we also were looking at ideas of Bishop H5 and Rook takes F5. But after
a 22-minute thing,
exhausting his tank of time, Bishop to D3 was a Lanier's choice.
Right, he takes another 22-minute thing, he'll flag. So he really needs to step up his time management, because remember, there is no second time control in this classical format. It's 90 plus 30 and that's it. No move 40 to reach. He will be in time pressure permanently. And if you're Levon Aronian,
hey,
I mean, that's great news,
great.
Right? You must win game. Let's muddle the water somehow.
And talking about muddying the waters, one of the things that I was really focusing on trying to bring my knight to e4 a moment ago. And Christian was saying, well, you know, the crazy part is the c4 square is not a bad square either. For example, if knight b6, attacking the bishop, it will just put some moves on the board. Just to give an example of what I'm trying to suggest, is that this bishop is under attack. If the bishop does drop back, not that I have to necessarily rush with a move like f4, but once you start to see knight coming to c4, the knight's coming to e3, now you kind of you kind of start to respect the fact that it's not just you put your knight on e4 solo and go from there. No, there are different options here for Levon. Jump right in here, Christian.
I'm telling you guys, Aronian is starting to feel it right now, because after a minute and 30 seconds of thought, he immediately played the best move in the position. Queen to g5, putting pressure, immense pressure on his opponent's clock. He's down to his last 19 minutes, Lanier, that is.
Wow, that's crazy.
Aronian, 1 hour and 12 minutes, almost a 1 hour time differential right now on the clock. And he's making the best moves in the position. He's putting a lot of pressure right now on his opponent. This is the best outcome out of the first 2 hours that Aronian could have hoped for.
See, it's been very difficult for me to reveal that Levon's a natural-born Caro-Kann player, because he doesn't play the Caro-Kann. but
is that an insult to a chess player? You're a natural-born Caro-Kann player. You must play on your very 3 ranks. Never pass the 4th rank.
Great compliment. But the point is sometimes when you do play an opening or a system that you're not familiar with at all, you don't find the moves like Queen G5. They don't come naturally. Levon played a very good move, Queen G5. He's eyeballing Queen check. He's opening up. Excitement upstairs. We don't know what's going on. Might be the Cub Scout day. They get their certificate.
I think
I don't know what's going on upstairs, but
look at the body language, guys. Look at Levon.
Right.
Relaxed.
Very relaxed.
He's feeling it.
So experienced, and this is something that Levon really shines in. He knows match formats so well. He's played matches in every style, every kind. World Cup, specific matches against players around the world. He's played World Championship matches for the 960 tournaments.
He won a candidates match against Magnus Carlsen.
Lanier looks tense.
That's right.
He won a candidates match against Magnus Carlsen before Magnus became challenger in 2013. It was like, I believe it was 2009, but double check. Master of fashion.
Master of fashion, absolutely a gentleman, and seriously a scholar. This guy, if you ever sit down and lucky enough to have dinner with him, he knows about everything.
Well read.
Well, it's cinema, it's poetry, it's rap music. The guy experiences it all. Very cool dude, and cool over the board as well.
And a great chess grandmaster.
And a great chess grandmaster, one of the best ever. And he's really showing not just talent over the board, but the decision making to get to this position.
Why was Queen G5, Christian, why was Queen G5, as you described it, the best move? I was thinking that the Queen on D8 was going to make
it just brings more pieces into play and
tempo,
it creates more ghosts for Lenier to worry about.
That's also true.
Knight Queen to G5. You see this knight coming to H4, maybe getting closer to the king. This rook, if this bishop is going to move away from D6 to try to cover up the G file, this rook is going to jump back to F8. It seems like you're bringing more forces. The direction of your forces is definitely the right one. I do like this move, Queen to G5. What move were you mentioning, Yasser?
Knight B6 was a possibility.
Knight to B6, yes. And now if I go back, the problem is that
we jump to C4,
you do jump to C4, but then I can just simply defend this. I'm not sure if rook to F2 is the only move. Now, it does look visually very nice for black because you do threaten the pawn on B2 as well as knight to E3 with the fork.
Right.
But I can indeed defend both of those threats with the move rook to F2 or get aggressive myself with the move queen to H5. Now, if you do go finally on G5, now I can just simply transpose the position into an endgame. Queen takes G5, take on G5, mess up your structure. Bishop takes C4, and now knight to A5 is going to create a double attack. This one is already not looking great for black. We look at the pawn structure. This is the big problem. In this one. So you don't want to exchange the queens. You don't want to exchange any pieces if possible. But, of course, Lenier took on F5. E takes F5 is coming right now. I see this. Look at this square, E4. This knight is going to land on E4. I'm starting to be worried about Lenier. I have to say.
And I like the fact that because the queen is on G5, the invitation to play rook on A8 to E8,
now
seizing the open file. But yes, now knight E4, that's got the magnetic pull, you know, put the knight on and defended outposts.
Very practical play, and let's jump to the other game as well. After the move D6, the one between Tokhirjonova and Krush, we said that White's position is just devastated, unfortunately. D6 threatening this strategical coup with the move C5, blocking the knight on B3 after C5. It just seems like black would gain a decisive strategical advantage. So what Tokhirjonova does, she takes the practical option of playing herself the move C5. Now, you do understand that after C5, you're blocking one of your bishops, and after D5, the other bishop is blocked as well. You understand, it's not good, but you are getting your own trumps, and that is some sort of a control over the dark squares with this move bishop to D4, and I do like the practicality of this decision by Tokhirjonova. Also, it seems like from an objective point of view, C5 was the correct move as well. Still, black's position is dominant. Rook to E8 is a very good move that Irina Krush found. You are threatening the move E5, so what white has to do is to play the move bishop to E5, but now after rook to B4, it just seems like black's pieces are better. I have more good pieces than you. You have one good piece. It feels like this bishop on E5 is a good piece, but I have the queen on A4 very active. I have the rook coming to B4 very active, and everything else, at some point, I'm going to be able to exchange that bishop and she's going for it. She's going for bishop E5.
Yeah,
also,
no real choice, right?
There's no choice. You cannot allow E5. Also, I do like the fact that she's playing fast and not falling behind on the clock as much, because it's very easy. When you see that move D6, you see all of these forces of blacks coming your way. It's very easy to feel pity about yourself and just think for 20, 30 minutes and make a move and then lose, right? Well, she's putting up a fight, and this is all you can ask for her in this position.
Speaking for everybody in the audience, because everybody in the audience who watch a lot of our broadcasts, we constantly remind them grandmasters love to develop with a game of tempo. So in this position, after I see the move C5, everybody's in the audience is banging the table and saying, why is Irina not playing the move bishop F5? Because that is a tempo gaining, developing move that we told our audience, play this kind of a move. Why didn't she play bishop F5, Alejandro?
Well, Cristian was explaining to us that the move queen c1, in essence, the queen is better placed on c1 than it is on c2 because it allows, in certain occasions, to play the move bishop h6 and immediately trade this powerful dark squared bishop. I think bishop f5 can't be that bad of a move, but perhaps Irina felt in the position that the d5 break first is more accurate. And I can start understanding more and more what the point is. Bishop on f5, it's pretty, but it doesn't necessarily do that much. Whereas I feel that there will be occasions where the move bishop a6 might be a tactical threat because the bishop might come to c4 and start attacking this knight that's been an issue.
One of the points I've also drummed into audiences is this idea that you want to have effective pieces. You want to put your pieces on effective squares. What you're saying is the bishop f5 looks kind of pretty, but if you're not going to kill the pawn on h3, it might not be effective. Whereas if you put your bishop on a6, it might be more effectively placed. Anyway, bishop e5 on the board, rook b4 on the board,
immediately.
And Irina in cruise control at the moment. I've also been told that, Sam Sevian has not made any progress, and we're kind of expecting a handshake as the players have gotten into a bishops of opposite color position.
And this will force a playoff.
Exactly.
They will be fighting for their survival in the champions bracket. Remember that both of them still have both of their lives. And yeah, this one's absolutely over. Opposite color bishops. They'll play king g6, bishop e7, and playoff between these two fantastic players.
Wonderful. We've seen it all in these first 3 days, and this our fourth day. Will we be seeing more, I want to say, fast, rapid, and the potential for an Armageddon? Boy, the Armageddons that we have been witnessing have been really, really eventful. Nothing happened in this game.
Nothing.
No. Sorry, it was it was a dull draw.
It was Fabiano trying to create some sort of imbalances. He got the upper hand, it felt like, out of the opening. But then Sam Sevian, an experienced move, just playing that h3, simplifying the position, going into this endgame, and forcing a draw.
Nice.
All right.
And
we have at least one playoff today, Sam Sevian versus Fabiano Caruana, and we are awaiting the results of the other matches to see if other players will join them in
just
playoffs.
To remind everybody who might not be aware of the playoff rules, they are going to be playing a pair of games to start the playoff.
That's right. They will be fighting it out, once with white and once with black, at a rhythm of 10+5. And if still tied after that, remember, we go straight into the Armageddon. There is no blitz. You just have 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. Black wins in the case of a draw, and there is an increment in the Armageddon starting from move 60. Chris Bird did clarify that with us, that the moment you make your 60th move, you get 2 seconds.
You get 2 seconds. Just as in any kind of an increment, you would start with
the extra 2 seconds
increment on your clock. Looking at the game of Tatev, we've been anticipating this move, rook h1. Who has burned more clock between Alice and Tatev?
They're about even, 41 minutes for Tatev Abrahamyan, and Alice Lee currently on 43 minutes and thinking. Fascinating position. I really like this resource that Cristian was pointing out to meet h5 with the move takes on h5. Counterintuitive positionally, but once you see this monster bishop on g5, you can really warm up to it, especially because otherwise the bishop has to hide on g7, which looks very passive. So rook h1 on the board. I'm wondering if also g5 is an idea for white. I'm not entirely sure if it works. And
so, for example, after this move, rook h1, Alice might be thinking to herself, okay, show me what you're going to do. I'll play a5, which defends the pawn on b4, and you were saying, you've got a choice. You can play for h5, you can play for g5. What you going to do?
And this is where all the strategical battles come down to, right? Because there's such different moves. They both play on the flank, but one can be met with a direct blockade on g5, and the other one, yes, it's true that you might open a couple of more things, but you're opening yourself up on the f file as well, giving activity to that rook on f8.
So something like g5, fg. First of all, you do have to analyze, is this piece sacrifice working, and whether doubtful or not, you've achieved it. You've driven the bishop back, but as you were just about to describe it, Alejandro, you have opened up the F-file, and maybe you've helped your opponent.
Maybe you did help your opponent, but we'll have to leave this game for a little bit. We do have a guest with us. He drew his game against Fabiano Caruana, is headed to the playoff. Sam Sevian with Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with Sam Sevian. Sam, first of all, 2 draws against one of the leading players of American chess. How do you assess your performance in this match up to this point?
Well, I was happy about yesterday's game because he had some pretty deep preparation, and I was able to kind of avoid his prep. Pretty much managed to equalize without too many difficulties.
It felt like yesterday was almost a flashback of your game against Wesley Saw. Did you feel the same? Wesley also out-prepared you, it seemed but after that you fought back. How did you feel?
Yeah, especially when he was playing these moves, Rook B1, Rook B2, F4. I definitely knew he had something up his sleeve, but similar to the Wesley game, I just started thinking and tried to find the best way to defend.
Also today, it felt like you had a very dangerous position out of the opening, but then you took a 30-minute long thing and you decided to go into this endgame. How did you make that decision?
Well, I didn't really expect this opening from him. I know after A6, Queen A4 is a very sharp line, but I was spending a lot of time and couldn't really remember the variations. So I decided to play kind of the safer move, which is H3.
We were looking at this, Sam, and Alejandro explained that he was actually doing commentary with Peter's fiddler, and Peter was explaining to Alejandro in St. Petersburg they don't have that much to do, so they were looking at this position after Rook A7. And I was like, Rook A7? And I was like, wow. That must have been a fun commentary. But
always is.
Were you even aware of that Queen A4, Rook A7?
I did know this was a move, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of prep on your side. But instead you decided to go for the safer
safer
H3.
Option, H3.
H3. But it actually rather fizzled, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a quite tame line, this H3. Rook A5 is a good move because Knight C7 check, King E7. My knight might get into danger.
You might be a little bit too far, exactly. E5.
Yeah, E5.
Is knight. Yes. So, which is why
Which is why Knight E6 and that's just completely dead now.
Yeah. Completely dead. How do you rate your chances going into the playoffs?
Well, it's only a 10-minute rapid match instead of 25, so I mean anything can happen, I think.
Well, we'll let you go and prepare. Of course, that is a tough matchup. We'll have it later today. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you.
Good luck. Yeah.
Fizzled out, but of course, there is no lack of action in this tournament because of the format. You draw quickly your 2 games. Doesn't matter. You get to go back to the club because somebody needs to be knocked down to the elimination bracket.
Right.
And we will find that out later today with 2 rapid games and perhaps an Armageddon if need so.
Exactly. Again, I'm just going to check in on the Alice Lee game. To Rook H1, Alice is still thinking. And Christian.
Big moment right now, guys, because Krush did play the move Rook to B4 instantaneously. Right. So she understands this position. She understands what she needs to do and how to activate her pieces. And I was looking at this position, and the engine is proposing the move E3. It doesn't seem like such an obvious choice from my part because that opens up this A6, F1 diagonal, potentially giving another task to the light square bishop to A6 and maybe get activated that way. But E3 is so important because you have to find another square for your queen. Your queen on D2 is going to be immediately targeted by knight to E4, a very nasty discovery attack. If you go to C1, I have rook to C4 coming. If you go to D1, well, going to D1 doesn't look very good or very healthy. And so you have to find another square for the queen. That's why this move E3 is so important. And it seems like Tokhirjonova did find this move E3
I was worried for my students, I have to say, because you can instantaneously lose. If you play something, a very natural move, such as rook f to d1, after knight to e4, it seems like this is already a devastating attack for black, devastating advantage. After e3, you're still in the game. The position is bad. Knight to e4 still comes with tempo. You're going to have to trade off these bishops. But at least you have this extra square for the queen to e2 and potentially create something on the king side. It's a fight. Knight to e4 still preserves the advantage for black, but we have a game on our hands, guys.
Yeah. And as we take a tweet, I just wanted to ask a quick question to you, Christian, because I just don't think I understand the position. After the move e3, rook c4, tell me again what exactly it is that white's going to do after this move.
Perhaps queen to d3.
And after bishop a6?
Bishop to a6, queen to d1.
Of course. Queen d3. Yasser, how can you not see the move? Queen d3 followed by queen
You're harassing my queen too much.
What is this?
Let's go to the tweet as I reestablish equilibrium here with myself.
I understand how unnatural that is.
That really was.
What if I go queen to d1, right?
Right, and then I was going to go knight e4, and then I was thinking that my rook on c4 was supporting my attack.
And we have kind of this position.
That I was supporting this attack against
And you're
the
telling me
pawn on
that the
c5.
bishop is worse on a6 than it is on c8.
Right.
I mean, come on. Engines are too good.
What's
Engines
your problem?
are too good at chess. Too good, too creative.
Very nice.
I do see rook c4, and I think this is very natural as well.
Yeah, that looks
I like the
strong,
move
right?
rook to c4. Yes.
I don't want to play against the engine. I want to tweet.
Let's take a look at the tweet. Remember, you can join the conversation at #TheAmericanCup. We have Grandmaster Dennis Borsch with a question. Talking about big comebacks. What was the greatest comeback you have seen in chess in recent times? #Dominguez Aronian, #TheAmericanCup. And I have a very clear one in mind. I don't know about you guys.
Please.
In recent times, I would say it goes to the 2015 World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk.
Stole it.
Yeah, that was between Peter Svidler, my good friend, against Sergei Karyakin.
Yes.
He was up 2-0. Actually, a lot of people, specifically Lawrence Trent, forgot that the match was a 4-game match because the entire World Cup is 2 games until the finals. He thought that Peter Svidler had already won, even congratulated him, jinxed him, and Peter, who was winning the 3rd game, ended up losing the next one, and losing the tie-break. Yeah, that was pretty heartbreaking.
One of the greatest comebacks. And I remember myself, also it happens to be in a World Cup, it was MVL versus a Levon Aronian. And Levon did something where he blundered an entire rook. So it wasn't necessarily like he came back from the match, but he ended up winning a game where he blundered an entire rook with this great compensation. It was like one of the greatest comebacks. You're looking at it and you say, I can't believe it.
Very nice.
It was very, very nice. Thank you for the question, Dennis. And by the way, I bet you Dennis is going to be joining the Blitz.
Oh, absolutely.
He's in town. And Christian, who did you think was one of the greatest comebacks?
No, that was for me as well. Yeah. Just because of Lawrence Trent's tweet.
Yeah.
And then Svidler said, you jinxed me. Never do this again. Never do this again.
Right. Commentators curse. That's what it's all about.
That is very true.
Nice question.
Thank you for the question. Remember, you can join the conversation. #TheAmericanCup on Twitter. Let's take a look at what we have on board.
Irina Krush, by the way, did not play either rook to c4 and or knight to e4. Rather, she chose the move knight d7. She wants to win control of the e5 square so that after this trade, she is guaranteeing herself that she will be able to play e7, e5. Sorry to interrupt you, Alejandro.
I really like the way Irina plays. Perhaps it's not knight e4, but I think it's very solid. I also was warming up to your rook c4. However, let's focus our attention on the other 2 games remaining for now, because here time is pretty even, and I don't think too much will happen. Meanwhile, in Lenier Dominguez's game, Lenier has 11 minutes.
Oh dear.
11 minutes, and Levon is the one putting on the pressure.
Queen g5.
Queen g5, he's going forward. I don't know if it's good.
But he's going
for it. And he needs to remember Levon in a must-win situation. Rook e8 invades on the e4 square. And I'm almost guaranteeing that
he's not moving
that rook. Yeah.
Right? And we have seen
all of this, knight d2.
The great Armenian world champion, Tigran Petrosian, sacrificing exchange exchanges time after time. In this case, though, so I was wondering, what the heck is going on? I'm playing rook take, and I'm taking with check, and I forgot that I could take with the knight. For a moment there, I was like in this kind of blind panic that Lanier had blundered a rook. Not so. He recaptures with the knight. Sorry, so knight d2 does put the question to the rook.
Yeah, because you don't want to move the rook necessarily, right? You would
really
love to
don't.
leave it there, but it's not enough compensation, especially with the pawn now on f4 instead of f5.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure that I'm going to be able to hold on to my structure. What I'm talking about is, for example, if I play the move rook e7, maybe knight f6, give up this exchange for the powerful pawns, but is it enough? Because after takes,
your
the
queen
is hanging.
Right.
So you don't have a real threat, even if I don't play knight d2, but especially, like, you can go knight d2, you don't have the move e3, you would love to play e3.
Yes.
But your queen is hanging, that doesn't work.
Exactly. And you would force to play a move like knight f6. Well, the problem is, from Levon's point of view, he's put his rook on e4. He really doesn't want to move it. Can I just try one other quick look?
Take on e4.
And unfortunately, same thing. Now my queen
is still not defended, yeah.
And e4, e3 is no longer a threat. So, well, okay.
I really don't want to take on e1 because it simplifies the position, right?
Exactly.
You see your opponent has 11 minutes left.
Want to keep it as
you
complicated.
want to keep it as complicated as possible.
Right. And yeah, these trades definitely beneficial for Lanier. Christian, jump right in here with Tatev's game.
Blunder alert. Blunder alert, and it seems like
she played rook d1 to stop this move.
Rook d1, and then followed by rook to h1, the line that we were looking at. Rook to d1.
Yeah.
All the best moves.
Right.
By Tatev. Rook to d1 start off by defending this knight on d5, followed by this idea of rook to h1 and try to open up the h file, or force the closure with g5, which is simply going to kill the bishop on h6. I really like this plan of rook to h1. And now look at this. Knight to d4.
Messes up her structure.
What is this move? Just allowing the destruction of her pawn structure after knight takes d4, which came on the board. He takes d4, and now I can play this move h5. Huge move for white
because you don't have you don't have the g5 square available anymore.
Well,
F4,
yes,
F4.
precisely. Bishop to g5 no longer possible because this pawn is no longer on e5. Now I'm going to target that bishop with the move f5, and you're going to have to resign. I can take on g6 first, take away the h6 recovery for the bishop, and then after f4, well, this is it, game over, right? So you cannot play that. If she sees the move h5 and forces this move g5, I mean, let's look at the pieces right now. This bishop is dead. Paralyzed, out of the game. I can just corral this pawn on d4, go queen to d3, take my time, I'm not in a hurry. And you have absolutely no counter chance as black.
I mean, as a GM, making
this is over.
g5 it's just like
over.
impossible, right?
No, you can't do it. Yeah, you just can't do it. Wow, a
Again,
big opportunity
take
for
my time. King to f1, king to g2, double up on the d file. I'm not in a hurry.
You remember, she can if she wins, she forces a playoff.
That's right. She needs to win today to force the playoff. She lost pretty disastrously yesterday, completely fine from the opening. Spent time, burned her bridges, moving her rook to the king side, and sacrificed in probably the worst version possible for her. Didn't work out. Alice defended cool like a cucumber, won a nice game.
Yeah.
But today, this move, knight d4, is
bad. Just a bad move.
Yuck.
It's yuck.
Yeah, it's a bad move. And it's this move, h4, h5, pressing on the king side, that's going to bring, we think, a decisive advantage to Tatev.
If I have to say what I would work on Alice Lee's chess, based only on the games that I've seen in this tournament, some kind of strategical understanding. Because against Avrula, there was at some moment where she had a pawn on f3, queen's gambit type of positions, defending a square on e4.
Yeah.
And she goes f3, f4. And it's like every black piece comes to the e4 square. Thank you for the square.
Right.
And I feel that sometimes she's not feeling this pawn move.
All I have to say to that is thank goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, she's 12 years old. She's got to have weakness because youth is basically unsound.
I mean, you got to be able to beat them when they're young, right?
Exactly.
When else are we going to beat them?
Exactly. So thank goodness that she has some things to work on and improve her game, because yesterday she was so impressive. I mean, she kept her cool. Her king was under direct attack. Tatev was bringing the heavies. She said, "No, I think I can defend. I was going to do this,
like a computer. Absolutely,
she
like a
had
computer.
it together."
Yeah.
But today she has overestimated her chances with the move knight d4. Maybe she just, cracked a bit under some of the pressure. She wanted to relieve the tension in the position. She had a superior move a5. She went knight d4. And now this pawn on d4 doesn't have the defense. We think that queen d3 first with the move h5 is going to round up this pawn, and Tatev in the driver's seat in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I think it would be a mistake to even go for the pawn before committing to h5. I think h5 is a very important move.
Okay.
Because if you play queen d3 on a vacuum,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
And I take your knight on d5.
Okay.
And I assume you take back with the e-pawn.
Yeah.
And you go bishop f4.
And then you say, look, I'm going to lose the pawn, but
Right.
guess what? I've got this monster bishop in the middle of the board plugging up all the action. And bishops of opposite color, you're going to have a real hard time winning this position as white.
I'm not even sure white's better.
I'll take the pawn. But you knew that. But you knew
I knew that. Yeah, it's not a surprise.
That's
not a shock.
But that's why you, in particular, you like to play h5
first. Kill the bishop and then corral the pawn.
Yeah, to pacify the bishop on h6, you first want to play the move h5. Very, very intriguing point. Christian.
Yes, and also Black seems to have at least a practical idea in this position if you don't play the move h5. And that is, if you play a normal move such as king to f1, try to get the king to g2, f5 comes on the board, right? And maybe opens up the position in a Black's favor.
How?
If I take with the g-pawn?
If you take with the g-pawn, actually
Explain
I'm
me.
going to take on d5. And now it's not that easy. You have to take with the e-pawn, which is not a natural move, right? You want to take with the c-pawn and preserve the defense of the f5 pawn. But after rook to g7, actually it's starting to look quite dangerous.
G7, love
quite
it.
dangerous.
And
Quite
that
dangerous.
bishop on h6 might be your
It's
star.
such a good
bishop to
that
e3.
bishop on h6 is so good.
So
you gotta
good.
kill it. I
Right.
think that's why h5 is such an important move here.
Very important move.
Right.
Very important move. She has to play this move h5, which I think it's also logical, right?
Right.
Because you're looking for ways to annihilate Black's bishops.
Right.
What's the best way to do that? h5, force the move g5.
Right.
You just play the move rook to h1.
After
right?
all,
with the
right.
idea to play h5. Follow up.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do.
That's correct. Thank you for that insight, Christian. As we're about to take a break, the players are going into I want to say the playoffs, but that's not true.
No, that'll
We're
be
not gonna
later
see it.
today.
That will be later today.
We
Yeah.
will have at least one playoff today for you. It's 2 games of 10+5 at the very least between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana, and we are trying to find out if more people will join them. And stay tuned. We'll come back right after this to analyze, well, what's already a time pressure for Lenier Dominguez, and we'll see if Levon Aronian can do something with his position. We'll be back in a few minutes.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis Wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Louis is always exploring.
welcome back. We are in the American Cup 2022, and these are our championship brackets. Remember, everybody has 2 lives to begin the tournament with, and these players still have both of them, but we'll see for how long. As Levon Aronian is trying to defend his against Dominguez, he is in a must-win situation with the black pieces. There's a lot of pieces that have been traded recently in that game. We're not very hopeful of his chances of putting in a full point, and that would relegate him to the elimination bracket. Remember, he is still not out of the tournament, but we'll see if he can find some kind of resources. Meanwhile, Sevian and Caruana will be facing each other in a playoff, as they already drew their game today as well as drawing their game yesterday, and that means that at 6 p.m. we'll have these players face off in 2 games of 10+5 at the very least. Meanwhile, in the women's section, we have Irina Krush currently trying to press, begging Tokhirjonova, and if she does manage to convert this position, she would move on, as they drew their game yesterday. Fascinating struggle there. And in the other matchup, Abrahamyan is the one with the difficulties, as she must win her game today against 12-year-old Alice Lee. She's absolutely been the sensation of the women's tournament, and we will see how Tatev makes progress. She's currently on an 18-minute think tank, not really sure why.
Because H4, H5, once you understand why that move is so good, it becomes instantly compelling. An 18-minute think is unusual, considering, once again, that H5 is such a powerful move.
The problem is, I see her looking on the other side of the board.
I do too. And look at this.
What?
Knight takes F6. She wasn't satisfied with the move H5, and she went for this combination. Rook takes F6, G5, forking the rook, forking the bishop. But I heard you know, in an anguish there, Christian, said, no. Why the anguish?
Let's see what happens after G5. Bishop takes G5, okay. We see that on the board, and she took with the pawn.
All of these trades have happened very quickly, I might add. But again, why were you were crying there like she blew it?
Well, she did blow it.
Okay.
Right now it's zeros. Zeros by the engine. Objectively, this is zeros right now, and I actually don't see a good way for white to improve the position. I understand you have this target, the pawn on d4. You will try to get the pawn on d4, but first of all, if you try to go for the pawn on d4, why don't you take with a queen here? Queen takes g5, right? If you want to trade the queens
I don't want
as
to trade
black,
queens,
well, this would be probably devastating, because I take on d4, I take on d6, you're going to be losing this endgame. So what do you do after queen takes g5?
I'll play rook f7.
Rook to f7, yes, but then I just simply solidify my pawn structure. There's no way to increase the pressure, because the bishop on e2 is doing a tremendous job. With the move f3, what do you do?
Sack the exchange?
Sack the exchange, wow. Yes, unfortunately this doesn't seem to be working, because I just simply go rook to f1. I understand.
Check,
I understand it's not so obvious from afar. You can sacrifice the exchange, and it does look like you're getting some sort of an attack.
Right.
But after rook to e3, I just go king d2. You don't have a good way. You would love to have the move queen to a5 and try to go to a2.
Queen
Unfortunately,
A5,
I will take with that queen. I control the 5th rank. I'm also ready to jump and start my own attack with queen to d8.
Gotcha.
So.
But you think queen takes g5
Queen takes g5 was objectively better. Now I do understand that h takes g5 is indeed a practical option, but she's creating some weaknesses. She's burning some bridges as well right now.
F4, and she's just saying, I'm not going to go after the d pawn. I'm going to go rook h4, king d2, and double my, or king d2 first. I think I should have played king d2 first instead of rook h4. I thought the rook was coming to f7.
Boom!
No.
d5, and then I'm going to take, and then I have rook to e3 at the end. Queen to c3 to follow. Game over. You don't have rook to c1. First of all, queen to c3 is one way, but I can also just take on c1 and then pick up the queen. So you don't have that in your pocket right now. Rook to e7 is a big money move, as Maurice likes to say. Rook to e7.
Right. Actually, rook e7 is actually super cool.
Takes the advantage.
Super cool, yeah.
Takes the advantage from white's hands.
Wow.
Into black's pockets.
Wow. The sacrifice d5 is, oh my, please, sorry.
Because, well, Tato's been a friend of mine for a very long time. I kind of know how she plays chess. Trust me, f4, she's not, rook f7, she's not playing rook h4. She's playing f5. This is the whole point.
Wow.
I can see this arrive on the board.
Rook f7, f5, like
yes,
Cristian
I can
has
see
a position.
this. I can see this coming on the board in the next few minutes. Rook to e7 is not an easy move to make because naturally you're attracted to the f7 square. Double up on the f5.
Of
right?
course. And why is rook f7? Is because you want to, after f5, go g6?
G6.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
But you're sacrificing pawns with your king in the center, and the idea after, for example, rook h7. I want to hide. If you take on h7 with the pawn, I wanted to hide on h8.
And I'm wondering if I can take on h7 here.
But would you take with
the rook? Sorry.
Yes. That was my question. Would you take this? And
then
isn't
queen
this
h4? Either I win or I lose.
True that. Queen h4, and either you win or you lose.
I might win though.
You might.
I'm threatening checkmate in one.
Threatening checkmate in one. Yeah, I think you were winning in that case.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And remember that a win or a draw, and Alice moves on in the champions bracket. Nobody's getting eliminated from the tournament today.
Nope.
But Tatev would move to the lower bracket. And rook e7, talented youngster here, played very quickly actually, sensing the danger.
Placing the rook
in the correct
square.
And how many minutes does Tatev have?
Like 20 exactly, yes.
And it was an 18-minute thing that provoked this move, knight takes f6.
Long thing, wrong thing.
Exactly, when h5 would have been ideal for the circumstances, keeping control of the position. Now, I mean, it's chaos on the board. And like you say, the money move, rook e7, as black is prepping her own counterplay with white's king still in the center.
And
I tried to play king d2.
King d2, d5 is such a cruncher.
I know, and it's so nasty.
It's so nasty, right?
Oof. Look at that, d5, and this
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
Beautiful.
And the whole point is, as Cristian mentioned, the rook drops in on e3, stopping the queen from defending the square c3, so that queen c5, c3, checkmate.
Now, out of curiosity, does rook takes e2 in that position work instead of rook e3?
I'm sorry, which position? After
all the way after d5, take, and now rook takes e2. Out of curiosity, rook e3 is completely winning.
Yeah, but rook e2 also.
Rook takes e2.
It also might win, right? King takes, queen
c2, but then you go king f3 probably.
King f3.
You have king f3. Yeah.
I put on my running shoes now. Yeah, my sneakers. And
but rook e3 just wins.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, guys, another player that's losing her advantage, or at least so it looks like from an objective point of view, is Irina Krush.
She had this very nice setup and
great setup.
We left it after the move e3, Cristian.
E3, yes. E3 was indeed the final move, and I said that it's a very important move to stifle black's offensive in the center after e5 and potentially d4. You cannot allow your opponent to take so much space, but also to create this extra square on e2 for the queen. Knight to d7 was played, bishop takes g7. We get a couple of trades off. e5, rook to c1, and now this move, knight to f6, the wrong direction. The knight was actually perfectly placed on d7, attacking the pawn on c5, but also keeping cool contact with the pawn on e5. So that allowed white, and it's a very natural move because you actually don't have any other pieces to touch. You have to reroute this knight. Now you take advantage of the fact that the knight came to f6 and there's a loose control over this pawn on e5, and I can play this move knight to d2 with the idea of potentially going knight to f3 and attacking the pawn on e5, controlling this e4 square as well, the c4 square as well, but also I have a threat. So for example, if you now try to make this natural move, bishop to a6, well, now we understand that your pieces are quite awkward as well. So I'm going to attack this queen. You have to keep contact with the rook on b4. How do you do that? Do you go queen to a3? Well, if you go queen to a3, the problem is that now the scorpion sting, as you were mentioning. I really like this move, knight to b1, queen to a5, and after a3, you actually have to resign on the spot, because after rook to b5, I'm going to exchange, trade off the queens, and then b4, everything is coming with tempo. And now we understand the bishop is also badly placed on a6. You will lose something, right? After bishop to f1, I'm going to capture the exchange, or maybe even go a4 and take the full piece. So you cannot do that. She played immediately the move bishop to f5, a3, and now rook to b8. And it feels like white is improving her position, while black is not really doing so. This knight on f6, I don't like it as much as I liked it on d7, because it was really nicely attacking this pawn on c5. And right now, white can just simply play the move bishop to f1 with a clear idea to trap the queen. I'm going to play b3, and you no longer have the a6 and b5 retreating squares available. You have to find a different way. d4 is one of the ways. Knight to e4 is another way.
The queen.
But the position is simplifying, and this is exactly what white can hope for in the position, because she had such a difficult, clogged position 2 moves ago. Now it feels like she's breathing some fresh air.
Thank you for that, Christian. And let's just jump quickly to the game of Levon and Aronian, because exactly, we were really feeling like Levon, well, he was getting ready to go into the elimination bracket, needing to win today with black. A tall, tall order from the mind of Levon.
F3. Sacrifice.
F3, let's go.
But does it work? Takes on f3.
Knight takes f3, knight f4. At least he's mixing it up.
Oh, look at that counter. Counter-attacking the rook, and also after knight g5, if you move the rook somewhere random,
well, you don't. Yeah, not only knight e6, but I'm sure the intention for Levon, I mean to say, was to follow up his pawn sacrifice with his beautiful knight e4, engaging the cavalry. But knight g5, Lanier rising to the occasion just as well. Knight takes e2, knight takes f7, knight takes c4.
Whoa.
Knight d6.
That's probably
and
tactics.
Knight takes. And it's like everything's just getting hosed off the board, which is a dream come true for Lanier, as all he needs is a draw.
Yeah, but doesn't Lanier end up a pawn?
Well, that's even better.
Even better, right? Because knight takes b2 seems more or less forced.
Right. I mean, that a5 pawn cannot be defended. Knight takes b2, knight takes a5.
d4 is already defended twice, so knight e4 doesn't threaten it.
Right.
And I'm taking on c. How do you defend this?
I don't. I simply don't. So in this particular case, after knight takes, is this on the board? I think I have to start with a king move. No. What am I saying? I mean, it's just an
b4,
extra
right?
pawn.
And then you go b4 or
and
b3.
it's an extra pawn.
Yeah.
Wow. So this move, knight g5,
beautiful
star.
refutation, right?
A star move by Lanier is, even despite being down 5 minutes, he had 5 minutes on his clock, right? Yeah. He found the absolutely crucial move, and they have gotten to this position where there can only be 2 results in favor of white.
I mean, this looks like match over.
Exactly. Knight e4.
Great technique here by Lanier to keep the game calm, to keep the game well within control, to trade pieces when necessary.
Right.
And this really nice calculation of refuting the move f3 with knight g5.
Marvelous.
Hosting down the position into actually a better position for him.
Right.
Knight c6, and I'm pretty sure that if they could offer draws, this game would be over right now.
Except I do have to put it on the board because it's a visual.
It's a visual, yes. Bishop g1.
Bishop g1. Checkmate in 1.
That's very nice.
That is very nice. And Levon finds himself in a playoff after the move knight g3.
Somehow, I doubt it.
Yeah, you don't often see this very nice 2-knight checkmating pattern. It's a pretty one. No, and we were talking about that on break. Of the world's top 20 players, and we kind of really break them down, who you would like to play when you're black in a forced win game, and we're saying Richard Rapport would be one of those because he gets a game regardless of whether you're white or black. Nepo is another guy that would give you chances. Lanier and Wesley were the two least players we would like to play when we have to win with the black pieces.
Yeah, and you can kind of see why Lanier is not afraid of just simplifying positions, and his opening repertoire is super, super solid.
Right.
He is a super solid player by definition, right? Last year, U.S. Championship, I believe he had 1 win and 10 draws.
Exactly.
So it's quite common for him to have the point split, and when that's all he needs, it's a very dangerous opponent.
Yeah, you don't dislodge him easily. So it looks like Lanier is on his way to the next round of the champions bracket. Again, just dropping in on the game between Alice and Tatev, and rook h4 move that I did not like. That was Tatev's follow-up, and after bishop back, well, Alice is asking a very salient question. What are you doing about this guy?
I think there's only one move here, just queen d3. I have to counterattack somehow, because if I go bishop d3, I assume that I lose e4 eventually, right?
Exactly. I just keep attacking it as best I can, and I'm assuming you have at least in this. Well, d7 is hanging, but so is e2.
So let's check it out. Queen takes d4, rook takes e4, queen takes c5, rook takes e2 check, king f1, dc5, rook takes on d7. But this is already,
maybe it's a perpetual.
It's already perpetual if I felt like it, right? You go check on e1.
Right, so it can only be favorable for black as
because remember that Alice only needs a draw to move on to the next round. So that would be perfect for her.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So queen d3, we can see a force. Ooh, that was just such a big miss opportunity for Tatev. It really feels worse and worse. The move knight f6 is going to come in for a barrage of criticism when h5 was to be asked. Once more, let's look at Levon Aronian's position.
No bishop g1.
No bishop g1. Oh. And knight f4. Again, white's just a pawn up.
Objectively, this is close to a draw, I guess, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But still.
But still, you have to make it as black.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, our top seed in the ladies section, our top seed in the ladies section has seen a lot of her advantage, but at least she's not losing her queen, Christian.
She's not.
Because there was no bishop f1.
She's not. And she still has the advantage.
And
Make no mistake
she
about
can maybe bring her queen back. On the queen side, it was doing something when there was a knight on b3. Now the queen is doing nothing on the queen side. I can see that she might want to be able to play queen to...
She played bishop f1.
Bishop f1.
Kind of encouraging, I think, the queen to go where...
Which, again, I don't like. I liked it much more one move ago.
Exactly. I was thinking that maybe in this position it was time to play something with king h2 or prepping for, maybe even... Is b4 ridiculous?
Well, b4 is probably always going to be met with a5.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
No, but cannot be that bad, right?
No, I was going to take it.
Yeah.
So they're playing fast right now.
Exactly.
What's the time situation for them?
Playing?
16 minutes for Begim and 24 for Irina. So they still have plenty of time in this position.
But again, there's no second time control. Yeah. Time control. They'll be playing game 90 and then relying upon the 30-second increments. So queen b7, b4 on the board. As maybe Begim reloads, and instead of the knight having nothing to do on the b3 square, it might end up on a5 where it'd be pressing this pawn on c6. Do you like a5?
For black here?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not really, because I get a pawn on a6, right?
That's true, especially with the bishop on f1.
Now the queen's on b5, so you can take on a5 and then go a6 immediately, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, okay.
Queen d7.
You would think?
Queen d7 just feels like the natural move.
Yeah.
Well,
which she goes for it.
Yeah, the other thing is I do want to, at a certain moment, either put my central pawn majority or I'm playing for some kind of I don't know, kingside attack based on these ideas.
That's actually not so easy to meet. All right, we have to go king h2, right? We have to defend this pawn.
We don't like playing. No. We don't like playing 94.
Takes. And do I have to start thinking of a move like bishop g2? Because queen f5, queen f3 just wins. So we need to defend somehow.
Right.
Perhaps like this, though.
Yeah. Feels balanced. I mean, yes.
Really?
You get a pass pawn, but big deal. I'm not fearful of the big bad pawn coming to d4.
I was actually more wondering what you're going to do after h4 here.
Okay, that's more.
If g4, maybe f5?
In the words of Larry Christensen, say it. F5. Okay, I'll go with you. I'll stay.
I know, but this looks dangerous if I go d4.
D4. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you for one more turn.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do in this position, but somehow my spider sense to say that.
That's right. The tension
is rising, and cannot be good for white.
And the players are upping the ante with each move.
Right.
So we'll got to keep our eye on that game. Christian, what do you have for us?
I was looking through all of the games. First of all, I want to notice that linear is under 2 minutes, but this probably doesn't matter because everything is just going to be exchanged in the next few moves. G3 was played. We're probably going to see knight to h3. Now you have knight d8. You have g4. Try to exchange all the pieces. This is going to end up in a draw. Of course, you guys, both of you, immediately after queen to d7, myself included, 3 of us at least, 4 of us, because Begim also played the move king to h2, wanted to go king to h2 almost instantaneously, right?
Okay.
Yes.
h4 is actually much stronger.
Wow.
Much stronger, because the vector of attack for black is actually related to h5, h4, and then f7, f5, as you were pointing out, Alejandro. So what white has to do is try to stabilize the position with this move h4. It's a much better defensive approach. And knight to e4, now you can take bishop to g2. And once again, we understand we are taking a lot of pieces off the board, but you no longer have this immediate open up of my structure in front of the king with the move h4. Very important, huge detail. And after bishop to g2, I have to say, probably she has a very decent chance at maybe finding equality as white. After king to h2, knight to e4 is a very strong move. d4 is also a pretty strong move. h4 is also a pretty strong move. That's the problem.
What don't you like?
That's the problem. You have too many good moves as black. h4 was very, very important. d4 I really like. Probably knight e4 feels like the most natural. You guys were attracted to that as well, just to set up this potential queen f5, queen to f3 and checkmate. And if you don't allow me to do that, get this h4 in. So huge moment right now. Let's see what Irina chooses. Definitely she's in pole position to potentially take it, take the full point home. 20 minutes for Irina, 16 minutes for Begim. They're close on time. So that is an encouraging sign for the youngster, but also the position has to be better for black, for Irina. And I was looking through the variations of this game as well, the game between Tatev and Alice Lee. Now, the computer recommends bishop to c8, and we will understand in just a second why. Bishop to c8 as having a big advantage. Nevertheless, she played the move bishop to d7. Now, if you're in Tatev's shoes, you start calculating this move queen to d3, right? It feels like maybe the only move to defend. Rook to e8, very normal. Queen takes d4. I think you guys were looking at bishop to c6, but rook to e8 also makes a strong impression.
No, we looked at rook e8.
Rook takes e4, queen takes c5, rook takes c2, take, and now we understand why the bishop had to be on c8.
Right.
Because rook takes d7. Nevertheless, Alice Lee sees this position, sees perpetual.
Exactly.
Check, check. Don't go to g4. That's a checkmate in 1.
Right.
You have to stay on the second rank. Go g2, h2, no matter what. Check.
And
we shake hands. I go to the finals. I'm very happy.
Exactly.
And perhaps because of this, Tatev did not play the move Queen D3.
Exactly.
Keeps the tension with the move Queen H2, but this feels dangerous to say the least. And what is going on in this position?
But she had to do it.
Yeah,
you cannot play Queen D3 and make a draw.
That is true.
That's a easy to calculate variation because there's no alternatives for white or for black.
But in this case, Bishop C6, doesn't that move play itself? And,
Bishop to C6.
If you play F5,
I assume F5, yeah.
I was going to play Bishop takes E4 so that I could.
Don't lose.
I wasn't going to defend on G6.
No, but F6.
Oh, I'm sorry, F6. Sorry. I was thinking that you were taking on G6.
Yeah, but
I was already but H7.
F6 is an issue.
Got you. Thank you for that.
Yes, and unfortunately this is losing because you have to defend both H7 and E4.
And
you cannot
Bishop.
do both.
Very nice. Very nice.
So I do like the combative Queen to H2. She had to do it. She had to go for it. Rook to E8 seems to be giving black a nice advantage. King to F1 might be the only move because you have to get out of this
F5,
check
Bishop
on
F5.
E2.
Yes. F5, Bishop F5 is crushed.
Yeah.
Yes. This is over. This is over.
Oops. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
King to F1 has to be played. You cannot take on E4 if you don't have a check follow-up. Rook takes E2, and that's why we see the king going to F1. Rook takes H7 would be a problem after Rook takes E4, so you have to continue with Bishop C6. Let's see what the youngster will come up with. 8 minutes for Tatev, 27 minutes for Alice
Oh, come
Lee.
on. That is not acceptable considering that she had a significant time advantage from the opening. Remember that she surprised her opponent with this plan of Queen F3. And now she finds herself in the back foot, but still with a fighting chance. It's a complex position. I don't like her position, but in this kind of wild games, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at the game between Levon. Lanier's played magnificent match. He's about to play knight takes H5 and say, like to make a draw.
Professional.
Very, very, very professional, or even G4. And what can you say? We'll tip our hat and say, well done, Lanier. I mean, he's taken out the #1 seed. Levon came into this competition with a lot of wind in his sails, I wanted to say. And even though he had a hiccup with Ray Robson, he really showed his mettle in the playoffs.
And Lanier is a very dangerous player in this kind of format. Remember that he actually went really far in the World Cup.
Yes, he did.
He has done it more than once. I remember the 2004, back then it was called the World Championship in Libya.
Right.
I believe he reached quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was the one where
Rustam Kasimdzhanov eventually won the event,
Yeah, in the finals against Mickey Adams. And our predictions, just to remind ourselves, who did we like in this championship?
My guy still has 2 lives.
Well, I kept saying, control the center, control the center. Dude.
It's okay.
But hey, look,
I still have 1 life.
When you know, you know.
When you know, you know. But, you know, I want you to know, you're going to get a participation trophy. We've got this little certificate, and, you know, it's going to be signed by 1, maybe 2 of the players.
Don't tell that to Levon.
I won't tell it to Levon.
Well, Levon's still alive. Remember, guys, that
What
he
did
will
we do
only...
about the ladies, by the way? Ooh, I got Irina. Ooh, look at this.
We're having a fight on this one, Yasser.
Oh, yes, indeed, we are. Big one.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
And actually, the loser of that match between Krush and Tokhirjonova will be playing our pick, VAR, and myself.
Salakidu.
Wow. Okay, and H4 by Levon. Okay.
Well, H4 by Irina. Followed by G4.
Then 94.
And 94. We did not see a sacrifice.
Nice.
Tokhirjonova was inviting her opponent to sacrifice Bishop takes G4 or Knight takes G4. Probably Bishop takes G4 would have been interesting.
Not interested, huh?
She said, no, I don't want to sacrifice anything. I don't want to take any unnecessary risks. I'm going to keep the position as it is. Play the move Knight to E4. Create this hook on G4 for white. I'm going to attack that with the move F5 next. I have to say,
I'm loving Black's position.
Absolutely.
Irina is looking good right now.
Yeah, because you were giving us a situation there, Christian, a moment ago, where there was a number of really nice moves to consider. D5, D4. I can imagine a lot of grandmasters taking that approach and saying, I really like pushing my passed pawn. Knight E4 we were looking at. Maybe even, you know, the Michael Talls of the world would be sacrificing on G4. So it's always very nice to see how players take different approaches to a position. And Irina took a very clear strategic approach that she's really known for. And this whole idea with knight e4, bishop takes e4, followed by f5 with the inclusion of h4, looks really good.
It looks really strong. I mean, f5 is coming. The opening of the f-file will be devastating for White's position.
f5, any G takes f5, queen takes f5.
The rook comes to f8, the queen comes to f3.
It's like it's the dam bursting. And for Begim's fans, I mean, outside of bishop g2 and or f4, she's got to do something right here, right now, before it's too late. f5 and it's gone.
Yeah, although f4, d4 looks...
That looks terrible.
Terrible, right?
Maybe bishop e2 to try to trap that bishop after f5 with f3.
Ooh, that's...
Okay, at least I like this as an idea. I mean, I do have d4 to escape.
Right, d4, and then I drop back with a queen to d2, and then...
Perhaps you take on d4 first.
Some sort of a crazy position.
I like that.
Take on d4 first, and then queen d2, b2, something like this.
Okay, but
because you did
I
take
can,
it. Yeah.
Hold on, I can.
Ooh.
I got a way of warming in here. It's not just play on one goal.
And bishop e2 played, begging with the resourcefulness of her coach.
Whoever said that Alejandro was resourceful? Just a second. Queen d2. So give me a check. Where are you going with the king? I assume
it has to be h1.
I'll go back. You're welcome to munch.
I have to.
Because the rook is coming to e2.
I have to take it.
I'll hide my king somewhere. Let's just say
I'm
here.
going to drop back to f2 and pray that it's enough.
Queen f2, yeah.
You are going to drop back to h2 and
don't forget the prayer part. It's very important. It's a very important part of my strategy here. I'm not like this position.
Keep going, Yasser. Keep going.
Yeah. I think rook e2, queen g3 was very strong.
Rook e2 and rook e8, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, rook e8.
I don't even know what that was.
I was thinking queen g3 when I was playing the exchange sacrifice.
Can you take on e8? Bishop takes f3, king g1.
And where's the mate?
Queen g3, king f1.
Where is the mate?
Where is the mate?
There's no mate.
Oh my goodness.
If there's no mate, there's no mate.
There might be no mate?
Yeah, there might be no mate. Huh?
That's crazy. Okay, but in any case, this game is getting exciting, and Begim has just played the move bishop e2, and we're looking at the sacrifices for Irina after the move f5. Now, of course, I can also just go d4, right? Just go d4, d3, and I've got advantage. Oh, let me play the simplest. Let's say I play d4. Where do you go with the queen?
Queen d2.
Queen to d2. And again, I'm just going to play simple chess. So that, but this is how I lose the pawn anyway. You got to play f3.
I don't know if I want to
do that because f3, for example, bishop d5.
Right. And e4.
And then you take on d4.
No, I go e4.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to take because of e4 by black.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to do, and I wanted to get my queen to c7 with a check as well. Maybe starting
queen c7
with
to start with. Yeah.
I really need to keep the position closed.
But I like what Christian just said is that he will close the position in a heartbeat. After bishop d5, he will not allow me.
If I get this, I'm happy, because then I go b5 and I create my own chances.
Right, and at least your king has a margin of
safety.
A few
moves to go until you checkmate it.
Exactly. So bishop e2, big moment on the board here. And the clock times?
18 minutes for Irina and only 11 minutes for Begim with a difficult position to defend.
Oof, definitely Irina's chance here. By the way, I understand it's still...
yesterday, it was Begim's chance with queen f4. That would have been...
Oh, that was a huge chance there for Begim.
Wow. Sorry, what were you about to say, Alejandro?
I understand that Levon's position is still a draw, but isn't he making it a bit harder than it should be?
What?
I think there's knight f4 coming on the board anytime, and then knight to g6, drop backs to the g6. I don't think so.
Do you think that Lanier is playing for the rating points?
I mean, remember there's no draw offers, right?
Right.
So they have to find a way to draw the game. And he had the chance to just go knight h5.
That's what I thought he was going to do.
He didn't do it.
So you think he might be playing for the win of the game?
And he could have repeated last move, right? He could have gone knight e1, but he went knight f4.
Right.
I don't know if there's any actual chances.
Well, I go knight to e4, right?
Probably nothing, right? Yeah, no, there's nothing. There's no chances.
Wow. Okay, well, that game, again, draw
it's
is...
still not over. I mean, you do go king to f3.
Knight g5, yeah.
And let's see, and yeah, you know your student. Tata, f5.
That's how she plays chess.
Wow.
Because Alice Lee did go bishop c6 instead of rook e8, which we thought was a bit stronger.
Right.
And what is going on here?
After f5, well, you'd mentioned that there is this move f6 on the agenda.
All right, what if I take it, right?
I'm assuming
g6? That's the only point.
Right,
That's the only idea.
Is there another idea? I don't think so.
But it seems pretty decent. First of all, can I take that pawn? I assume not. But why?
Let's just take a look.
King f7.
And I'm assuming I drop in.
And king e8.
Pause, 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 pause.
I guess queen g6 is good enough.
Queen g6, and you've got to keep contact with the rook, don't you?
Yeah, it feels pretty sketchy already.
And now, wait a minute.
Bishop
we're giving
h5.
We're giving White real chances suddenly.
No,
let's not do this. So if I take and g6, but then do I have a way of stopping this massive...
She went rook e4.
Wow, Alice. Again, cold-blooded. She's saying
it's the best move.
It's the best move.
It's the best move.
This girl's good.
Are you kidding?
Really
good.
amazing. She's saying there's no checkmate?
No, not
sorry.
queen takes f5. Rook takes f5.
No checkmate after rook f5 either? Wow.
Somehow there's no checkmate. Rook h8, king f7, queen h7, king e6.
What?
Getting on your...
Exactly.
Get on your sneakers and just walk up the board? Whoa.
King e7.
What?
King e7.
Oh, I thought you were going to go up the board, but king e7.
And the game is over.
What? Wait, what? Over in which direction? It's over. He said it with such confidence.
In White's direction. There is... I'm next.
White
I'm going to take on
losing.
e2. I'm going to go d3, and I'm going to checkmate you myself.
Exactly.
And
White
rook
is losing.
h7 doesn't do anything because e8 is always covered.
I go king d8, and I'm happy.
That's so cold-blooded.
No way. No.
Alice.
Is she really
saying it twice?
Whoa.
She has kept her cool and said, look, you're not checkmating me.
Is she really going to take with a rook on f5 just like that? Well,
I mean,
what if you take with a queen?
What
Is there
that I thought was the sane idea, was to take with the queen.
Yeah, because the rook on f8 is still defending. Right.
I could hide my king away.
But if you take on f5, don't I have rook c7? It's still kind of a mess.
Okay, I'm not afraid about losing my bishop, right? I'm never afraid of losing my bishop because I got queen out.
What?
Look, guys,
What are you
I'm going to tell you.
I'm not sure I'm saying anything.
I'm going to tell you, this is the best chance Tatev has in this match right now. Because after rook takes h7,
Also, what is he thinking about? What is Tatev thinking about?
This is actually winning for White.
After queen takes
f5. Queen takes
Show
f5
us.
is a huge blunder.
Why? That looks so natural, too.
Exactly. I go rook to h8.
Check.
I force the king to go up to f7.
Yeah.
I take on f8, I take on d6, I take on c6.
Oh, rook f8, queen d6.
That is nasty.
Like a pinball match. I'm
That
going
queen
to
on
grab
h8.
that bishop on c6.
I had
You always looking at the H file, right? Yeah.
I didn't see queen d6.
This
Very
is a
nice.
huge chance.
Okay, this is terrible practical play by Tatev. What other move can you play?
Yeah, you have to take on
You have to
h7.
take on h7 or you resign, right?
And then hope that
Of
your
course.
opponent
I mean,
is going to
what
make
is
the
this?
natural move
But she has 8 minutes.
Queen takes f5.
She has 8 minutes.
Right.
She spent 3 of them.
To play f5?
No. Right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She spent 3 minutes deciding if she wants to take on h7. Is there another move in this position?
Nope.
No.
You just resign, right?
No, exactly. f6, queen takes g5 would be terrible. So you have to take on h7, Tatev. Let's go. What are you thinking about?
What?
I mean, you played queen h2. First of all, you played f4,
F5.
rook h4.
I mean, you put
queen h2, F5.
everything on the H file. You have to. And Lenier and Levon are finally repeating that game. We'll stick to this one because we expected that result already for quite a while.
We do indeed expect that Lenier
She has to
will
take on
draw.
h7.
What is
Take
she
on
doing?
h7, Tatev.
Lenier will make a draw and go through to the next round of the champions bracket. And her clock is ticking
4
past
minutes.
5 minutes.
4 minutes.
Down to the 4-minute mark.
4 minutes and 15 seconds.
And it's official, Levon Aronian is going to the elimination bracket. And
Exactly.
Lenier moves on to the finals of the champions bracket. And remember, the winner of the champions bracket gets a bonus of $10,000.
Exactly. Lanier's not thinking about that. He's just thinking, I got past the #1 seed. This is wonderful.
Somebody wake up Tatev.
Exactly.
What's going on, man?
She has to take on h7.
What?
What is Tatev thinking about?
Is there another alternative? No.
No.
Just no.
Just no,
what
right?
is
Like, that's a
just
hard no,
not-
right?
The queen takes f5, the natural move, loses to rook h8 check and rook f8.
What?
Whoa!
What? I did not even consider that this is a move.
What? What is that move? No. This cannot be true.
But what happens if I just take on h4 and take on g6?
That's a very good question.
Take on h4. Take on
Also, I
g6.
have a feeling that queen takes g5 might be quite problematic.
No, queen g5, rook e4 is the point.
And queen h7.
Queen h7 is made, yeah.
She does have that in her back pocket. But this
what?
is very easy for Alice because at the end of the day here, her king is suddenly turned out to be really safe.
And the producer is telling us that actually rook e2 wins.
Why is the producer so strong?
Because VAR and Stockfish. Oh, VAR. They're telling me VAR left.
Tom is
Yeah,
telling
VAR
us
left.
that.
It's all Tom.
This is on
Good job,
me.
Tom.
This is on me. This is on me, fellas.
Oh my goodness, rook takes e2 is...
But how's this work? If I take with
Okay,
the
first
king?
of all, I'm just trying to get the zen myself. If I take with the king, there is a bishop check.
F3. Bishop F3.
And where do you go with the king, by the way? If you go to
because
d2,
D2, queen
g5.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
King takes. This is problem number 1. But if we took with the queen,
rook e8.
Simple. Simple
stuff,
chess.
yeah.
Okay, but rook takes h4 is also quite dominant in the
What is
position.
fg6?
Doesn't seem like white is getting anywhere, right? You're losing one of your attackers.
Huge. It's such an important attacker too. By the way, that rook takes e2, queen takes e2, rook e8. Victor Korchnoi would say, so simple. But it's true.
Yeah.
Rook e8 is simple. Now, rook e2, king e2, you've got to see that the g5 pawn is hanging with check after bishop f3. You make that connection. Alice is going to play rook e2 and go on into the ladies' final.
Exactly. Wow, what a sensation.
Wow.
12 years of age, defeating International
crazy.
Master Stavroula, defeating Tatev Abrahamyan.
2,300 master at the age of 12. She's easily one of the youngest at that age. At 2,300 at 12. Holy smokes. That's just so good.
That's pretty good.
That's just so good. You know, at 12, I was learning the game of chess. I was a late bloomer. 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Incredible.
You started at 7-ish?
At 12, I was on FM.
Wow. What were you at 12?
At 12, I was on FM.
Dang, you
Sorry,
guys are really
sorry,
good. Tom, we gotta get rid of these guys, you know.
But
Get them
somehow
out of
we
here.
still ended up the best player out of all.
I mean, off the Christmas
by a
list.
small margin.
Off the Christmas card list. Rook e2, guys.
That's
prediction.
pressure. Oh, yeah,
Is Alice gonna see it?
She's looking at it.
She's
looking
looking
at it
She hasn't
right now.
responded. HG6. or
man.
anything like that. So she is definitely.
No, she's got this.
She's got H6.
She's got rookie
You
too.
think it's a certainty?
She's sharp. She's sharp, man. She sees rook takes c2, queen takes c2, rook to e8. She sees rook takes c2, king takes c2, and now bishop to f3.
Right.
It's also not that difficult if you think about it to calculate.
Not really, yeah.
Because white is also just a couple of moves away from checkmating. Not one move away,
Right.
a couple of moves at least.
By the way, now that I'm looking at, oh boy, yeah, it really is. Once you make that connection with the queen on a c5 going to the g5 square with a check, because it's not like this check existed in the position moves before. But once you make that, then rook e2 does play itself. Rook e2 and rook e8. Big moment. It's six. Sorry, is that 16 or 15?
I think she has 15 minutes to calculate the variations. Yeah, not looking good here for Tatev.
And Tokhirjonova also in deep trouble right now against Irina Krush. Let's maybe switch to that game as well.
When we left it, we just had seen this move, bishop e2, and Irina did not go for either f5 and or d4. In fact, she just simply said, hey, look, I see your threat. Your threat is f2, f3, and trapping my bishop in the middle of the board with this move f3. I'll secure a retreat square for my bishop. g5, rook d1, queen e7. That's another way of bringing the queen to the f-file. f3, bishop drop back, b5, wanting to do something, get that counterplay before it's too late. Queen c7. Well, I thought, once again, I'm kind of blind. I thought that she was setting up for this.
I think she is.
And queen c7 on the board, and d4.
I think d4 is on tap, right?
Oof.
D4 is indeed coming if you allow me to do that, and you cannot allow that. You have to go e4 right now. It's a big moment.
E4,
If
though.
she doesn't find e4, then the position is almost hopeless. The idea behind e4 is that if you do take on e4, now I have this extra square on d6.
I like that.
So I can go rook to d6. I can also take on e4 and then go rook to d6. The whole idea is that I want to cut the action.
Diagonal.
If you manage to open up that diagonal,
Lights out. Yeah, something will land on g3 and it won't, in the words of Maurice Ashley, it's going to hurt your feelings if the queen lands on g3.
And we also have to watch out when you take on e4 twice that there is a resource of queen e3 sometimes, right? To double attack.
And also time is starting to become a big factor. Tokhirjonova only with 4 minutes on the clock, and she played the move e4.
Wow, good for her.
That is a big move to stay in the game.
Stay in the game. That's all. That's very important practically, right? You need to stay in the game. Let the time tick.
Okay,
Things might switch around.
What's your move as black?
I mean, d4, I think, no?
f6, okay.
Keeping the tension.
And Alejandro says d4. You see, d4 is the best move.
Thank you.
But I look at it and it doesn't feel...
Yeah, because you want to win a pawn, you want to force the tension, you want to keep the diagonal.
The reason I played d4 here is because white already committed to b5. And I feel that because of this weakness potentially on c5.
If the pawn was on b4,
I would be very hesitant to play d4. Yeah.
But you're creating a protected pass pawn to begin with the move on d4, which is strategically wonderful.
And there you go, rook e2. Alice Lee moving on to the champions bracket in style.
What a great move.
What a great comeback
and this is the move that Tatev, when she went through all of these ramifications, when she was calculating the tactics, she just simply missed this.
She found it incredible.
But
King takes
rook
e2.
taking on g6 and not playing rook takes h7, that was egregious.
No, come on,
yeah, that was really, really bad. Let me just switch to that game as Alice Lee. Look at that, bishop f3 check, recognizing that if the king moves to d2, queen takes g5 check, will continue the harassment of Tatev's king, and the rook is going to be captured with check as well.
Yeah.
That just makes it,
check and mate, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it all that much worse. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Yeah,
And
this is rough. And here's the killer blow. We're expecting it. She's a sharp play. A rook takes e2. Loving how Alice is playing here. Just believing in her position, believing in the situation and the counterplay. And this is great from her.
To be so tactically alert.
She's so tactically alert.
This is great. I mean, you know, it's so easy to miss those opportunities because they're fleeting. They only appear like magic. The window opens up for a half ply, and if you don't see it,
it's gone. But she takes it when it's there. And at the moment, Alice Lee just showing absolute class. Will defeat Tatev Abrahamyan 2-0.
Wow.
2-0.
In the classical.
New generations here.
Big time. Absolutely. Wow. Great stuff. And as we're privileged, we have a special guest in studio.
Absolutely. Lenier Dominguez is the first person in the finals of the champions bracket, and he's with Cristian Chirila.
Lenier, first of all, congratulations. The hard work was done yesterday, but today there were some hiccups as well. Levon felt like he was putting a lot of pressure. Did you feel that tension rising?
Yeah, well, thank you, first of all. Yeah, no, I was very happy with my position, actually. I thought I have a promising position. I was, of course, doing some terrible time management, but it's because I had many options and I was trying to get something. But yeah, overall, I didn't feel like, I was in any danger. Mostly it was, it was very good for white. I took a lot of time when he played rook f7. Probably bishop d6 is not a great move. Yeah, here I felt that white is much better because black's king is always a bit weak without these pawns. Maybe I can just play bishop e3 here, followed by queen d2, knight d3, things like that. And even if black gets e5, I should still be better, but I'm not sure. But the thing is, after bishop d6, rook f7, I thought that bishop h5 is a very principal move here for some reason. So I'm threatening rook f5, so if knight f6, then rook f5 should be good, because e takes, then bishop g6, queen d6, bishop f7, king f7, and knight d3, queen f3, followed by knight d3 and rook f1. I felt that this was good. And then the critical line I thought was queen g5 after bishop h5. And here I was thinking about the move h4 for a long time.
h4, wow.
Because it's very forcing. I mean, if black takes with the queen, then rook takes f5 works. Yeah, rook takes bishop g6 and queen f2, king h1. There is nothing for white, I think. For black.
Because you also
cover bishop h2 and the knight is coming to d3 or f3. But I thought that after h4, queen e3 check, king h2. And initially I was thinking that this is good because the queen on e3, it's, I still have this rook f5 threat. And if bishop g4, which was kind of looked critical, queen takes g4, I thought this is good for white. Rook f1, I was very happy with this because now I have knight f3, I think.
Wow.
Stopping queen g1. And after rook takes a1, I take queen takes g6.
Sorry, that was my mouse slip. Nice.
Yeah, I was very happy with this line. Now I'm threatening queen f7 and knight takes a1, and I think white is doing extremely well here, if not winning. But then I saw the move knight f6 after a queen e3 check, king h2. And I couldn't find anything for white because if rook f5 now, e takes, bishop g6, knight g4 wins for black. So this rook f5 idea doesn't work anymore.
Rats.
Yeah, and somehow I'm not able to catch the queen after knight f6. Like if, for example, rook f3 or takes on g6 and bishop f4, there's queen e4. Yeah, queen e4 and queen f5 if knight d2. So yeah, anyway, I was thinking about all this, but
By the way, sorry to interrupt you, Lanier. We have a handshake in the game of Tatev as the young Alice Lee, 2-0, has found herself in the American Cup finals for the ladies.
Yeah, we'll have to
Alejandro.
come back to that one because there were 2 horrible blunders in a row, but Black did end up winning the game.
Yes.
Yeah, like the game went to equal, and then Tatev blundered it right back. Sorry to interrupt you, Lanier.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of sensational that a 12-year-old girl will be in the finals of the inaugural American Cup event.
Yeah, no, so I decided to play just a normal move, and I thought the position is probably still maybe around equal, but I felt that white is never in danger here.
All the lines that you're suggesting make bishop e3 so much more sensible.
Yes.
If you play bishop e3, queen d2, you're avoiding all of these things.
It's way simpler, and I don't have to.
Weaknesses that black has to deal with.
Yeah.
So bishop d6 gives black more new life, and then after queen g5, we didn't see how you so successfully navigated these waters, but suddenly we got ambitious for Levon, but in fact there was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very, very solid for white.
Exactly.
I have a better structure and no weaknesses, and this bishop on g7 takes time for black to activate it, like it's very passive in g7. So I'll get the e-file. I mean, I don't think that, I was thinking that objectively probably white is a bit better here.
Exactly, and that, strangely enough, is exactly what happened. The move f3.
Yeah, f3 was, of course,
an attempt.
Was a bit of a nasty surprise, but I mean, knight e4 here instead of knight f4 was critical. But then I mean, because black is going knight f4 next and knight takes h3 and stuff. But I have knight c1 here, which is very important.
You have which move?
Knight c1. I thought it's very strong here.
Knight ce1?
Yeah, because other moves, I mean, knight f4 and knight takes h3 or knight d3 is coming. So like this, I protect f3 against knight takes h3, and now I go rook c2, and just black doesn't have any.
You just roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's just a pawn.
We were very, very impressed with your move knight g5. We thought that just completely shut the position down, and then you went on.
I mean, I was expecting rook d7 because I think I cannot go knight e6 because then takes and knight e4.
I'm sorry, you were expecting in this
Yeah,
moment?
rook d7, but probably I just moved back to e1. And yeah, the point is that knight e6 check takes on e6, rook e6, knight e4, and the rook is probably trapped.
Oh dear.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
That's a Verrassing. The
rook f7 also coming,
right? King f7. Yeah, and rook f.
This doesn't work, but yeah, I was going to play rook e1
and avoid that.
I mean, white is up a pawn, so I don't think that.
Lanier, congratulations. You just took out the #1 seed. You played very smoothly, and one of the things that this match, most especially in my mind, is your accuracy has been very good. You're pleased with your form that you demonstrated.
I mean, I feel good. I mean, I thought the first couple of games are critical because when you don't play for so long, you never know how it's going to be. But I felt good from the first game, and then of course when you get some more games, then it should be even better. So yeah, so far it's all great.
Who would you like to face in the final?
Yeah, well, I'm going to enjoy the tie breaks from outside.
Go to the Armageddon, guys. Thank you so much, Lanier.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, and with that, we only have one game remaining. We'll have Alice with us, of course, soon to explain that game. But let's focus on this one, as Begim is still fighting against Irina Krush. Let's update the viewers on what did happen. We have the move d takes e4 on the board.
Not your d4,
not my d4.
Which was very, very strong.
Yeah, and after f takes e4, actually, I don't think that Cristian was mentioning f takes e4. He wanted to play the move rook d6 directly, right?
Just drop right in.
Right, and so he has given this chance to play c takes b5. And the move rook ac1 came on the board. A little bit of a surprise to me because I expected the move rook d6. But perhaps in that position, the move rook bc8 would have generated two threats to take on c5 directly, as well as to take the rook. And I suspect that's why
Rook C1.
Rook C1 was played. Feels lost.
Big moment, yeah, big moment right now, because how do you defend this one with the black pieces? What your first instinct, guys?
My first instinct
is take the pawn.
Take the pawn.
This is your first instinct to take a pawn.
If I didn't say that, if I didn't say that, you would accuse me of dishonesty, and you would be right. but you had also pointed out if you take the pawn right away, there is the move Queen E3. That was what.
My first instinct
Alejandro.
was to go Rook E8. To exchange some pieces, right? The problem is when you play the move Rook E8, I see the move Rook to D6,
yes,
and I start getting concerned.
Right.
Because of the intermezzo, Queen takes E5 check after Rook takes D6.
Exactly.
But does it work? Yeah, I guess so, right?
So the best move actually in the position for black right now is to go F6.
Right, a move that I wanted to play.
But then you
in the
see
previous
C6
position.
coming with the idea of Rook to D7, and also myself at least, I'm getting scared.
Right.
I see the pawn on C6. I'm not very confident about my position.
How serious is it? Because
The
you can
advantage is very
corral-
serious. Rook to E7. You were asking how serious C6 is.
Yeah, because you're kind of you've got the blockade. It's not like there's a knight landing on D5 that's forcing the queen to suddenly, oh no, I've got to run
And
away.
that is exactly what she needs to understand. Irina Krush, that is. Of course, Queen to B4, the game still goes on.
It flares.
She played
yeah.
the move Rook to E6, I think, is on the board.
And guys, they're in time pressure. Remember, they got the 30-second increment, no second time control. If I'm looking at this right, Begim has 4 minutes and a half. And yeah, Irina
Rook E6.
also.
Queen E3 came very quickly, by the way.
Queen to E3.
I love it.
Why
Play
not Rook
fast.
to D6? Guys, why not Rook to D6?
Well, that was the move we were expecting because of the intermezzo. But I agree that Rook D6 might have been a superior choice, but Queen E3, it was like almost like Begim was saying, "Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Go ahead." Now, since you're attacking my pawn, I kind of like to defend it and maybe get out of whatever tricks that might happen.
That's the problem.
You know, King H6, and
What did
on a
she
good
play?
day,
Did she
I
play
get to play
Queen to
A6.
E7? Rook to F6? My goodness, she's going for it.
That's creative. Well, the rook's coming to F4, and you don't have time for Queen takes
Hold
G5.
on, the king is still on G7, so we get to play. She did play Rook F6.
She's going for it.
She's eyeballing the F2 square. Don't reach for the cookie.
Yeah.
On G5, Rook F2
Even Yasser
check.
wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Rook well, okay, it's slow, but it's getting to the F4 square. The rook lands on the F4 square. She'll have her play.
It's a good move.
It is a good move.
It's a
Looks
good
like a
move.
good move.
Now, Rook to F4 is coming, and you have to find a way to defend that pawn on E4. The best way for white is to try to get the bishop to G2, but that is counterintuitive because right now you're focusing on creating some sort of counterplay.
On the
There's no
queen side,
counterplay.
right?
Yeah. What is the bishop going to be doing on G2?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we're very lucky because we can invite Alice to join us and the commentary, and we can take a break and let
Sounds good to me.
let Alice take over. Welcome to our show, Alice.
Thank you.
Christian.
Alice, congratulations. That was just a tremendous victory, match victory for you, but it felt like you were under tremendous pressure out of the opening. Did you feel it that way?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that was like a lot worse, especially because like she had like all of her pieces lined up for attack. Her knight on d5 was really good, but I think eventually at some point she made some mistake which kind of allowed me, like I think knight takes f6, rook takes f6, and after g5, her rook on d1 was a bit off place, and after f4, my rook on I think the e and d files were pretty good, and yeah, I think I was probably like slightly better, or it was slightly easier to play from that position.
Let's test you a little bit. What do you think was the best move for white instead of knight takes f6? What was the move that you were most concerned about?
I think that like, yeah, g5 or h5.
And I think h5 was indeed the best move in the position. She did not play that. She played the move knight to f6. When did you feel like you're taking control over this game?
I mean, I was actually expecting her to do knight takes f6 because I wasn't exactly sure like what was her best move, and I thought knight takes f6 gave her good chances, especially because my pawn on d4 wasn't that great. But I do have the open f file after knight takes f6 and g5, so it isn't completely losing.
So we were expecting Tataf to play h5 after knight f6 takes g5. Everything, we were particularly impressed, Alice, by your move at this exact moment. I think that a lot of us would have been seduced with the move rook f7 going after the f4 pawn, but your rook e7 was right on the mark. And that's perfect with the white king in the center of the board. Rook h4, bishop d7. At this point, did you feel that the game was yours to be had? Because you did play bishop c6.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't exactly know like whether I was completely winning, but like I felt that like I wasn't losing like I was before.
And your plan against rook h7?
That was the key question.
Yeah.
What would you have done?
I think I was planning queen takes f5.
Ooh,
that would have
because
lost.
that would have allowed a trick for white, the old double attack.
Oh yeah, queen takes d6.
Yes, indeed, with the double attack against the king and the bishop. So the counterintuitive move, which was actually crazy, was rook takes f5. You might have seen queen takes f5, queen takes d6, and come back to it. Crazily enough, rook takes f5. We were thinking that you had coldly calculated that your king could take a walk, but we thought that she had to play rook h7, that it was absolutely her best chance. When she did play takes g6, we caught up with you. You stopped. When did you realize rook takes e2 was actually winning? Right away? Did you realize it right away, or did you sense an opportunity here?
I didn't exactly realize it right away. I knew it was an idea, especially because like queen takes e2 is impossible because of rook e8. I knew that like I was after she played king takes e2, bishop f3 check. I would at least have a draw here, and I think that was like, of course, that would be enough to win the match.
Right.
Yeah. Here, yeah, I guess after rook e8 check, maybe she has like king to f1.
Yeah, king f1 draws.
Yeah, I thought that like I'd probably still be like slightly better, but like yeah, I don't know. Maybe the h and g pawns are kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, but you just get it's an immediate perpetual after rook e8, king f1, because you have to take the rook, kind of.
Yeah, taking the rook, then.
Queen f4.
Oh, queen f4.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess you didn't see
king
that.
f1, yeah. Bishop takes d1 and queen f4.
Wow. Yeah, then queen f7 is a threat, I guess.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, you must take on g6, I think.
Yeah.
And rook h8, of course.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of hard to see in advance, but yeah, that's very nice.
Nice. But after king d2, at this point, did you just see the conclusion and you felt good?
Yeah.
Again, Alice, well done. Very, very well done. 2 games in a row, you kept your cool under pressure, and you find yourself in the finals. I mean, is that a dream come true or what?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting that. I was just mostly focusing on each game. And this game I was under a lot of pressure, but I was able to hold, and then she eventually made a few mistakes, so I was able to win.
Well, very impressive. Only 12 years of age and reaching the finals in what style? 2-0ing the veteran Tatev Abrahamyan. Congratulations, Alice. Can't wait to see you there in the next matches.
Thank you.
Well done. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Well, we got 1 game remaining and they're in time pressure, so let's just jump into it. We got Begim against Irina Krush. Both players under 3 minutes. Ooh. Remember, they do have increment, but no second time control. They have a 30-second increment. And the position looks objectively lost for white.
Very good for our 8-time U.S. champion, Irina Krush. She's a pawn to the good. And worse news is that there's a massive target
on e4.
On e4, as we can easily see, the rook could come to f4, hitting this pawn on e4, and that's the problem.
That being said,
yes,
you do have a pass pawn on c5.
That's
you
right.
are under 3 minutes. White has active rooks, so certainly far from hopeless.
No question about it. There's got to be some trickies, and hoping that lines like a4 may work. Rook c1 on the board.
Yeah, maybe pushing c6 and rook d7 makes a lot of sense to me.
Keeping in mind for the moment.
For the moment, if you want to go to f4 or something like that, right?
Right. Yeah. Only if I move away. In these types of positions, I go for the ultra solid approach. I love putting the rook on putting the rook on c6, the pawn on f6,
bishop on f7.
That's what I'm saying.
Very professional. And Irina is certainly a professional. Rook c6 on the board,
Nice.
f6 coming, bishop f7. It's nice to give yourself these easy moves to play.
Exactly, especially in time trouble too. I mean, one of the great quotes of Michael Tal: "All you need is one win per game." So if you see a winning line, rook c6, f6, bishop f7, you don't have to see a second one. One win per game is all you need. Michael Tal.
And there's a problem that rook to d5 felt like the right direction, right? You're going forward. But after that, rook to c1 instead of rook to d1. Why not? Try to continue on that path and invade on the 7th rank via rook to d7. You have to create some sort of counter chances. She did not make that move. She played this passive rook to c1, rook to c6, and now your rooks are immobile.
Exactly.
You cannot make any moves with your rooks because you're going to give up the c5 pawn.
It looks like play on one gold now after I see this move, bishop at g2.
f6 seems crushing, right?
Exactly.
Unless I'm missing a tactic. Nothing, right?
A lot of white's pieces are suddenly passive. I can't say else. f7, f6, bishop f7. Boot that rook out of the outpost on d5. Capture that pawn. That will be pawn number 2. Game over.
And that was the problem with rook to c1 in the first place.
And it's one of those situations, winner take all here, as this match was tied coming into today's action. Irina Krush playing pretty darn good with the black pieces today. Something even out of the opening. This knight d2,
it didn't feel correct,
this early
right?
c4.
And Irina, she got pressure early on and just kept on building and building and building. Finds herself in a dominant position. And these matches, they just switched around so quickly, right? Queen takes f4 yesterday.
Saw with Alice today.
Alice also today.
Right. Wow.
Completely the other way.
Right.
And wow, an excellent opportunity here for Krush. Now, remember that everybody that's playing today has 2 lives. Tatev has lost 1.
Right.
Levon has lost 1 himself.
But in the elimination bracket, they could find themselves as champions yet.
Yeah, they still have a chance in this tournament. And f6 on the board as we expected. It took a bit longer than I would have liked it.
She had like 2 minutes,
Something
13
changed,
seconds,
right? Yeah.
2 minutes and change. Took an entire
Minute
40,
and a bit,
50,
yeah.
I don't know, minute for a move like f6 when bishop f7 kicked the rook. The pawn on c5, white's pride and joy will fall.
No, you can't give up that pawn, but there's nothing to do, right?
Unfortunately.
So maybe you have to try to activate the rook.
I think it's time to go
f1.
I think you would go rook cd1 and pray that there's a threat.
Rook cd1, gift me the pawn.
And then I go rook d7.
Rook d7. Now I have to find a good square for my queen.
She's going for something else.
Where?
Queen,
Queen
d2.
I was going to go to b.
Oh, okay,
b8.
queen d2 with the same idea of rook d7.
Okay, fair enough.
Bishop to f7 is going to be met by
Rook
to
d7.
d7.
And that wins for white, right?
Yes. So
So
queen
you have
d2.
to be careful here.
So something like, I don't know, queen a7?
Someone that feels a bit awkward. I'm not
It
finding,
is.
Yeah.
It is a little bit awkward, but I am
threatening c5, yeah.
Yeah, threatening c5, getting out of the way, prepping rook d7, rook c7.
With that rook? Because I thought then maybe rook d8 and, I don't know, check on h8 maybe does something, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking that rook, but okay.
And now Irina is under 1 minute, 47
Irina
seconds.
Taking a lot of time these last few moves. Bishop
to e8. A very good move.
covering the business square.
Very calm. I love it.
Oh, pardon me. Queen D2. Oops, not rook D1. I got the wrong position.
Now she will have to find
Queen
an
D2,
active
bishop
plan.
E8. So stop rook F1.
Once again, you cannot take on C5 yet.
There's a tickle on the F6 square.
There's a big problem if you go
Rook D6 is maybe your...
Queen to E7.
Maybe King G6.
I'm thinking King G6, King G7.
G6
or
yeah, just
King
defend the pawn
G7.
with the king.
Yeah, I'm probably putting the king on a dark square now that I've got D7 defended.
The problem with King to
G6.
G6 maybe is that
King G7
on the board.
I'm expecting...
Queen to F2 might come, right?
Well, Queen F2, Queen E7. I'm expecting Rook D6. Is that a chance for White? Rook D6?
Rook to D6 is definitely
I mean,
a practical chance.
You
You have to take it at this point.
The sad part is I'm losing my D pawn, right?
How?
How?
I'm losing my C pawn, so that's why I want to play
Rook
Rook
D6,
D6, and after takes, Queen C3. I'm
Queen
hoping I have
C3,
a
D7.
trick.
Yeah, D7 works, right?
Yeah. I was hoping that I have the trick D7.
It works, right?
Yeah, you take my queen, I take your rook, and make it
Because I
work.
was thinking Queen G3. King G1, but Bishop takes D7, Queen takes D7 is check. Otherwise, there's Rook C2.
Right? Oops. Now, well, King on G6, I'd still have Queen F5. Never mind. Never mind. Exciting moment. Pick it up, guys. What's the times on the
1
clock?
minute for Irina.
And 1 minute for Begim, really.
12 seconds for Begim.
And how are we feeling at this moment? Is nerves.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Rook D6 played.
Rook D6 on the
Don't think
board.
there's a lot of choices for Irina here.
Because we are threatening rook on F1.
Takes on F6.
Takes on F6.
So now what she has to do is probably just take it slow. Take on D6 and then go Queen to D7, right?
And
or
at
Queen
least
to
the
F7.
C5 pawn is alive. I mean, a moment ago we were really thinking it was just about to be snapped off the board. It's now on D6. The bishop on G2 is still terrible, of course. We can play
But if you manage
slowly
to block it
Queen
with a
D7.
bishop, if you manage to block it with a bishop, then there's a problem. So Queen to F7, and how do you continue after that?
Maybe it's not even necessary. Just go Queen C6. Because what are you going to threaten, right? Queen F2, I can always take on D6.
Yes, that is a move as well.
And if you wanted to put the bishop on D7, you can do it next move.
Exactly.
And that is a problem.
Irina's got several
Very
choices.
important to preserve that Queen to C3 later on in the game.
Yeah, I like the control of the file. But Queen F7 also looks great. I think when you're in time trouble, you play Queen F7.
I know.
Right?
You know.
Like Queen C6, you play on a normal day, you
Right.
calculate and make sure Rook F6 doesn't work. In time trouble, just go Queen F7, Queen next to the king, defend everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
And then play
Put your
Bishop
rook on
D7.
C6, bishop D7, put your queen on E6. and
13
Here
seconds.
we go.
Queen
D7.
D7. All right.
Solid.
Very solid.
As she's
Although-
prepping the moves. Rook C6.
Although
bishop.
visually, after Rook D1, if you don't get in Bishop D7 blockading, and you
That's
have
the
to
problem,
blockade with the
actually, yeah.
queen, how do you make progress?
Rook C4 to D4?
But
is that an idea at least?
That's definitely an idea. Rook to
C4, maybe Queen F2.
By
and
the
I
way,
start...
Rook D1, your student heard you there. I was
not my student.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. Not Rook C4, Bishop F7.
Well, she did see something. Irina is playing quickly, right? She has to play quickly, right?
Bishop B3.
I'm sorry.
Bishop B3 is an idea.
Bishop to B3.
That is a nasty.
That is a nasty, right?
A nasty idea. Chasing the rook away from the protection of the D6
One
pawn.
thing I can do right now is just go Queen to B4. How are you going to continue after that?
Ooh, I want to go Rook C2 so bad. I don't know if it's a good move, though. Might not be a good move.
Rook C4 is also very
Also
Rook
attractive.
to C4 and then Queen to A5. And this was the tango that I was looking forward to.
So
Queen to A5, you go Rook to C6, I go Queen to B4. You go Rook C4, I go Queen A5.
Okay.
All right. So you keep the pawn alive, but...
Also,
Everything
I do
is,
like the idea of putting at some point the Rook on D2.
Is it completely ridiculous that the king may actually wander?
No, it's not ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous because I can never trade this bishop on g2.
No, you need the bishop as a defender.
And also the rook on d1 needs to stay on the d file. What are you recapturing the bishop with?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe Irina found a very safe way
nice
of developing this position.
Let me just refresh my board to catch up with the players. Apologies for that.
Bishop f7. Wait, how much time does Begim have?
Not much.
1
We're
minute
looking
and
at
20
queen b4.
49 seconds.
And there you go.
The training is working.
The training was not to get here.
The training was not to get here. We are thinking about the move rook c4,
or
queen a5, rook
okay,
c6.
so I see an idea for white. In case, okay, rook c4 makes a lot of sense, and now it has to be responded with queen to a5 quickly.
There's no other move, right?
No.
By the way, the players are down to 1 minute apiece. No extra time for the players. They are playing on their 30-second increments for each move completed.
She has to create the attack.
And on queen a5, how do we feel of rook d4? Is it just a bad move?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just make her calculate rook d4. Maybe it wins, maybe it doesn't.
No, I understand, but I am asking, does it win, does it not win?
I would be very, very
I'd be
reluctant.
very hesitant to play that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not I mean, because it's kind of one of those things, if it works, it's absolutely great, but if it doesn't, you know, like, why didn't I just play rook c6?
And rook c6 on the board, professional. Queen b4 needs to be played to defend the pawn.
So now, after bishop c4, the idea that we had, king f7, king e6, I see one way and one way only to improve the position for white.
Okay.
That is, after bishop to c4, I go a4.
Correct.
All right, and then I ignore
you go king f7, I exchange on b5, and then I drop with a queen to a3.
Okay.
And I try to invade via the 8th rank. That's my only chance.
Exactly.
I don't see anything else.
Yeah, giving yourself a fighting chance is a big deal, yeah.
That is so crucial. It's not just staying in the game, but...
Bishop to e6 was played.
Ooh. Is she eyeing bishop g4? Does that work ever? No, right?
Well, it's very important that right now a4 doesn't work.
a4 doesn't...
a4
because
to c4.
Because d7 is defended.
Yeah.
If you go a4, she wants to capture. If you capture, she wants to capture.
Also, rook c4 is kind of nasty, right?
Oh, that's also very nice. a4 is completely not unplayable because then rook c4 could also just win this pawn. And with the queen protected, there's no queen c7 business. So bishop e6, just...
I like bishop e6 because if you want to play the bishop c4 line, play king f7 first, and then put the bishop on c4. Gain the tempo.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
There's just
accuracy.
No moves right now. Rook to d2, I like this move for Begim, setting up potentially bishop to f1. Bishop to f1 was difficult to make with the second rank open.
Agreed.
So I do like the move rook to d2. At least you do something.
Right. Yeah. And you put it in a dark square. So often in this kind of positions, especially in blitz,
I know.
Put stuff of opposite color of the bishop.
Exactly. Don't leave your stuff hanging.
Don't leave your stuff hanging. Yeah.
I mean, boy, have I learned that lesson.
All right. What do we have here for white? Rook d2. I don't think actually comes with any threat.
No, bishop
well,
f1.
again, bishop f1, a4.
And she's played.
Give yourself a fighting chance.
Ooh,
rook c1.
She's eyeing a queen a7.
Oh my goodness.
Queen a7. Forget about your stinking pawn. I want to mate you.
Wow.
Oh,
stop.
wow.
And that does stop bishop f1.
Yeah, by the way, right?
Maybe Begin's regretting that the
move rook d2.
The temporary
she now
move
has to go back, queen to b2.
She must, right?
Only move.
I don't see another. And she's going for it, I think. Queen b2 seems forced.
Yes.
There we go.
It's on the board.
The problem is a rook to c4 now takes away that square for the queen to b4. But then I can go bishop to f1.
e4 is hanging.
Oh, e4 is saying?
Do you notice how quickly I spotted that the
Disgusting.
pawn
Absolutely
was,
disgusting.
was left on
I mean,
free?
every pawn that's hanging, this guy takes it. Rook c4 on the board, it's a very good move. It takes away, as Christian mentioned, that square on b4 for the queen. It also paralyzes the bishop on g2 as it's tethered to that pawn on e4.
Exactly.
Looks hopeless now for white. Difficult
with,
to find moves.
With each move that
Irina plays, right?
Yeah, she's cutting her opponent's active options,
Yeah.
and that's such a frustrating feeling when you have low to no time that all your good forward-looking moves are being methodically taken away.
I like how we have these percentages up over the board.
Percentages?
Yeah, I honestly do
percentages?
not know what they mean. But it says win chance for Irina Krush 99.9%. I'm not sure about 99.
That's
Would you guarantee 99.9
not
here?
even close.
Not even close, right?
Not even 95.
Not even.
Get out of here with your 95. I'm not giving you 20 to 1 on
No
this.
chance to lose? Come on.
Zero, right? Come on.
Zero
That's pretty funny. 15 seconds there. Rook d1 played finally.
Good move. I like it.
Rook d1.
Because you have to defend this g1 square. Rook to c1 is such a bad, nasty threat.
King f7, one of those winning
All I
a
can do
tempo
is
kind of
wait.
move. Yeah.
All I can do is wait.
You know, I actually don't like king f7 because it allows bishop f1. And on rook e4, queen c2. And then you can harass on h7.
Now you could try to go queen to a7.
I was going king f7, rook
She went queen to
c6.
c6.
Oh, okay.
With the usual idea of
munching.
munching. Okay, rook d1 on the board.
This
queen
looks
c6.
good, but
Queen
do I
c6.
have some queen to f2?
By the way, a
she's
moment
going for
ago,
it.
we were looking at that queen a7 idea.
And now it's queen f2. That's kind of funny how the geometry works.
Exactly. I was wondering queen a7, but queen f2 quickly played, and
Bishop to d7.
she's
to
eyeballing
d7?
an opportunity for queen.
It hasn't been
a7.
played, but I'm just wondering what
What do you play here, right?
to do.
Well, I was
Do you have a
thinking-
real threat? Can I play rook c2?
Exactly. That was my question. Rook c2.
Queen a7.
I want to play queen takes e4 so that after queen a7, bishop d7, I'm blocking the check.
Bishop d7 is good, although I'm wondering if you can just sidestep.
Okay, just 1 second, guys. If you go rook to c2, what if I go d7?
I take
And then I go d8.
She's played bishop d7, sidestepping even that possibility. But I understand what you were about to say, that you've
I give some checks.
I give some checks.
I give some checks.
and pretend.
Right. But bishop d7 by Irina. She's playing very, very carefully to just make sure.
This is professional chess. This is absolutely professional. Putting the pieces, not allowing checks, safeguarding her king.
By the way, I would love.
You have to go queen a7.
If I were in Black's position, I would love to play the move queen c5. Queen c5 would just absolutely shut out any play by white.
And that's
queen
why
c5 was game over.
Yes, queen c5
So that's
was
why
good.
she needs to play queen a7, not to allow queen c5.
Exactly. Now here, I'm not really thinking that I need to get out of that pin. I was thinking
That's a very good move, and now I have to defend with something like king h1.
Exactly. And now, let me sidestep
queen
this
to
stuff.
b8.
Start thinking about rook g2. It doesn't work right now, right? Because you have queen d7 at the end.
So let's go queen b8.
Queen boy 8, yes.
And what a sneaky guy, yeah.
And,
but now
she
king
has
h1
played
has
rook
to be played.
c2.
King h1
She
has
has
to be
the
played.
move rook c2 on the board.
King h1, instantaneous move. You cannot think.
37 seconds. She's thinking.
I guess it's not an instantaneous move.
Not instantaneous. 30 seconds and thinking. She's reaching towards the king. You can see that kind of body tilt.
Yeah.
And she's getting ready to. And it's down. 20 seconds. King.
Don't go to g1.
That would be the queen c5, and that would be curtains.
You have to go king to h1. There's no other alternative at this point.
8 seconds.
No,
She's
don't
reaching
do a
for
passive move. No, don't play
queen
passive.
g1. Oh no! Oh no! That was
Queen
that makes it
C5
very easy suddenly.
finishes the game on the spot, right?
You know, crazily enough, I'm the pawn grabber. I would not take the pawn. Queen
Pawn
E4.
E4?
I would go Queen C5, and I would just claim the game.
You guys are pretty nice. I'm going to go Queen C3, Queen G3, Bishop G4, but okay.
No, Queen takes C4.
C3,
just asks to be played.
Queen G3, and Bishop G4.
It's kind of made, right? I mean,
that's convincing. I'm not going to argue. A5. Wow.
I think with the Queen on G1, we have reached a position where everything wins, right?
basically wins.
Yeah.
And Irina saying, hey, look.
You're not threatening anything.
I
So
can make
why
a
not
pass
Queen
pawn.
A7 back? Go Queen A7 back.
I think it's Queen E4. Oh no, that's
but then
check.
Queen takes D7.
That's check on D7.
I don't think you play King Queen G1 to go Queen A7.
And by the way, King H1 on the board. I would be playing Queen C5. I really did appreciate what you were saying there, Alejandro.
That's an
Queen
instantaneous
C3 to
move.
Queen G3.
B4.
Yeah, of course.
Irina.
B3 takes, B3, B2, Greek C1. You're not creating anything with this pawn on D6.
She says the pawn on D6 is firmly blockaded. I've got a passer, and I just want to promote it.
That second hesitation with Queen to G1 instead of King to H1.
But at that point, truthfully,
The game
Irina
is-
really had matters under control. I mean, definitely King H1 was a superior
Is the only
chance.
move that you can play. Yes.
Yeah, but now we see Irina's just ready to march her pawn to B2, followed by Rook C1 and
Your
handshake.
last chance is to just keep going. Queen to A7 back, not Queen to
No,
E3.
Queen E3. She's keeping an eye over the B3 pawn, over the B3 square, sorry. I'm sure Irina's instinct is to play Rook C3 and B3.
Or Queen C3, right?
Queen C3, Queen A7.
I almost
Still.
feel the moment you take
I
a bishop,
know.
I'll mate you, right?
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if that, yeah. But
Rook C3, yeah.
That's too
That is just
straightforward for
a controlling move.
Exactly. That's too straightforward for Irina. Irina will recognize that opportunity. By the way,
Okay,
Queen
so
A7,
she has
Rook
to go Queen A7.
C1.
Rook to C1.
Even. Just those trades.
I mean, this looks very lost.
Very lost.
Very lost.
Suddenly.
I'm not so sure about suddenly, but
yeah,
it feels it's been lost for a while.
Queen A7.
And is there any problems with B3?
I think the last chance for White's point of view is Queen B8 and one last kick to try to get the Queen to D8.
It's not even threatening much, right, on D8?
She's reaching for a pawn. We're about to see Queen B8. I don't see a better alternative.
Queen B8, Rook C1, I guess. That's it, no?
Queen B8, Rook C, and here we go.
Oh no, Rook C1. Oh God, Rook C1, Queen B3. What am I doing? Jeez.
By the way, I just.
All right, and she's going for the Queen
C8.
C8. She's such a pro. No way I'm letting that queen go into D8. None of these squares. Get out of here.
no.
Queen C8 is a great move. Very practical.
Okay,
No,
but
Queen
what
to
are we
B6.
doing after Queen B4? Oh, sorry, you wanted Queen B6,
I
but
want Queen B6, but now Rook C1.
Rook
Rook C1,
C1,
Queen takes B3.
How do we keep blundering this?
don't
look at
agreed.
The pawn grabber didn't blunder it. Thank you very much.
I never want to. By the way, seriously, a great slugfest as these players are past. Well, it's not the time control. Past move 60, but they've had really taken the measure of one another.
2 days in a row, they're the last game to finish.
Irina, by the way, is one of those gals who usually is. I remember in U.S. championships, Irina would be the last one out the door.
And I think it's partially the style that she plays. She likes end games. She likes long positional games. She
Yes,
likes
she
playing
does.
against an IQP where she tortures you for 60 moves.
Exactly. That's her game. But now, with her clock ticking, with this nice pass pawn, what's she thinking about here? Why is she taking her time after this move, Queen B6?
So you stop half of her time on this move.
Right? Why hasn't she played a move like King G6 and given her opponent the move. 40 seconds.
40 seconds for Irina.
Woo!
That king to
Things
G6
are getting nervous. It's
good.
getting nerve-wracking suddenly.
Yeah, it's. I mean, everything's still under control, but when you start thinking too much.
Come on, Irina. This B5, B4, B3. I love the queen C5. Just trade that off, put my king on E6.
So what white is going to do...
18 seconds.
Is just going to be queen to B4, queen to B6, right? King to G6, of course.
All right.
She could have played that
You have
move
to play that
so long ago. Wow.
And now white has to respond with a neutral move, queen to B4.
Okay, queen to B4.
And then how do you make progress is the question.
Exactly. Well...
But you have to play it fast if you want to put any pressure on your opponent's
Yeah, you've
style.
got to be practical from Begum's point of view. If she's in a losing position.
Ooh, no.
Rook.
This looks very...
wrong. A step in the wrong direction, though. Rook F1.
But where...
Queen F2 is her idea.
Well, where do you go, right? Where do you go in this move?
Okay. I see what she's
What is
doing.
she doing? You do? What is she doing?
I mean,
Well,
she's
she's
just
waiting,
asking
right?
how you make progress, right?
So let's say I go Rook D3, putting my Rook behind your passed pawn.
Maybe I go Queen F2.
I want to go Queen F8.
No, Rook takes D6, sorry, guys.
Oh, never mind.
Rook to
I'm doing
D3
terrible.
was-
I'm like blundering everything.
Rook to D3 was...
First you blundered the B3 pawn for black. Now you're running the D6 pawn for
All right,
white.
Rook D3 on the board, yes.
But that's why you want to play a neutral.
Neutral.
I
King
didn't
H1,
like...
King H2, Bishop F1.
Yeah, I
something.
did not like the move Rook F1. That made Rook D3. Now Irina is feeling like, okay, her king is super, super safe. She can start to play Queen F8 and Queen D6. She's feeling like it's back under complete control.
So now Begum has to play a move such as Rook to A1. So it didn't work on the F file. Try to find something else.
Exactly. But the problem is you've got no threat, right? You're not going to go Rook A7 because of Queen check.
And I think we see a queen on B4, but doesn't
Yes.
this allow just simply queen to C6 or queen to F8?
Queen C6.
Queen C6, I think she's hoping Queen B8 creates a
We
threat.
see bishop to E6. My goodness, Irina really likes to have control.
She's played it quickly, too.
Well, frees the rook also, right?
Yeah, that's a good move.
I
But now rook
like
to
Bishop
A1.
E6 a lot.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive move. I'm
No, I really like Bishop E6. It covers the diagonal.
yeah.
The king is now safe. There's nothing on the 7th rank. There's nothing the bishop is covering.
Even on the 8th rank anymore. You can imagine a queen parachuting on the E8 square. There will be Bishop F7.
That's a great move.
To protect any kinds of checks.
No
Bishop
more
A6.
checks. Get the bishop to F7, and that's probably going to end the game.
Yeah, this queen, somebody mentioned Queen
Six.
C6. I'll mention Queen D7. It's about roping, lassoing. Lassoing?
Lassoing?
Like
Lassoing.
lassoing, you know, the cowboys.
I mean, the producer told me it's pronounced lassoing, but I don't believe anything he says today.
No, but we're going to go to Bucharest and interview the players. Queen B6 by Begum. Let's go.
All right. I'm not really sure what that does against Queen D7.
Any trickies based? No. Nobody believes me. Rook, Queen D7. Love that move. Queen F2.
Yeah, everything's covered.
I know. That's what I'm thinking
F2,
too.
queen to D8.
Yeah, Queen
I
D8.
like it. Queen D7.
Queen F2, Queen D8.
Queen F2, Queen D8. And that will finally be all she wrote. Then the D6. And here we go. Queen D7
on the board.
By the way, who predicted Irina Krush? Guys,
This guy, yeah?
Just
This
ask
guy.
I mean,
Never thought
We
the graphic
lost
was
the
erased.
graphic?
We lost the graphic. We had a hard drive problem. The floppy disk disappeared.
Nobody wins.
But we
Queen
got Queen
F2.
F2, and we're expecting Queen D8, cementing that pawn on F6. That finally corrals the pawn on D6.
Very
and that
impressive play.
Yeah, very impressive, very under control. Professional play here by Irina Krush. Taking full advantage of the opportunities her opponent gave her from the opening.
Right. And
this was a great game.
It was. It really was. In that 30-second increment, the absolutely nice way that Irina was milking her time, and she kept control. Bravo.
Yeah, bravo. Absolutely. No more chances, I think, because once d6 falls, you're really not playing for anything.
Exactly. The rooks will start. Rook takes d6, rook d1, trade those guys, queen d4, bishop f7. No attack against the ensconced black king.
Beautiful play here. Big queen a7, unfortunately, doesn't actually have a threat that I can see.
It does not. That's right. Rook takes d6. I'd keep control with the f6 pawn by the queen, which
that
is...
bishop on g2 is such a sad piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
Like Septilicus, as we would say in Seattle. Septic. Rook takes d6. Idea rook d1, idea b2.
Resign?
Resign?
Yeah.
Resign. Sometimes you just tip your hat. 17 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes you lose because you make mistakes and things happen, roller coasters. Irina just played a beautiful game.
Exactly, exactly. Queen c5.
Not a lot of resigning in this part of town.
Not a lot of resigning. In the barbaric Northwest, a friend of mine, Bruce Harper, he would write on a score sheet, not resigns, but rest.
Rest?
Rest. The white player decided it was time to give it a rest. I always like that. Rest.
All right, b2. Pawn is pretty close to promotion.
Right. Push him, baby.
Pawn is moving the right direction. That's for sure.
All right.
That's the one good thing about pawns. They always move in the right direction, right?
I don't know. Sometimes they go diagonal. It's the wrong way.
Took a turn. B2. 2 extra pawns. No time on the clock. No threats. Begum has no tricks. That's the problem. There's just no tricks in the position either.
That is one frustrating position for white.
Exactly.
You just simply
True
don't
that.
have moves. Absolutely no moves. You just have to wait for your opponent to come and execute you.
All right, rook d2 is kind of instantaneous.
And the one thing that Irina cannot do is the Rex Singfield blunder. You cannot push your pawn, press your clock, not put the queen on the board.
Luckily, that doesn't lose the game because this is still classical.
Not blitz.
Not blitz. Although they also got rid of that rule. I think first illegal move is only a 2-minute
penalty.
Yes, you don't lose instantaneously.
Yeah.
Not
by
anymore.
blundering your queen or something of that moment.
Well, they saw Rex do it, and then they saw Topalov do it, and they were like, okay, we gotta get rid of this, yes.
Okay, rook d2.
And after queen to c6. But now even rook to d1.
This is the first threat that the game has made in quite a while.
Exactly. I was thinking that the bishop would actually be really secure on f7 square as well. But okay, just.
I mean, realistically, you can just play rook d1, right? I mean,
yeah.
come on.
And rook d1
There's
was
like one
played.
check.
That's the most clinical way.
Yeah. I was about to suggest also bishop a2, but at this point, it's the vultures.
Yeah, the vultures are. I mean, even the vultures are full at this point.
You're right.
And the queen on d8 just defends all the checks.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Impressive game. Impressive game by.
And don't go anywhere, guys. We are being told, breaking news, that the playoffs will be starting 5 minutes after this game ends.
Okay.
Because one playoff game only.
Because it's Fabi.
It's Fabi versus Sevian. That's it. I guess that's how they were able to move it up. Of course, because they don't like the commentators, we get no rest. And playoffs will be coming right up your way.
There's no delay till 6 o'clock.
None of that. 5 minutes away, pretty much, because I expect black to make queen.
We did see queen b5.
Can you make a queen?
Yes.
Okay. Am I missing something?
No. This is a beautiful moment to make a queen, actually, because b2, b1 will win the queen for the rook.
There's no stalemates.
The
Absolutely
problem
nothing
is,
in the position.
is there a black queen available to?
Yeah, remember, this is a professional chess club with professional settings, and we always provide the players with an extra queen. You can see it behind the clock.
Gotcha.
That there are 2 queens available, and no queen for Irina. Rook takes f1. Oh, well, I guess you can just play queen c1 next move, right?
Queen d1, queen c1.
Queen d1, sorry.
The thing is, you have a spike check on e8, and after bishop f7,
that's
there's no follow-up. Zero follow-up. Finally, the bishop is back in play.
Yay.
The bishop is back in the game.
Yay.
My goodness, what a terrible bishop.
Yeah, this was exactly the point that we were saying, that the bishop, if White's queen were to parachute into the e8 square, bishop e8, queen e8, bishop f7 just blocks everything. Nice and tidy. That's it. Queen d1 on the board by Irina. Poof. Great stuff.
All right. We are waiting on the handshake here.
Right.
Really not much else to say about this. I'm sorry, guys.
No, not at all.
As Irina looking up and down, she knows this is over. Not really sure what Begum is thinking about. Okay.
One rough.
Well, gave a check.
Spite check.
And a shocking bishop f7.
That was a surprising move indeed.
It's one of those rare occasions where I think every legal move won.
Like king g7.
Even king h6 wins.
Even that wins, yes, exactly.
And
that's it, there's no stalemate. Nothing to think
stalemate.
Stalemate. Wow, that's a lot of creativity.
Wow.
She still makes a move. That's kind of amazing.
What move did she make?
Oh, I see the stalemate. Queen takes f1, king h2, you promote.
And then queen g8.
And then queen g8.
Yes. There's the stalemate.
I mean, of course, queen f1, queen f2 is made. And she flagged. She flagged in a, well, thankfully. Because it was made in 4, right? Queen f1, queen f2, promote into mate.
Wow.
Right.
Congratulations
to Irina. Impressive game, impressive play.
We
We have the final set up for you guys in the ladies section. They will be waiting. They will have a rest as they wait for the elimination bracket tomorrow. And the brackets we are seeing Alice, for the champions bracket first, we have Dominguez reaching the finals, and he is waiting for the playoff game that we will have in 5 minutes time between Sevian and Caruana. That's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere.
Right.
Grab a snack, grab some water. I guess it's past 5 p.m. and enjoy this with us. This is going to be great. Absolutely great. Sevian trying to get revenge against Wesley for beating him in the U.S. Championship playoffs, and for Fabi for beating him in the U.S. Championship playoffs.
And let's take a look at the elimination bracket.
It'll be Aronian that drops down to play Wesley, so we will be saying goodbye to one of these 2 players.
Great.
That is a sick tournament. That's great.
That's terrible. And Ray Robson is waiting for the player who comes up short.
Today. Surely he is watching. And in the ladies section, we also have both finalists of the champions bracket. Congratulations to both Irina, Krush, passing through Tokhirjonova in a very nice game with the black pieces. Got lucky with white, survived and took her chance.
Exactly.
And against Alice Lee, who's been the sensation of the tournament, defeating soundly Tatev Abrahamyan 2-0, 2-zip.
Right.
Moves up in the rankings.
Right.
And is showing tenacious chess. Alice Lee reaches the finals. Absolutely fantastic. Meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, Tatev moves down to play Katerina Nemtsova. That is a classic here from the U.S. Championship.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, in a battle of friends, because these are actually best friends, Tokhirjonova is playing against Avrula Tsolakidu.
Oh, no. Yeah, I had seen them at the opening ceremony. They are best friends. They're hanging out together, chit-chatting with one another at the opening dinner, the private dinner.
Yeah, sometimes I see Begim at SLU, and I'm like, are you in the wrong university? I'm visiting Stavroula. Right? Okay.
Nice. Friends matchup.
And just a little behind the scenes here, I'm always worried.
Of,
I'm always worried when they say things like this. But let's take a look at what we have.
Are they going to have to flip?
This is my reaction to Alice versus Tatev.
When she didn't play rook takes h7. That needs to be an emoji. Capture
Apparently
that.
It gets worse. I did not do that, did I?
The emoji. That was the worst tasting frog I ever had in my life. Is that for real? And that's a live picture, by the way.
We made so much fun of the producers. They come back with this. Do not make fun of producers. We love you. You guys are the best. All right. We're going to take a very quick break, guys. We're minutes away from the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get some water. We're going to get our batteries back, reloaded. Playoffs. Sevian, Caruana in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. everybody. We are back with the American Cup 2022, and we have good news and we have bad news. We'll start with the bad news. The playoff will not start immediately. We will start at 5:45 p.m.
Right.
We will have
St.
Sam
Louis
Sevian
time.
coming. He's still not here. So 5:45 Central, we will be starting the playoffs 15 minutes earlier than scheduled. The good news, we have a winner of today's round. Played a brilliant game today. Irina Krush is with us in the studio to take us with what happened in her game against Begim. Christian.
Irina, first of all, congratulations. A titanic struggle of a match against Gulruch Begim Tokhirjonova. Yesterday, you were on the edge of losing, but today you just played a fantastic game. Take us through the whole experience of this match.
Yeah, I think she's definitely one of the tougher players in this field, and it was not an easy match overall. I mean, even despite winning today, you can see it was a really long, full-blooded game, 70 moves again, actually, same as yesterday. So, you know, it takes a while to win against her. And it's actually my first win against her out of 3 games. I've played her in the U.S. Championship last year, kind of barely escaped with a draw as white. Yesterday, I also was a very interesting game yesterday. There was a moment where I felt like I was better, and I didn't have much time. I thought I was a little better, but you know, she had a bishop and pawn for the rook. And I was getting down to the increments, and I just was feeling really tired, and I was like, okay, you know, we can wrap this up. I don't feel confident that I can win this position. In fact, the computer was saying it was pretty equal. I actually overestimated my position at that point. But then, after we repeated a couple of times, she really surprised me by declining the repetition. I mean, I was quite surprised because I thought only white could play for a win. But it turned out to be a really good decision on her part because, you know, I did not play very well in the time trouble and basically went through some loss.
There was this big moment where she played queen to b4. It was a tango between your queens. She was harassing your queen, trying to exchange the queens. You were running away. And at some point, she played that move, queen to b4, and he went all the way to e8, allowing her to take on f4. Was that a blind spot for both of you?
Yeah, well, I think actually we both saw that f4 pawn was hanging. I mean, I certainly saw it. I just kind of was thinking, oh, I have this play on the 8th rank, you know, so maybe she only has a draw. Yes, the computer shows she can take the pawn and then find a way, I think, to mate me or something. And she actually played her move very quickly, too.
Instantaneous.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she saw it, but she, you know, she just trusted me.
We have the position on the board just so that our audience can follow with us. In this position with queen b4, we're talking that you play the move queen e8 and a mutual blind spot here.
King g7 came very, very quickly,
yeah.
And we were wondering.
But you can sort of see like queen f4. It doesn't immediately look like you're winning, right? So queen f4, king h1, and then she goes and tries to mate me with a light squared bishop. That's it.
Check.
Yeah, it's
and
like
then bishop to d5.
Yeah, bishop d5, right? So she doesn't win the knight, right? She has to go for this, and yeah, that looks pretty good, doesn't it?
The amazing part is, I didn't realize this, but the computer doesn't see mate, but it says the position is -70.
Yeah, I guess I'm losing, I am losing all my pawns.
How do you get -70?
Well, you have to go queen takes f7, queen takes f8, and just play that position.
But okay, it was a mutual blind spot.
Yeah, so I was quite lucky. I mean, this was a very tricky endgame for me to play, and I mean, when I looked at it with the computer, I mean, I could see that he had all these ways for me to make a draw by trading queens, but psychologically, I just couldn't bear to do that. I mean, you know that you're just kind of groveling for a draw, and from the position I had, I certainly didn't feel like that should be the case. But I mean, I misjudged that, and eventually I was forced to trade the queens. And the worst moment.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was really, really hard for you to draw this position. We thought
this was real suffering.
Yeah, this was a very cute moment right here. I'm sure you were aware that she did have the move bishop c5 which would have frozen all your pieces.
Yeah, I was aware of it later on when the computer showed it.
Not at it didn't occur to you at the time.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, what she played was what had occurred to me, I think.
Which was B3.
Yeah, B3, rook B6, and I had seen it. I have at least a draw. You know,
with rook takes B3.
At this point, did you consider playing for a win after B3, rook to B6, bishop to D8, play the move rook to B5?
I did. Of course, I realized I also have this rook B5 move. You know, at some point, and I was gonna do it, but then when I got down to 2 seconds, I just took the pawn. You know, I just couldn't. You know, at some point, you just have to make sure you don't lose on time. And yeah, but this was a really tough game. So of course, I felt quite lucky to escape. Today, though, started kind of in a better way.
Right. Nice. Let's talk about today. Could you just bring up today's game? From the opening, was that prep for you to get that kind of Grunfeld or?
Yeah, definitely not. Because, I mean, one thing with her, it's quite difficult, I think, to prepare for her. She is not very narrow in her opening, so she's quite willing to experiment. And I was not, like, shocked that she did not go for her, you know, let's say more common move E4.
Right.
I was, you know, I definitely expected D4, knight F3, like, as a possibility at least. And so I didn't really prepare for it either, because what's the point of preparing for someone when there's basically no games? And you understand if they played that, they're basically just they want to play chess.
Yeah.
Right? So I didn't do any special preparation, and this is just like all improvisation.
Exactly.
Oh, can I tell you a very set of interesting moves here? So I did think about the move D takes C6, Yasser.
Right here?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Would you just kick me out of the tournament if I played that?
It's a very reasonable move, yeah.
Right?
No, so the thing is, I feel like if all I needed was a draw, then I consider this a normal move. Like, I certainly thought it was playable and it was not a bad endgame at all. But the thing is, you know, a draw with black doesn't give you anything in this match, right? You're going to be playing tie breaks, not guaranteed anything. So I felt like just playing, you know, for a draw, like with this DC6 move, wasn't good enough, you know. And so I just was like, okay, let's play. You know, she's giving me room to play, right, with her opening.
Exactly.
So I should just take advantage of that.
That's a great attitude. Yeah.
And after we were thinking that, strangely enough, she kind of got herself in a little trouble after this move C4. She could have castled and then played C4. There was no queen A5 checks, no way of disturbing the equilibrium. But after C4, queen A5 check seemed to put her off.
Can I say, Yasser, this queen A5 move was a bit of a find for me, because, you know, the move C4 didn't surprise me at all, because in fact it's what I was expecting as well. And so the only way you're going to realize it's not that good of a move is if you actually see queen A5, right? And it's not like it was obvious. Like, I spent quite a bit of time thinking here, and I was like, I really should do something before she sets up, you know, knight C3, castles, E4, F4. Like, you know, there's ways that white can, like, sort of schematically get a pretty decent position out of this.
Well, that's why castle, if you go castle first, it's not as easy, Yasser, because after castle, rook B8 comes on the board. And if you go C4 right now, I'm going to take on B2 with the rook. So that leads to some very different type of positions.
Right.
So bishop takes B2 is not the threat, because we've got the queen D4.
Exactly.
But it's the rook takes B2.
Which actually has been played. It has been played. White sacrifices a pawn, gets some compensation, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Okay, but let's see what happened in the game, because it was definitely an intriguing moment. C4, queen A5 check. We were looking at bishop D2 and knight C3 and sacrificing the pawn on
she
C4.
has like she has a lot of moves here, like 4 ways to get out of check, right? I mean, I thought knight C3 was a bit extravagant, you know, giving up 2 pawns. Bishop D2, I mean, queen C5, she really has problems with the C4 pawn as well.
Well, in fact, that was our main move, actually. I think it was actually bishop D2, queen A6. You said queen C5, same idea. Knight C3, queen takes C4, rook C1. You're playing a pawn down.
Yeah, there doesn't look to be too much compensation here. So she played knight D2, and it's actually quite a big gain for black to get that knight to go to a more passive square.
Agreed. And we liked your aggression, especially with
so this is the third move in the series. It was literally like, you see, like, after h5, there's no doubt like what black is playing for, and it was really important, I think, psychologically to make that clear, that I also like came to play this game despite having the black pieces, like, because h5 makes everything very clear. So this move, not just for the chess sense, but just for the psychological,
I'm here to be aggressive too.
Yes.
H5, H3, Rook B8, Queen C2, Knight F6. And at what point did you think, I actually have an advantage?
Yeah, I wasn't like so in love with this whole Knight B3 concept. I mean, certainly I felt like the knight could be really misplaced there after Queen A4. She's in this pin. And like at some point I thought she was in a lot of danger, that she did navigate her way out of it quite well. But like in this position after D6, like I thought I was just about to take over.
Exactly.
Yeah, because C5 is coming, and basically the knight on B3 is just so misplaced, because really what she needs to have a normal position here is like, let's say a knight on C3, a pawn on B3, rook on D1. Then it's quite interesting, but the knight on B3 is just not in the right spot.
Agreed, and she was definitely in trouble. C5, Bishop D4, probably.
But C5 was a very interesting decision that she played.
Yes?
Yeah, and I mean, I guess necessity forces you to find such moves.
Exactly.
But it certainly seems like a good idea to me.
Exactly. Question for you, Irina. People who follow our broadcast, I'm forever telling them, develop a tempo. Learn to develop your pieces with tempo. You eschewed the move Bishop F5, and you certainly saw it, but you definitely felt that D5 and Rook E8 were better than playing Bishop F5. Why?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's certainly an idea, Bishop F5, right?
Right.
I guess at some point I didn't like that maybe she could have a knight D4 with a tempo and I was helping her move her queen out of the pin. But I understand it's very specific, right? Because on Queen D2 you have these knight E4 ideas.
Precisely so.
Right, and so it is a question. So she cannot really go there. Can she go like Queen C1?
Yeah. Yep. And then we would probably go like the game.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is interesting, of course, just like, I can tell you my reasoning was like when I saw knight D4 coming with a tempo, but I guess you want to play for E5, right? Knight D4, even move the bishop and play
maybe
even like this.
Yeah. You got
wow.
But I mean, I just wanted to hear why you why you declined.
My reasoning was kind of superficial, I think, on this move. Yeah.
Because what you got was very good.
Better than developing.
What you got was very good. You've played the move Rook E8, and I think again we were looking at Rook B4, maybe Bishop A6. But Rook E8 was a good move.
I know, we looked at this. Rook E8, Bishop B5, Rook B4, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is the moment where once again I was looking at this tempo move. Rook to C4.
Rook C4.
And you didn't like Rook C4. You came up with Knight D7.
You gotta understand, he's a pawn grabber. He sees C5, he's thinking, how do I eat this pawn? How do I take it?
Pay me. I was thinking that you were going to play Rook C4, Knight E4. Full stop.
Wow. Okay, interesting.
Rook C4, Knight E4, gift me the pawn.
Yeah.
And where is her queen going to? That was the other thing.
Good question.
She never really wants to give up her light square bishop.
To D1, and then there's like knight E4, yeah?
Right.
This is quite interesting, yeah. I did feel like this part of the game was very tricky for me. Kind of like, I felt like I should have been doing well, but I couldn't quite find it, and it was just like very, a very unusual position, actually. So what I went for, I was kind of satisfied with it ultimately, although along the way, not so much, but ultimately with what I got, I was pretty happy with.
Exactly. Right here, we kind of liked your position a lot. And this move actually turned out to be a bad move. Your knight, you let her, you described it very beautifully that her knight on B3 is really misplaced. And that when you played the move knight F6, you gave her the tempo that she needs to unravel her queen side with knight D2.
Queen B5? Is that how I stopped the knight from moving? Or?
Well, that was one, but I think we were actually looking at Bishop A6.
Bishop A6 was one of them, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, but again, very tricky, yes.
It turns out the knight is actually pretty darn good on D7, defending E5.
And knight D2, Rook B5? Is that the point?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Knight d2, rook b5.
Yeah. It have to be very tricky, yeah, to like not let her build up what she wants.
Exactly.
I just didn't see this idea at all. I mean, the idea of like putting the bishop on an empty diagonal and then blocking it with the rook did not occur to me, Yasser.
Understood. But knight f6, and then she's
this position I kind of liked after bishop f5. You know, like then I was quite happy. Like I felt like, I always had this move d4 that was quite tempting, but also opened up her pieces, and it was kind of important not to do it prematurely.
Okay.
So overall, I was okay with my position here.
We'll speed up to the key moments as we got to this position. You gave your bishop. Just a reminder for the audience about what we're expecting.
Yeah, we are 5 minutes away from the playoff between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana. So we're going to take a look at some of the key moments here in your game, Irina, and then we're going to jump straight into the action.
We thought right about here you were playing really well, that you had this really great control over the position. You just did everything so well, including this bishop e8, king g7. All of these moves just were so very nice, and we're pretty sure you felt you were winning at this point, right?
Yeah.
And then at a certain moment, like yesterday, there was an opportunity to trade queens, and we couldn't believe that you didn't do it right here.
Now, did you think I should take the pawn? I was like,
no, I thought you should play queen c5.
Yeah.
I thought right here.
Queen c5.
And then
dominating, and queen f2.
Bring your king to e6 and queen f2. Force the trade of queens.
This was a huge moment because she went down to her last 2 seconds, and she wanted to play king to h1. What was your plan after king to h1?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I guess I can look at rook takes g2. To be honest, I don't think I was planning to do that. Like maybe even something like...
But rook takes g2 wins, actually,
it doesn't,
on the spot.
Oh, yeah, but...
That means I would have had to calculate that. Oh, yes, because I wouldn't
and
the rook
there's
would
no
check.
checks.
Nice. She probably saw that, in fact. It's probably why she played this queen g1 move at the last second.
That makes sense, right?
And after queen g1, it was all play on one goal after that. Irina, congratulations. Very, very nice. Your 2 matches. You feel yourself in good form, looking forward to the finals. And just a quick comment, if you don't mind, about Alice. 12 years old.
Yeah, wow.
What do you think about playing such a youngster in the finals of the American Cup?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, I mean, I don't know so much about her games, right? Because she's a young player. But I mean, I've heard of her name, of course, for a long time already. She's been coming up the ranks, and she's doing great here. I can tell you some observations I've had about her play. I mean, she plays fast. She definitely puts her opponents in some time trouble. Yeah. So that will be interesting. Other than that, I'm just going to have to go through her games.
Wonderful. Well, good luck.
Good luck, and that will be the Ladies Championship Bracket Finals. The winner gets an extra $5,000 in that one, no pressure. Thank you, Irina, for joining us. That was certainly a beautiful explanation of what I think was a beautiful game.
Yeah, it was really a wonderful control game, and even in the time troubles when she was relying upon the increment, her moves, the accuracy of her moves,
very professional,
very
just keeping White's chances very low.
Cristian, in this game, I guess Sam's getting White in the first game? Is that right?
It seems like it, yes. It seems like the matches are set up that way. Sam will be having the white pieces in the first game against Fabiano, and then he will have to defend the black side of that equation.
And so we take a look at the playoff format. 2 rapid game match playoff games of game 10 with a 5-second increment. If they are still tied after these 2 games, we will go straight into the Armageddon. 5 minutes for White, 4 minutes for Black, and Black wins if it ends in a draw. There is an increment in the Armageddon, but it starts on move 60.
Outside of day 1, we had Armageddons every single day.
Right.
Is history going to repeat itself?
We get another
Armageddon. And by the way,
mean, we couldn't have an Armageddon on the first day, right? It
was
actually impossible.
Right, because of
But let's not forget, Fabiano Caruana was a protagonist in all of those days.
Against Jeffrey.
Against Jeffrey. And
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
How quickly they forget.
Right.
That was such an intense matchup, though.
It was
felt
very
like 2 days
intense.
already.
I can't believe that. Yeah, I can't believe it was 2 days ago. It feels like we played a tournament since then.
Exactly, because of all of these time controls. I want to say that Sam Shanklin made a very strong impression on us with his theoretical knowledge. Sam Sevian, who we don't really associate as being great theoretically, has actually not had troubles, with the exception of Wesley So. His openings have been
very good. Yeah, very solid.
Solid.
And especially the handling of his positions past the opening stage shows huge amount of understanding. And the fact that Fabiano Caruana brings in a new idea and he just shrugs it off over the board.
Right.
That is the mark of an excellent player.
Exactly.
When you feel something is not familiar territory, it's easy to go wrong.
Right.
And Sam just plunked down, sat down, he thought, and he found the correct way.
But that was the trend of the match, right? Fabiano Caruana coming up with new ideas in the opening and putting pressure early on. Sam, in the classical games, you have time to solve those issues. But with only 10 minutes going into the playoff games, if Fabiano Caruana manages to find some new ideas, will Sam have enough time to solve them over the board?
Well, that is what we thought of Ray Robson, right? And we were right that Sam kept out preparing Ray in those matches, but it just seemed to be enough time for Ray to solve his issues, came back with the white pieces, and then in the Armageddon.
And
I think we're just a minute away or so from starting this playoffs.
Yeah, we can maybe take
What are
the
you
view.
expecting from Sam? Like, if I'm Sam, I'm playing the number 2 player. Well, I think of the number 2 player of the world.
As long as you think so. As long as you think so, it's
I'm
true.
thinking I want to put a lot of pressure, as much pressure I can with the white pieces. I get the white pieces in the first game. I don't want to put myself in a position where I have to defend with black. I want to put pressure on him.
Sam is traditionally an E4 player, but he really has branched out recently. We saw him play the English today. I've seen him try out D4 recently as well. So he's giving himself this breadth of opening repertoire, and that is something that's really helped him out. He's definitely a moving target. All of these guys at the top really are, except for MVL, of course. And that is very important. As Chris Baird is explaining some final rules, and as soon as he is done, we will be off to the races. And there we go.
Underway.
Will
we be seeing E4?
D4.
No, D4, knight f6.
Knight f3.
Let's take a look at what Fabi...
No C4.
A London system.
A London system.
Yeah.
Wow.
Has Sam Sevian been following the chessable courses on the London? Specifically, one Hans Niemann.
To be fair, Hans Niemann recommends the Jobava London with knight c3, not the classical London. And this move, knight h5, played very quickly. This is actually a very combative move because you can take that pawn on c5.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, of course you were about to ask. Can I take the free pawn? Yeah.
But go on.
Yeah, d takes c5, knight takes f4, pawn takes f4, and you could get it back immediately with queen a5.
Okay.
But it's
not the
easiest equality.
Right.
And
So
bishop g5 played instead. That seems to throw Fabi off his prep finally.
But you were
Will
about to
we see an h6 g5 response?
You were about to make the comparison between having the knight on c3, what you described as the Jobava
London,
versus having the knight on d2. The knight on d2 allowing for c2, c2, c4, or c4.
Yeah.
By the way, g5. Okay, the game flared quickly. Is knight e5? Because I was about to ask, is knight e5 a move? If you take my bishop, g5 takes h4. I do have queen takes h5.
That's a very risky approach by Fabiano early on.
It's funny, if I take your knight on e5, you actually have to capture me back because queen takes h5 loses instantly.
Because of bishop
g4.
That is a cute queen trap.
Wait, no it doesn't. You can take on g4.
What?
Nice.
And bishop b5.
Maybe bishop b5 check right
immediately,
away,
right.
But,
That's actually important. But he decided to take on e5 anyway directly.
Okay.
Knight takes e5, d takes e5 already on the board. The knight retreated to g7 and
now
bishop
you can
g3.
go to f5 and continue harassing that bishop to g3. Be ready.
This position's already a mess.
I thought
it's complete mess.
I thought the idea of knight e5 is really you do want to play queen takes h5
H5,
very,
right.
very much. And since bishop g4 is an optical illusion, you don't trap the queen after bishop g4. And what, let's help the audience here, what we were really laughing about was this idea that the white queen is trapped, and once you see that you can rescue your queen with this move, bishop b5 check, a nice little trick from the Queen's Gambit declined variations, but this would have been maybe the way for white to go. In any case, he recaptured very quickly, did Sam, on e5, knight e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5 on the board, knight g7 came out, because this is what you want to avoid as black. You hate those double pawns, and knight g7, bishop g3. Do we have knight f5 right away?
Knight f5 is on the board.
Right.
Well, you are hinting that h5 is a strategical threat, right? How do you defend against h4? You don't want to move your h-pawn with my knight on f5.
Right.
Maybe more than a hint.
I was about to say, doesn't Tempe account for anything anymore? I mean,
what is this Tempe concept?
I mean, you move your knight f6, knight h5, knight g7, knight f5. How many moves do you get with the knight? What's going on, Christian?
Well, just to show you a very fun variation,
Please.
while Sam is thinking right now and we have a little bit of time, as you guys were mentioning, queen takes h5 made a strong impression, right?
Right.
But right now, black is actually winning after knight to c6, allowing you to take on g5. Sure, you want to take that pawn? Take it. Rook to g8. If you continue taking the pawn on h6, rook to h8, and that's going to win a piece, right?
Clear.
So bishop to f4 comes back. e5. Hey, you thought with the knight on e5 I was going to trap your queen. I can trap the queen without the knight on e5 as well. If you take, I'm going to go bishop to g4. The queen is lost. You have to go bishop to g3 to have queen h4, but I'm going to continue going like this. Queen to b6 with a winning, dominating position for black. Quite a fun variation.
That's crazy. I like it.
I like it, but it is gross.
Yeah, I like it.
We have the move e4 on the board by Sam. He's breaking open the center. You could take on g3 and then go d4, but I'm not really sure that I want to activate your rook on h1.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've got a mobile mass of pawns after knight
after
g3,
f4. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a lot.
And I've got bishop b5 check in the pocket to rob you of the two bishops. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of toing and froing with the knight.
He's done it.
e3, e4.
He's done it. Knight takes g3.
Wow. HG3, that's on an automatic, that's on the board, and again, it's a 10-minute game, and they've played kind of slowly.
A little on the slow side, but both have above 8 minutes still.
Okay.
So no real time pressure just yet. H takes g3. Whose position, knee-jerk reaction do you like more? I actually don't know.
I'm kind of liking white because I do like the fact that I can play bishop b5 check on a good day, rob you of the two bishops. There are times that queen h5 could be really bothersome.
Right?
Yeah, put a pawn on f4, put a queen on h5, and let's go. It's not easy for black, on the other hand, to decide about his central pawns. Do you want to play d4? Probably not. Do you want to play d takes e4?
Yeah, the problem that I have with moving the pawn to d4 is that this bishop is so good, right? This bishop on f1 would go to c4. Thank you for the diagonal.
Please,
but I was also thinking, I don't like d4.
Not one little bit.
And Fabi, I think, didn't like it either. He's played the move e6, keeping that tension.
Which isn't an easy move to play, because once you play the move e7, e6, you do entomb your own bishop, and you do encourage white to make what looks like pretty easy strikes towards the king side. Queen h5.
And you know where white's castling?
Long.
White's castling long, and where's black castling?
Exactly.
Now, you do have a big problem to solve, and that is the pawn on e5 as white. So bishop to g7, queen to c7 is coming, and at some point it feels like you're going to have to play the move f4, which is going to open up the board to a lot of new possibilities for black.
But I think I want to play that move f4. I love the idea of queen h5. Let's just start with that.
Oh, he's played f4 immediately, actually.
I love the idea. Wow. I was waiting for you to go queen c7, where I was going to say, well, now I'll play bishop b5 check. Of course, you end up that you'll have to recapture the queen.
Yeah, that's very awkward. I was actually thinking the moment you go queen h5, maybe I can consider a little aggressive, but queen a5.
Yes,
just so
because
you don't
I'm going to castle.
Because I don't want you castling.
Yeah,
right.
that is a disturbance.
So white wants to castle on the long side.
Definitely.
Exactly.
Also, black
F4.
probably wants to castle on the long side as well.
Our producer is telling us that the move c4 is good, and when the producer says a move, it's always good. Actually,
F4, C4.
It is pretty good. Queen b6 is coming.
Because you want to stop bishop to b5, check.
Actually, it's a
And
great
you
move.
want to play queen b6.
Nobody's going to play this move.
It's a great move, though.
But nobody's going to play it, right?
If anybody's going to play it, it's
I
Fabi.
think Fabi might be
Fabi
might be the culprit here to play such a move.
It's such a tough move to play because it is counterintuitive. You weaken your dark squares in the sense that knight f3, d4 could come into play. You're not developing a piece.
You're not developing.
You're not developing a piece.
That's the tough one right there.
Right. So it's the hard move to even think about. Once you put it on the board, you realize how many pluses it comes with, right?
Yeah, queen
but
b6.
It's a
queen
very
b3.
difficult move to even think of.
Yeah, queen b6 will come with the double attack against the pawn on b2, but also queen e3 check and give me this pawn. So that's a big threat. But boy, it is counterintuitive to make the move c5, c4.
Well, you do have to think in a way that where do you have an advantage? On the dark squares, because white doesn't have a dark square bishop. So you do need to open up those dark squares. Open up the avenue, the path for your weapons. That is the bishop on f8, potentially come to c5. That is the queen from d8 coming to a b6 and attacking that tender spot on e3, newly created tender spot on e3. So I understand c4, but it's such a difficult move to make.
And by the way,
and he has not made it. He's played the move bishop d7.
And he went into a little tank to find bishop d7.
A little too long, in my opinion. He has now 5 minutes and 47 seconds the rest of the game. Bishop d7, it's a logical move. The bishop's coming to c6. It's a good diagonal. On a good day, you force me to take on d5 and I get a nice bishop. That being said...
If I may I take on d5?
Yes.
And play c4 now. I really, really do want to play bishop takes c4.
And you're trying to force me to go d4.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to force you to play, because then I'm thinking my bishop posts up pretty nicely on d3. Maybe on a good day, the knight actually drops in, and queen h5, and at least I know where the piece is going.
The flow.
Yeah,
the flow is very clear.
So maybe that's another reason why the move c5, c4 was so strong for black, to stop such an idea.
Yeah, c4 is actually an incredible move. The more I see it,
the appeal
really
starts getting stronger and stronger, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sam has opportunity. This is
I like it. I think pawn takes and c4 is very
and he goes
opportune.
for it.
There you go.
No,
well, not
queen
well.
to
He goes halfway. Pawn takes and queen h5, which I actually also was
not bad.
Also really liked. It prepares long castle.
Yes, it does.
And the pawn on d5 now is a little bit tender. On a good day, knight e4 is coming anyway.
Because of the pin along the d file.
And e6 coming also as well, right?
Now the question is...
Once the knight is on e4, the e5, e6 is...
That's really
hotty
nice.
hot.
Is f takes g5 a threat right now, or we don't even worry about that?
Not even Yasser
No,
would
I'm
consider
ready.
that move.
I want to bring out the bits now. Now I really want the bishop in the game. I want castles, and I want to flood towards f7.
I think it's time to escape for Fabi. This king.
I was about to say, and it's not going. You're not escaping kingside, so
queen e7, right?
Maybe queen a5.
No, absolutely not. No escape. Let's go queen a5 for the kill.
Thank you. Put your pawn on a2.
I think
under
he
pressure.
went for it. We have a queen on b6.
On b6.
On b6. Oh, so b6 is the halfway point. It protects against e6 in many variations.
Right.
But it doesn't prevent castling the way that queen a5 did.
Right. Exactly so.
So I think a castle.
Of course.
And that's why I wanted to play queen a5, because you cannot long castle.
Because
was that so clear to? I
wasn't clear that queen a5 I can't castle. I thought queen a5 maybe I do castle anyway.
I do castle anyway because I do have knight b1, as a kind of an answer with your king still in the center. I was really warming up to your E6 point, that you were making on a number of occasions. So maybe he could have castled Queen B6 anyway on the board. Again, the clocks, if you don't mind.
Of course, 5 minutes and 25 seconds for Sam, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. About even, yes.
Very even.
Very close.
I'm
Maybe
wondering,
we can actually stay with a bird's eye view from now on.
That's beautiful.
Down to the last 5 minutes.
So down to the...
Why isn't he castle? Is he worried about something like C4?
You know, I've been dreaming about a piece sacrifice.
Bishop C4.
Or knight C4 or bishop C4. Because I'm
the thing is, black is pretty quick on long castling, right? The moment you sacrifice a piece, long castle.
Queen. Okay, just a second. So we're looking at castles from Sam Sevian. I don't know if you need it or not, C5, C4, but I'll take it. I've got 2 pawns. I'm eyeballing this guy and this bishop on D7. We're looking at castles, and then queen takes F7. So I've got 3 pawns and a deadly threat of rook takes D7. I like it for white.
I like it for white too. Yeah, it feels like too much initiative. I agree.
Yeah.
And it's 3 pawns.
And it is 3 pawns. I'm not even making a material investment at that point. So
and he has castle. We did expect this.
Same move faster was better.
Absolutely. What is Fabi's plan here? Is Queen G6 a move? It's beyond ugly. but I don't like this position very much.
It doesn't even rise to the level of ugly. Is that what you're trying to say? beyond
I think there's a big problem
ugly.
after queen takes G6, and then F takes G6, knight F3. You're starting to have a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I feel like D5 is hanging.
Bishop.
Well, knight F3 threatens knight takes G5 and rook takes D5.
And yeah, I was just wondering if I can do.
And there we go. That's what we're talking about. C4. Will Sam do the Yasser and take on C4?
Let's.
Ooh.
It's groovy.
Ooh.
Big moment. Knight takes C4.
Big moment right now.
How about you, Christian? Are you in for the sacrifice, or do you see moves like knight F3?
The problem is if you don't do it, I'm afraid that I'm going to get checkmated after C3.
C3.
Right, yeah. I'm also, like Levon did against Lanier.
It almost feels like you're forced to find the right sacrifice right now.
Exactly.
C3 is coming.
If it's right, we actually don't know, right?
No, of course not.
Actually, no, Christian has an engine.
We're gonna rely on our human intuition, not the cold silicon.
We're in the playoffs.
We're in the playoffs. No engines. No engines
more
today.
engines in the playoffs.
No more engines in the playoffs.
Knight takes C4.
Knight takes C4. I don't care if it's correct or not. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Of course, not my piece.
Exactly.
And 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Sam, so he needs to make this decision quickly.
That's a big one. That's a big one right now.
3 minutes. Oh my God! But he's just so low on time.
Right.
Right. He's just leaving himself no time to think after whatever decision he makes.
Well, guys, if knight C4 or bishop takes C4 or any of those sacrifices don't work, then you're kind of in trouble. So
no, but I'm saying
once you make it, you burn the bridge.
I don't want to sacrifice the bishop. I want to sacrifice the knight in order to open up the d file for the rook, but also to bring the bishop to C4. Then my king's perfectly protected.
So, knight takes C4, D takes C4, bishop takes C4. What if I just simply try to preserve all of my pawns? Well,
how?
With bishop E6.
Bishop to E6.
The ones that I still have, yes.
You're not getting mated after knight E4?
There's no more knight. You don't have knight.
You're...
Ooh, so we played
C3. Wow.
I don't like that move.
It feels wrong. I don't know why,
but that
feels wrong, right?
Wow. What, by the way, just to remind everybody, what Christian was saying is that knight takes C4, bishop takes C4. If we do go down this path of sacrificing a piece, there is this move, bishop E6, that we have to overcome. Sam said, hey, man, you guys are in the commentary booth sacrificing my pieces. I'm not sacrificing my pieces. I'm playing the move C2, C3. But everybody kind of took a scant look at that, like, what?
It just feels so loose because bishop f5, bishop a3 ideas start popping into your mind.
Yeah, you've played a lot of puzzle rush, I can see.
A little too much.
Exactly. There is e3 also as a puzzle rush tactic. With when you're...
Actually, yeah, queen e3 looks pretty good.
Interesting. You can castle. That's one of the bad news.
You can.
You definitely can.
You can. Castle, queen f7, queen e3. How do you get rid of my queen?
Giving up the pawn.
He went bishop to c5, it seems.
Bishop to c5 on the board. Okay,
Develops. Bishop's coming to e3 also. I really don't like this c3 move. I don't know if it's a good move or a bad move. I just don't like.
Once more, I'm confused.
What can Sam play here?
So now, perhaps you cannot take your king to safety via b1 because bishop a3 is coming.
King b1, bishop a3 is very attractive. That's for sure for black. Yeah.
And maybe we can turn to the bird's eye view right now because Sam is down to his last 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time.
I didn't like this a moment ago when you asked me, Christian, is f4 takes g5 possible? But bishop e2...
It develops a piece, and very importantly, he's trying to play bishop g4, get rid of the pair of bishops. His king is in some danger.
But no way. If I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm not going to allow the trade of the bishops.
What if we go bishop e3?
That's what I'm thinking. That looks like the money move right there.
Bishop g4, right?
Can I run though? Can I run?
Bishop to e3.
Play bishop g4. We're getting our questions answered.
Asked and answered quickly.
Very quickly. I was thinking here, you castle long. Yeah, that's right.
Which
you castle long.
Did.
Because f7 is not hanging.
Now, there's no rush to capture on g4, so let me get out of the pin. I hate being pinned.
King to b1.
King to b1. You can take twice on f4, but then in that case, I do at last get my knight to f3. I've been dreaming about getting the knight to f3 into d4, but Sam has how much time?
1 minute and 15 seconds.
By the way, that's when you're sitting at that board and somebody tells you you've got 1 minute and 15 seconds, it feels like 3. That time ticks by so fast. And
king
here we go,
b1.
King b1.
Better move. Same move, but quicker.
Yeah, same move faster is better.
1 minute and 3 seconds, but Fabi also not with a lot of time.
We're expecting Fabi to pick up the pawn on f4. The knight is coming to f3 and then to d5, d4.
Anyway, right?
Anyway, so you might as well get the pawn for it.
Well, one thing you can do is exchange the bishop for the knight. But
is there anything to be said? No, bishop g4, queen g4. You don't get to go queen g6 jack and bring your queen to c2. No. You're recapturing on g4 with check, which makes it less palatable.
I don't see that many options. You could unpin with king b8, but
knight f3.
Knight f3 anyway, right?
d5's hanging, f7's hanging.
Although, perhaps you take on d7 first, because if you play knight f3, bishop a4.
And you disturb me.
I'm not sure it's that good, but I don't want to think about it.
Right. I'd like to deprive you of the two bishops, very much so.
And he's played bishop g4. I'm surprised about that, actually.
And king b8. And again, I think knight f3 is an automatic. You don't want to spend too much time when you have these...
Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Wow. Wait, what does he do?
King b8, queen f5.
But now what about queen to e6?
Or g6?
No, I don't want to double my pawns.
Right.
I don't want to allow that pawn on e5 to survive.
Okay.
I want to go queen to e6 and at least block it. Also create the connected 3 pawns, e6, d5, c4.
Oh,
I don't like queen f5 whatsoever.
No,
knight
I like
f3.
e6 as a reply too.
Yes.
Because you would love to just keep the queens with queen c2, but then you're actually just dropping your pawn. And there we go, queen e6 is spotted.
And Fabi, I think now it's very clear that Fabi has gained an advantage out of this opening, and there was been a misplayed position by Sam.
Yeah. Far from over, of course. At the worst case scenario, you can take on e6, take on g5, and suffer like that. Your knight will get to d4. You will not lose a pawn immediately, but it'll be a very ugly endgame. It will be a suffer. Queen
I was just about to
C2.
say queen takes e6 is a forced move.
Commentator's curse.
But, I mean, this is a pawn.
And it's a very good pawn.
Yeah, the knight.
Which pawns aren't good?
But
There
what
has to
was
be
that
some
move,
pawns that are
queen
good.
to f5? That
No,
hesitation.
no, knight f3. And by the way, that's pawn number 2.
Oh, you can take that too.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that there wasn't. You couldn't take it, right?
Fabby's a man after my own heart. After knight f3, he took the pawn. He said, "Go ahead, pin me," which has happened. And f7, f6, it's 2 extra pawns, guys. It's a technically winning position.
Has to be.
It has to be, right? Yeah.
Queen to g4.
Like d4 in this position, yeah. It's just the moves play themselves, right?
Right.
2 pawns is too many.
Well, I'm going for a third one.
It wasn't enough.
What's better than 2 pawns?
3 pawns.
How to create any sort of counter chances for white
And
right now?
you know
just
what?
take, right?
I think he's
Let
just
me
going to
take
take it.
I think you take
I
it.
think you
Take it.
take it.
There
I
you
like
go.
it.
It's
There
too
we
many
go.
pawns. There's too many pawns. And you can't even
Even
really.
if you recapture a pawn on h6,
H6.
d5, d4.
And this is Desperado in play now, but queen a4, moving out of the queen trade. He knows that's hopeless, giving himself kind of a fighting chance, I guess. I don't think it has a threat.
Queen to g4.
I'm also
I would
thinking
probably
queen
play
f2.
h5.
Can we I think everything.
You just
Yeah.
want to go, yeah? You're not worried about
Not that I
anything.
want to go. It's just that I don't know what you're going to do.
Rook e8 is clever. Wait, does it have a threat? I was thinking bishop c3, but that was a hallucination. Wait.
Ooh, knight to d6.
I get it, but does it actually come with a threat? Like, besides the rook, right?
Yes, that's the rook. But the problem is if you
Knight
go
to b5.
rook to e7, knight to c4, knight takes c4 is on tap.
He should not have allowed this move.
Rook
He missed
e8. Well, this was an easy move to miss, but you could go back.
But actually, does it work? Rook e7, knight c4, bishop c3? Ah, rook e7. The knight on c4 is defending b2.
There's no mate on
b2, yeah.
33 seconds.
Whoa,
for both players.
this shocked Fabi. He's spending way too much time here. Somebody is telling us, the producer, the all-mastermind
Bishop
producer.
takes c3
No
wins.
way he plays that. Wait, knight takes c4? Did he miss that
Knight
move?
takes c4.
He missed it.
And maybe Sam
Queen to
was crawling his
G4,
way back into the
perhaps.
game. Rook g1.
G1
That
first?
That's not good. That's
Maybe
not good.
knight c4 didn't work because of queen g4, actually.
But queen g4 doesn't have a threat.
Well, that's
Queen
also a problem.
F2.
And now knight c4. All right. Queen f4, same idea.
Again,
But
no
again, it
threat.
doesn't have a threat.
Pinning the...
Queen b3 played. If I take on c4, rook takes d8, king c7, how do you defend both?
Right, so d5 takes c4.
15 seconds
Queen
for Fabiano.
d1.
Rook to
Queen
c7.
d1.
Queen d1 defends both. Very
Of
nice,
course.
very good spot. Yes,
Yeah.
rook c7 then. So the advantage
But
has
now-
fallen to only one.
But now...
Still two pawns.
Still 2 pawns, actually, yes.
You...
But two very weak pawns, I have to say.
Whoa, what?
Queen e3, that's not the
What
move
was
I was thinking
queen
of.
e3? Knight
Trying
to
to
c2.
redirect the queen to c5. I like this. I like this
Knight-
queen e3, queen c5.
Yeah, it's solid, right? Keep the queen around the king, around your weaknesses.
You guys, do you know there was a pawn on c4 that was impossible to
Forget
take?
about a pawn.
How did he blunder the pawn on c4?
Yeah, that was bad. But he's still completely winning. It is 2 pawns.
It is still 2 pawns, and he should be playing h5, h4,
Yeah.
9 seconds. And finally,
Okay, push him, baby.
that's
H5.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Get that pawn up the board. Watch out for knight a6 check. Alert.
Oh my goodness.
Alert. Alert. Knight a6.
Because knight d5 also threat, right?
Oh, don't go rook d7, Fabi.
Wait, rook d5.
Knight a6 alert.
He's not going to go rook d7.
Queen b5. Queen. Oh,
wait, really?
nice.
He saw it.
That was a very nice move.
And
Knight takes d5.
A knight takes d5 runs into...
He's done it.
But queen takes b3.
He's done it.
Pawn takes, rook cd7.
But then at
Maybe
least I get
c4,
to
yeah?
stabilize the knight with c4.
Maybe rook h7.
There you
Which
go,
he goes
rook
for.
h7.
But what about rook to f1 now? No, rook to f1, I don't have a threat.
No, as black, you're anxious as can be to put the pawn as quickly as possible on h2, and that was why rook f3, rook h3 was
But
played
I
by
think
Sam.
this really just cement, right? Bishop g3 and f5 followed
Exactly.
by
Can I go
f4.
c4? You have to go c4.
You have to go. And c4.
And then rook
but,
f1.
but now comes rook f7.
And rook f7, f4 next
f3.
move. The rook is just dead on h3. And
Exactly.
now it's pretty easy.
Beautiful bishop on g3.
Beautiful bishop. It's funny, it wasn't easy with 3 pawns, it wasn't easy with 2 pawns, but now it's only 1 pawn, it's pretty easy, yeah.
Exactly. Oh, he didn't put his rook on f7. I thought he would put his rook on f7 and his rook on e8 so that he would be able to play rook e2.
And white had to play knight to f4. Stop this move f4, because right now it's so difficult to get away from this bind.
And I think you can even march the king, right?
Well, isn't it time for a6 just to make sure that you can't play b5?
Well, what is this prophylactic chess
exactly.
nonsense?
Exactly. Okay, well,
Rook
it took him a
e5.
few, he lost a few tempi, but he did get his rook to the e file.
It all comes down to those last few seconds, guys.
And by the way, if the pawn were on a6, there wouldn't be any skid marks near the king. I mean, the king would be ultra safe.
a6 would have been good technique.
Exactly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But, you know, I think so highly of guys like Fabi and Wesley and Lanier and Levon. I expect them to make those moves
right,
like with virtually no thought.
Okay,
Rook
so
F2.
what's your plan?
My plan was rook f2, rook takes f2, bishop takes f2, put the bishop back on g3, and put the pawn on f2.
That's a great plan.
It's a very good plan. Truly.
Okay.
Can I play rook e3?
Yes.
Rook d5, rook d3.
I think rook e3 was winning.
Wait, but now
because
f3.
the pawn goes to a2.
The promote just promotes,
You have to
right?
go for the.
And here we
F3
go. Some trickies against the king.
Are there?
I don't see them. What if I just go f2?
That's rook c1.
I understand that.
Rook
but
c1. Some
you still don't have
tricks.
checks. King to c8. All the checks are
Or
covered.
king b7, I don't see the difference.
Well, now I go rook c1.
Rook c1, rook e8.
In any case, rook e8, knight e7, and
then you go rook e1.
Rook e1. You can win my rook. Whoa, rook! Look at this. Rook b4
is a threat. A5.
Oh,
Just
what a
let's.
Ooh, rook d4 is a scary move, right?
It is, because rook b4 check, and you could find yourself in a mating box, but that
He has
move
to go rook
a5.
c4 now.
But what is rook c4 threatening?
Continue.
But only c8, right?
Trying to queen something, but I
But
think
maybe
rook e1 just wins.
maybe just simply rook c8. By the way, that might be the simplest move now.
Rook
Knight
c8 and you
f6.
pick
Where
up
is the knight
pawn,
jumping?
right?
Exactly.
The pawn is being
not-
picked up next move.
Rook d5.
Rook c7.
There's another check coming on b5.
Rook c7, I guess.
Does that do anything? No.
No.
Rook c,
Now it's
rook
all
b5, king
safety.
c8, it's very safe. King,
Yeah.
King
king
a6
a6 also good.
Professional.
Any trades.
Yeah, remember the
The
c7
rooks.
is defended.
This is over.
You can
By
take
the way,
either one
I
of the rooks.
didn't notice that.
Oh, really?
I was going to play king takes b5. I did not notice that the rook was defended.
And Fabi wins game 1
with the black pieces.
with the black pieces. Huge result there for Fabiano Caruana. Sam Sevian is back is against the wall. Must win with
Missed
the
his
black
chances.
pieces. I really think so. Christian, take the game away with the engine. We didn't have it at all. But I am wondering,
was the sacrifice good, or not?
Or were we just bluffing?
It seems that after c4, the sacrifice was not working.
Wow.
Knight takes c4, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, not bishop e6, but long castle.
Which we rejected because of queen
Rejected
f7.
because of queen takes f7, but it seems like I'm getting a lot of active play with my
No.
dark square bishop, because whenever you go to b1, I have these ideas of bishop to a3 or bishop to d4.
Hey, nobody believes you.
Nobody
Rook
believes
takes
you, but-
d7. No. Rook takes d7.
Rook takes d7, rook takes d7,
Rook
bishop
takes d7,
e6,
rook takes d7,
rook
bishop
d8.
takes e6, rook d8. Correct.
Rook d1.
Correct. Queen to b5.
3 pawns.
It is
for
3
the
pawns,
bishop.
but the material is quite limited. And I think this is the key factor of assessment right now.
It's kind of scary.
Wow.
looks very scary, and from a practical perspective, knight takes c4 is also a move that obviously you're going to consider.
Exactly.
I have.
Thank you for sharing. Where did it go wrong then?
C3 double.
C3 is a double question mark. Now, queen to f3, the idea is the same. You want to stop this move c3, but also bishop to a3. You're covering the whole third rank. Very important move, queen to f3, creating some threats as well. The pawn on d5 is under attack, so you have to defend. And now, finally, you have to take, apparently, on g5. Very difficult moves to make. Very difficult sequence to make. He played the move c3, and let's understand why this was so bad. Well, actually, it's not so bad, because from +4, +0.4, which queen f3 was giving white to -0.8. So it's not such a huge difference. I would say maybe one question mark. It's not completely losing for white by any means. Bishop to c5, still quite balanced. Bishop to e3, bishop to g4, good move. Long castle, take on d7, king to b1, take on g4, take on g4, king to b8. It seems like a very balanced game, and this was the move that we did not like. Queen to f3. You guys were mentioning knight to f3 seems like a very good way to continue the game. And maybe this is what he was afraid of. Take on f4, and now you cannot take back on f4, because after rook to g8, you're going to have huge problems defending all of your weaknesses.
Right.
You have to keep contact with the pawn on g2. If you lose this one, you get checkmated.
Right.
So you have to go queen to h3, then I just simply pick up this pawn. Black is better. Queen to f5 was a bad move, but still not losing the game. And now just simply, taking the pawns. That was the right move by Fabiano, and he never looked back. Never looked back after that. That's 3 pawns right there to the good. Rook to e7. By the way, bishop to c3. Check this move out.
Yeah, we've seen that.
But I don't get it. B takes c3?
B takes c3, yes. Rook takes c1.
I take.
And I would assume it's queen d2.
I was going to say queen to d3. I thought it was queen
to d2.
Yes. But because I thought queen g3 also hits everything, right?
It was like a pinball.
Queen to d2 or queen to g3, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn, hitting the knight. Game over.
Actually, I want to point out that there was
3 cookies with one move. Queen g3. Love it.
There was a chance later for Sam. I just went really quickly through the game with the engine. On move...
well, first of all, on move 35, right now, if he takes on e5,
it's not so
it's not that easy, because, of course, you cannot take with a pawn. I'm going to capture another pawn, and that's going to be very close to equality. You have to take, but now after queen b4, you do have 2 pawns to the good, but I'm going to pick up at least one. These pawns are too weak to be able to hold them all. So that's going to lead to a position in which black has only 1 pawn up. It's not going to be an easy conversion.
And if we go actually to move 52, that seems to be a big deal.
Big moment?
A big moment here. As Sam goes to move rook d3. Sorry, go ahead. Rook d3 and f3. Actually, according to the engine, rook hd1 almost equalizes.
Correct.
What? Really? Because where's the mating threat?
You have knight f4 or knight to c3, because then you have double check.
That's mate on d7.
Bringing the rooks, and that's a checkmate.
Whoa.
So you have, if you move the rook, then you just simply get checkmated. Rook to d8 followed by rook to d7. Impossible.
Rook h1,
rook
d1.
No. That's not a human move.
Really?
I just don't see it. I feel like c6 is the way to go, because you just want to push and give a check with that pawn getting close to promotion, create some counter chances. I understand.
Yeah. And in time pressure, it's very hard. You have to make a decision.
Difficult.
Right, yeah.
Right. I think Fabi could have saved himself a lot of effort if he had gotten in a6 and not just allowed his opponent b5, c5, and c6. And
a little better technique there at the end.
Yes.
But he takes the full point.
He does indeed.
He converts his pawns, or pawn at him eventually, and he wins the first game. So Fabi now, with the white pieces, only needs a draw against Sam Sevian. This will be an interesting one. Let's see what Sam can pull from his hat of tricks. Remember that he was on the other side. He was the one with white against Wesley, but now the situation has reversed.
How will he create chances, winning on demand with the black pieces? Sam, I'm going to go back to my room and look at that knight takes c4 sacrifice, because I really am stunned that it didn't work. Number one, that it wasn't
evaluation.
played.
Yeah,
Number
yeah.
two, that it didn't really work, or the evaluation was.
Well, I feel even more
Jeez.
controlling in that, and we can go back right now to that one, that
Wow.
moment.
Yeah, we're still a couple of minutes away from the start here.
of game
Yeah,
two.
so I do feel, I understand your concern, Yasser.
Frustration, not my concern.
But
yeah.
also bishop to e6 works as well. It
That's
does.
true, right?
It does. Look, the best move in the position right now is rook to e1.
Oh,
You
yeah,
cannot play
you're
that.
not finding this.
You're not going to play that.
That is
right?
true.
Yeah.
So bishop to e6, it does feel like it's quite controlling from black's perspective.
And here you go. Fabiano Caruana sporting the American Cup t-shirt, which I'm sure, I don't know if right now, but later on, you'll be able to buy yourself at qboutiquestl.com. You guys like that?
Yeah,
Put that in?
nice.
Very, very good. The producers are very happy with
Wow,
me.
wow.
I'm looking for my bonus. qboutiquestl.com as Sam Sevian finds himself in a must-win situation in this game with the black pieces, but at least it's a much faster time control, and that always makes the games a bit more random.
Yeah, I'm going to solicit Brian there at Q Boutique to give you the friends and family 5% discount.
Thank you. I actually get an employee discount there, but thank you very much.
And here we go. They're off. E4 and
modern,
the
modern.
Basically.
Everybody expects the modern. Well, not so much.
By the way, I'm thinking that if you're going to play the lion, the black lion with a6 and e6 and knight e7 and knight d7 and b6.
The what?
It's called the black lion.
I thought it was called a hippo.
No, the hippo.
It's with b6. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabiano is not shying away. He goes for G4.
Boom, baby. Let's go for a fight.
You want to fight? You got it.
And it's what we were mentioning earlier about different play styles at the top.
Yes.
If you give Fabi the chance to find a fight, he'll fight.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs a draw. Yeah, I need a draw. G4, H4, boom, 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 boom.
Right. Let's fight for the draw and a stale equality. No.
He analyzed this position quite thoroughly, I have a feeling, at home, because he plays so confidently right now.
Yeah,
Exactly.
He's playing so quickly. That's the annoying part. You play the modern hoping to not run into prep, and you run straight into prep.
Oh, that's
the worst feeling. Yeah.
That actually happened to me once in a world team championship. It was in Switzerland against Nigel Short. I played what I thought was an offbeat line of the modern, and God knows that he and John Nunn had been studying it for 2 weeks. It was like, I walked right into this massive attack.
That's rough.
Yeah, I know, and then I died. H4 with the idea, obviously, of H5 and pressing on the king side. What do we like here for Sam? Should he play H5 himself?
I actually opened my database, and Fabi has had this position before.
That's why he's played it so
That's
quickly.
why he's played it so quickly, yeah.
Right? Against whom?
I don't recognize this name. Simon Gumbars, 2500, but I don't actually
Sounds
know.
Latvian. Gumbars.
Gumulars Simon, yes, that's a Polish grandmaster.
Sorry.
Gumulars Simon, okay.
And we do have G6 takes H5 on the board. My goodness. And instantly came G4, G5.
Wow. What a decision.
Is very nice. It's just kind of killing these pieces so that you can't develop, and not necessarily wanting to recapture with his rook. Maybe you'd prefer to recapture with his bishop. And is this the way that game went?
No. The other game went with H5 by black, actually.
That's what I was thinking, that Sam might want to play H5 himself. Ooh, I much prefer this move, Knight E2. Once Fabi played Knight E2, it's very obvious that this is a much better capture with the knight on H5, because that in that case it will come with tempo. Knight G3, knight takes H5 on Fabi's agenda.
The good news for Sam, it's a imbalanced position. Anything can happen. The bad news, this looks terrible.
The bad news is it does look terrible, but he's got to win, and he's taking huge risks.
Huge risks, yeah. It's completely understandable that his position is bad. Sometimes you take the risks because that's what the situation of the tournament demands.
Exactly.
And he knows he's fighting for his second life in this position.
Exactly.
And Knight G3 on the board. Does Knight H5 work?
It does.
It does?
But then I just go Bishop F8. I would assume that's the
No, but Bishop
only
F8, Knight
answer.
F6.
Knight to F6.
Give me the rook.
Give me that rook on H8, right?
So then,
and that's the
what is
exact
answer?
question that Fabi is asking Sam.
Ugh.
You have to go rook h7?
Rook h7, I don't
Or
believe.
king
that.
f8, perhaps.
King f8 you might have to play, but I could even just take on g7. You have to
And
take
then
on,
take
and take
on
on g5.
G5.
I think he played
you get
bishop
all your.
h6.
Okay, bishop h6 still playable. It's an ugly move because the bishop is dead, basically.
But by far the best move. You might as well hang on to
the material, right?
To the material.
I guess you go queen d2 on long castle, or is there anything more concrete?
Guys, but this is a fight, right? And
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
exactly what Sam
I
wants.
don't know.
I don't think this is precise. I don't think this is precisely what he wanted.
I don't think of the word fight. I think this might be a slaughter, but
it's a fight.
It is what Sam needs to do. Mix
Yeah.
it up. He doesn't want to play a theoretical draw. But boy, he's got a bad position.
Yeah. Queen d2 looks like.
Queen d2 looks like curtains. Queen d2 castles. Anything?
I mean,
to be
black
said?
has developed like none of his
Guys, look,
forces.
I don't want to spoil the party.
Please.
But the position
Spoil
is
the party.
actually close to equal.
Wow! I would never have guessed that.
After queen d2, you're starting to be worse as black.
Get out of here.
As white.
As white.
Get out of here.
Really?
Look, I understand the frustration, but that's the reality of it.
Chess is rough.
Don't be hating.
Chess is rough.
Right, and then you die.
And then you die.
And then you die. White is starting to slip. Where did white slip? It looked
wouldn't call
good.
it a slip necessarily.
We'll
I
take a
wouldn't
look
call it a
later.
slip necessarily.
I don't believe it.
I mean, it just feels so good for white. I mean, optically, I'm looking everything.
Yes, sir. Black is a pawn up.
Oh my! I do like that part. I do like that part.
Thank you.
Yes.
Finally, you're
Yes.
coming back to your senses.
Took a moment.
Queen to d2.
Very obvious move. And now, why is it that the engine is saying it's not as bad as it looks? Because it looks bad. You can't play knight f6. You don't want to take on d4. You don't want.
It's taking on d4,
he
but
did take on d4.
I mean, I don't
Well, I guess he's going to put his knight on e5. Okay, I'm warming. I get it. You at least do have a square, knight e5. You take with the bishop. There is g5, g4, and the bishop on h6 is playing a role.
All right. Queen d4.
Frustrating.
Yeah, frustrating, really. It feels like all of my knowledge of chess has just been insulted.
Exactly. World champion Magnus Carlsen once asked, when you're playing against the computers and you're studying with the computers, how do you feel? He says it's depressing.
Depressing.
And I think that's a perfect summation.
All right, 95 on the board. I still think you long castle here, right?
Exactly. And he's done it. Long castles, king b1, knight d5, let's go.
And Sam played quickly, rook c8. All right, counterplay.
Okay. Queen a7, I'm not worried about rook c4, but I think I want to play king b1, just tucking my king away.
Yeah, you see a bishop on h6.
Right.
You see the rook on c8. You feel that the king needs to get off the c file.
Indeed. And he's done it.
He's done king b1, right?
Now, here's the point. How is black going to deal with the knight on g8 and the rook on h8? Is he going to play e6, return the pawn?
Yeah, probably, right? Because I don't really want to take it as white.
You kind of relieve the pressure,
You kind of relieve all the pressure, and the knight's going to come to c4 at the end of those trades.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the bishop,
Yeah. Perhaps you do go e6 here. It also prevents the move knight d5. It looks a bit scary to open up the f6 square when there's a knight on h5, also the diagonal, and to weaken the d6 pawn. But perhaps it is the move that needs to be played.
Christian, jump in. How are you feeling about Sam's position? He must win.
He must win, and I don't like his chances, but I like the position that he got. With
Double-edged,
that
right?
task at hand, that he must win.
He must win, yeah.
A6, that's an interesting move. Of course, knight to d5 is on tap, so you have to worry about that.
Right.
Now, after e6, will I be able to set up any sort of potential sacrifices after f4? We exchange those pawns, then I get the bishop to h3 and try to sacrifice on e6.
There's all kinds of scary business in this position.
Wow, intriguing ideas.
And also, once you play e6, I can go f4 as well.
Another thought that flashed for me was rook c8 to c4.
Well, there's a big move right there.
There it is.
Rook c4.
There it is. Rook c4.
Right.
I wasn't sure because...
No, I don't like this move.
Because bishop f1 feels like a tempo.
Well, if you played queen a7, I was going to go queen a8. But if you go back to d2 as as played in the game, then I was thinking that e7, e6.
Rook c4 just feels like it helps
the idea.
white. Wait, but e7, e6, can I take on d6?
It's very concrete. I want to play b5, b4.
I get it, but
chase
can I
the
take
knight
on
and take on
d6?
e4.
Can I take a pawn?
Wait, what?
Oh, after e6, he wants to play queen takes d6, right?
Yeah, we're okay with that because we feel like it releases the tension a lot.
But last time we
had knight c4 at the end, but I still at the end with king e7, I don't feel
I understand
too bad.
that, but after queen takes d6, we exchange everything, and you go b4, right?
Well,
then I go rook to b6.
I never said before. I want the record to show, right? Because I was thinking along the lines of maybe king e7.
Rook to b4?
Whoa. And
that
instantly, what's going on?
That is committal.
Wow.
No,
but
you cannot play like
no
this.
Way. This rook on b4?
You cannot play
no
just
way.
like that. No.
Rook to b4.
Whoa.
That's just
no
way.
That
the
rook's
problem
getting
is you
trapped.
don't have the bishop is never coming back on the long diagonal.
Right.
Bishop
That's
to
the big
G7,
issue, right?
You would love to play rook h5 and bishop g7, right?
It's never coming back. It's never coming back.
I mean, that's the thing about the position is the dark squares on the queen side are not weak because nobody can attack them.
Yep. Okay, so queen a5, bishop c1 is what I'm seeing, and
yeah, right.
How does
what's the next?
Queen a5 is on the board.
Bishop c1 feels automatic.
Right.
And how are we doing on time?
Thank you.
6 minutes and 44 seconds for Sam.
And
6 minutes for Fabiano and counting.
Yeah, so pretty even still.
By the way, those are lots of majors. I agree with you. The rook is terribly, terribly trapped. But
Ugly
for the
rook.
moment, I mean, there's a kind of horde.
The thing is, this horde's not moving, right? Like, for example, if I play bishop c1, what's your next move? Knight a3, I'm not even taking that knight.
I was thinking I'm going to sacrifice rook b3 and queen takes c3 somehow, some way.
Yeah, but give me the knight too, right? And then bishop b2, give me the rook on h8, and give me everybody. No, but that's kind of the problem is that, yes, you have a lot of pieces on the queen side, but your pieces on the king side will never reach that side of the board.
That's with the knight on g8.
Right.
Oof, 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 oof.
It feels over
Bishop
after bishop
c1. Yeah.
Very
strong,
easy.
I understand. You have a few weapons on that side.
Right.
But
You just want to make sure that rook b3, you don't rook a4, that there's not some crazy way of...
I also have a lot of defenders.
Yeah, you have tons of defenders. There's a rook on h1 that can go to h3. The bishop on c1 is covering everything. Yeah. There's a queen on e2. Tons of stuff covering on the queen side. I really don't know why bishop c1 hasn't been played. It's such a logical move. Play king a1 next move. He might be thinking king a1.
Yep.
And there we go. Bishop c1.
That's a good move.
Took a while, but you got there.
Exactly.
g4.
g4.
Ooh.
Okay.
So
I like that move.
This was his plan.
All right.
So he's eyeballing bishop c1 and queen a3 opportunities, and Sam is saying, please, please give me a chance to play bishop takes c1 and queen a3.
Putting some pressure on Fabiano's clock.
Wow.
4 minutes and 20 seconds and counting.
All right.
Suddenly it's more tricky than I...
Well, it's ugly as sin, but... Does the move bishop b2, allowing knight takes b2, king takes b2, just threaten a3
Makes the most sense, yep.
I like it.
Like it.
I like it. I mean, you just have to sometimes bring in your horns and say, yeah, bishop b2. Because as you said, there's no bishop coming to g7. You never, ever get that bishop to g7. I will not
And that
let
is
you.
Black's problem in
Exactly.
this position. That is his only problem, actually, in this position.
He's played...
What has he played?
We don't see... Oh,
Knight
to
F4.
F4.
Whoa, we just said don't allow the bishop to g7.
Wait a minute.
Did he allow the bishop to get to g7?
Wait a minute.
What the heck is that?
We understand that he probably calculated something along the lines of bishop takes f4 and all the complications after that. But what about just a retreating move, bishop to g7?
That's what I'm asking. Bishop to g7.
Oh my goodness, this
Well,
might be a big
The
mistake.
producer's actually telling us it's a good move.
Wow.
Which they're
Shocking.
never wrong. They're
Shocking.
never wrong.
Let's mute the producers for a second.
VAR said it's a good move. Knight f4. What a
So what's the
shocker.
idea after
As
bishop
they
to
put
g7?
on the currency. Have
Do you
faith
want to
in
play
VAR.
e5? Is e5 something that's on your mind after bishop to g7?
What?
Yeah. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't make it work.
What?
e5. Why not?
Well, bishop g2.
Guy's nuts. What?
And then take on d6. The problem is I'm not threatening
You're
anything.
not threatening mate, right? I just couldn't make e5 work. I wanted to get rid of this bishop. Maybe go queen g4 on a good day. Queen c8. Who knows? Maybe mate.
Exactly.
Okay, guys. So what are we missing after bishop to? Just a simple defending move such as queen to d3.
Maybe it's just knight d5, honestly.
But knight d5 I take.
And then I take with a knight. I know it's brave, but what's the problem?
There's no mate.
Can I suggest
No.
knight a3 check for just a moment?
Right now?
Right now. Knight a3 check.
I take it.
Bishop takes a3, queen takes a3.
And if I go super greedy with like knight d5 anyway, knight f d5,
Knight f d5.
Yeah.
I take it.
knight takes d5,
Bishop g7.
c3.
You saw the mate. Darn it!
I see them once in a while. 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
c3 is the good one.
Rook's very trapped.
Yeah, very trapped. Yeah, I was hoping.
And I think it's the same thing for bishop g7 immediately. You go knight f d5. I'm not. It looks scary, but where's the blow?
Yeah.
I might be missing something, but I don't see it. The knight on d5 actually does a huge job of defending the dark squares.
Exactly. While hitting the knight, hitting the rook and playing for c3 as
C3,
well
yeah.
to close the diagonal. Wow.
A
Knight
close to
f4.
2 minutes and 30 seconds think for Sam Sevian right now.
Very frustrated Sam Sevian.
Where is the
he
Well,
needs to win.
But if you feel that there's a chance, it has to be here, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, one more look. Rook b3.
Oh my goodness.
Rook b3 here?
Yeah, cb3.
Uh-huh.
Queen c3.
Uh-huh.
I take on c4.
I take on c4.
Bishop g7.
Bishop b2.
What?
Bishop
Bishop
b2.
b2. Your
Well, I took on-
queen.
yeah.
You
on
took with the
B3.
c pawn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, of course.
Your queen defends b2.
b2, right, yeah.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
Did he play a move?
No.
He has not
He
played
has
a
not
move
played a
yet.
move. He needs to make a move.
He does.
Well, right now we have even time.
Even time. 3 minutes and 40 seconds each. So I
Okay.
He's going for
Knight,
e6.
knight,
Wait,
F-
what? What?
E6.
What?
This was the last move I would have thought of.
Actually, it was the
Understand, you're
first move I
controlling
was
D5.
thinking about. A few moves ago, it was the first move I was thinking about. E6, just to stop knight d5. You had these great ideas when the knight coming on d5, and he said, I can't handle them. I'll
What
stop
if,
you.
So what if I go knight d3 here?
Knight d3. I've got to put my bishop on the long diagonal. Knight d3, bishop to g7.
Yeah. Okay, I have to
Well,
take the rook,
look,
no?
at least
I'll
e6.
take the knight on c3.
At least e6 has the shocking factor to it.
Truly.
Because you'd never expect a move such as e6. You calculate
Exactly.
bishop g7, bishop takes f4, rook takes b3, not e6.
Crazy, crazy. Super double-edged. Again, kudos to Sam for giving himself a chance. I mean, this is it's so sharp that literally the game is on a knife's edge.
Knight to d3. He played that move that we were considering.
Exactly. The rook is trapped. But I'm thinking bishop g7.
What about bishop
Knight
g7?
b4.
That is a
Bishop
serious-
takes c3. How
I
do
like
you
it.
like what's going on in that variation? My
I have
goodness.
no idea.
Bishop to g7. Knight takes b4. Bishop takes c3.
Now imagine this actually being your pieces.
I'm just very happy they're not. But yes, continue the thought.
And he's taking
Bishop
on h8
Bishop g7
first.
was played.
He's taking on h8 first. I don't think there's any argument to be made for bishop c3 here. You take on h8, right?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
which he did.
Absolutely. Bishop. So, you know, we were saying
I think you
this
might as well
bishop.
snap that rook, right?
Yeah, we were saying that bishop will never getting on this. Oh, you got an idea.
What
Go
about
ahead.
queen e1 here?
Queen e1.
No, then I'm going to
Rook
be
takes
able to rook
b3.
b3 and bishop c3 in the best.
But I mean,
that's the best possible opportunity for me.
Is it so such a big deal?
It's
though?
unclear though.
Because my rook has been trapped for the better part of a half a dozen moves. I'm losing the rook, but I'm now getting a pawn and a minor for it. I've got to feel that's a 3-result game.
Okay.
But otherwise, what else, right? Knight b4,
I don't know how
bishop c3.
3-result it is, honestly, because I go
Queen
queen
e1
e1 played.
Wow.
Yeah, if you take on b3, cb3, bishop c3,
Okay.
and I just move
I'm
my
doing
queen
it.
to like e2.
I'm doing it. Bishop c3, rook b3, c2 takes b3, bishop takes c3.
And I go
We
queen
think-
e2.
And you go queen e2.
You could give me a check on a3, and that would force me to take with the bishop on a3.
I like the dark square bishop. I'm thinking that's great comp.
But then
for
you
sure.
can just simply
I think
take on
g4.
g4.
But rather than
It feels like black's actually stuck, right?
agreed. Rather than giving up that pawn, no, knight f. Maybe you're taking the knight.
Maybe
suddenly.
that's the thing. You're taking the pawn next move because bc4 is a threat.
Yeah, unfortunately, I need.
Yeah, you need the knight developed,
I need
right?
the
Yeah,
tempo.
yeah. You need the tempo.
Yeah.
No, if the knight was on f6, I totally warm up to black's position.
Okay. No, knight f6.
95.
No, pardon me. Knight e5, bishop e5, queen g4,
g4,
knight f6.
queen
I was
e2.
trying to play queen c3, but I think you have ways to stop that.
And
Doesn't know
perhaps
how-
now
yeah.
that we're under 1 minute for Fabiano, we can go back to the
Ooh.
bird's eye view. No,
Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes each,
2
basically.
minutes each.
But that being
Very even on times,
all that-
these players.
all that we've said, but I don't see another move that's not rook takes b3.
Right.
Right.
Give me an alternative.
Give me an
right?
alternative here.
Yeah.
No, white's trying to consolidate knight takes b4 and rook d3, and then everything's defended.
I'm a horrible materialist that I am.
Really?
Bishop
You?
c3, queen c3, rook a4.
No.
no way.
Gross.
No way.
I'll get the gross price.
Yeah.
I'll get the gross price.
Also, queen g7 is an issue. Yeah?
Yes, I was trying. Yeah. Knight.
But excuse me, what if I just take on a5 at that point?
Yeah, yeah.
Exchange the queens?
I'm not a happy camper. He has played knight a3 check.
Takes.
Takes.
It is possible to take on b4, but
why not take it? Because if not, the rook survives after rook to d4, right?
Yeah, you kind of have to. But actually, I like this version for Sam much more than what we were analyzing.
Don't forget he's a pawn up, and
yeah.
I think it's more important for him to keep the g4 pawn.
It's a huge
than it is for him to win the
the
c2
C pawn,
pawn.
yeah.
So I like, by the way, to recognize the subtle differences in that
stuff. It's very tough.
with just minutes on us. I mean,
It's very impressive.
He's
very
giving himself
impressive.
the best chance
possible, yeah.
And you've got to take the rook. Otherwise, like you say, rook. He is a pawn up, and he's got a dark square bishop.
Yeah, why not? A good day, you'll mate him on the diagonal.
Right.
It's
So
a chance.
knight takes b4, queen takes b4, knight on c3 to e2.
And you can see that Fabi's uncomfortable.
He
Because
doesn't like
otherwise
it.
he just snaps the rook and keeps
He
playing.
doesn't like
he
it.
doesn't like it that much. He knows
No.
that there's danger. He knows that it's not so easy to just consolidate his pieces.
Agreed. And this is almost kind of a dream open Sicilian kind of look with the
Compensation, right?
yeah.
And there we go.
And look at how fast they're
Oh my
playing. Bishop
goodness.
e5.
But that's what we're
instantly
talking about. The bishop comes to e5, the knight comes to f6.
Defends the d6
Defends the
pawn.
d6 pawn. This is a typical Sicilian comp. The bishop on g2 is
Beautiful
trash.
compensation.
Knight to d4 going to c2.
I don't know if
Man.
black is better, but this is a 3-result game.
No question about it.
Yeah.
Ideas of b5, b4.
And you can see his confidence growing.
Sam, looking like he belongs.
Boom,
in
look
the
how he's
2700.
blitzing.
Wow, queen c5, prepping b5, b4.
I think you have to go b4 as white.
B4,
That's
but queen.
and you did it.
yeah.
You know your man. Queen c4.
Queen c4.
But then my bishop is the one that starts covering stuff, right? I can go like bishop f1, bishop
yeah,
d3.
but bishop f1.
Bishop takes e4.
Queen
There's a
Queen
check
e4.
on e4.
Knight takes e4.
There's
That's
a check
okay.
on the e4. Bishop takes e4.
Queen takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, b takes e4. That ending.
That's 2 pawns.
That is 2 pawns.
2 pawns,
C3
3 to
hanging.
be soon because I'm
Wow. F4, en passant.
Bishop takes f3.
I like
this
that
is-
move F4.
Yeah.
But this is the type of position one Garry Kasparov loved to play. Look at the game between Lanier Dominguez and Garry Kasparov from an
Bishop
event.
to E2, is that an option
Bishop
right
e2?
now?
Yeah, because if bishop e4, I can just move my king. And remember, the b5 is hanging now.
That's a problem.
With a check.
With a check.
Oh,
The
no,
A5
he
might
missed
have
it.
been terribly timed, but Bishop E4 is check.
Yeah,
You
go
can
king,
take that, king to A1, and then
A1.
you can take on D4.
King a1 or king b2?
By the way, I do have knight D5 as a possibility.
But I take on c4 and I take on b5, right?
With check. True.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so it's queen back home. Queen back home to C8.
Yeah, but
Bishop takes B5 check.
Or he takes with the knight. There's knight d6 on the air. Is this
That's
working?
okay, but what if I take on B4?
I think I take on d6.
And then I continue taking.
Bishop takes d6, rook
And
takes
then
d6.
take on C3, and then queen B8 if you take back.
Right, queen B8 check.
The trickies go both ways.
That's right. So we
I don't know.
take on still.
He has to take on B4. That's a big one right now.
Right?
What?
But that move, knight takes b5, was a little bit surprising. I was so expecting
Wait,
bishop
guys,
takes b5
but
check.
if I take on B4, how?
Exactly.
Isn't that winning
exactly.
for black?
Well, maybe I'll play rook takes d6. I don't know.
But then I take on C3.
No.
I mean, what
then
else?
I'm winning with black for sure. No, I don't
way.
like that.
No, but
Wow.
this looks completely crushing with 3 pawns like that. Wow.
And look at this, 30 seconds for
He has to
each
take on
player.
B4. Maybe he doesn't see queen B8.
Queen B8.
And he's gonna go king to E7, defend that pawn on D6.
No.
He's just burning so much time on this.
He's
book.
done it. He's done it. He's played
but this is a
the
big
critical
moment for
move.
Fabiano.
Moment. He's so uncomfortable. He saw AB4 coming. He was thinking about it the entirety of Sam's time and still didn't come up with an idea.
Exactly.
You have to take on
30
D6,
seconds.
take on C3, and then hide the king to C1.
No, but queen B8 anyway.
But then queen B6.
Oh, look at this clever move. King
Whoa.
C1.
What?
Are you kidding me?
D5
Yeah,
looks
no, I
crushing.
And he
this
played
move.
it in an instant.
Crushing.
I love this move. Queen to B8, bishop F4 coming on the board.
What?
Queen B6.
Wait, what?
Oh,
King B2?
and you take with a check.
King.
This is winning.
Has to be
It's
winning, right?
It's completely winning.
Bishop E5 back.
now this is the dream.
Oh my God,
Set
so
up
many
that
pawns.
pin.
That is so many pawns.
Guys, we're gonna see another Armageddon.
Oh my God.
What would our days be like without an Armageddon? I wouldn't know what to do.
All right, how do we win?
Bishop F5, Bishop
F5 is very
G6.
tempting.
I want to put my knight on E4, of course.
15 seconds each.
Each. 3 connected
Well, only
pass
10 for
pawns
Sam.
and 2 bishops.
I think bishop
there is
F5,
a-
rook H1, we have to be a little careful of.
Rook to G1. Try to create some threats.
Rook G1 is on automatic, right?
No.
No, rook G1, wow, not played.
Pin the piece.
F5.
That king
He's
is going to
giving his king
F7.
Rook G-
F7?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
You cannot go rook H1. King to B3.
B3.
Reinforcing
Wow.
that
94,
threat of taking on
yeah.
E4.
I don't know if it's a threat, but certainly not what you want to see.
What
but
Now you want to
Bishop?
take... Oh,
What?
no.
I was about
No, I
to say,
hate
what
that
about
move.
bishop takes C3
I like that
and
move
king
too.
E7?
I like that move too.
You liked?
I like bishop takes C3, yes.
And king E7.
And he's dying.
Yeah, but now
Oh,
rook
but
takes
now-
C6.
Rook
it's
E6.
rook E6.
No!
That's a win on the spot.
What?
Rook E6.
He misses it.
What?
Oh,
could you
my
How can you
God.
miss it? I was made in 4.
Oh, my goodness. He just had, he had
Now
the
it's a
finals
battle. Now
in
it's
his hand.
once again. Oh, don't leave the knight on the board though.
No, but I think that's too many pawns if you...
A5, king D6, A6, keep going.
Because he's going to go E5, D4 check.
And the bishop
on
defends
F3.
A8.
Oh my God.
He missed the-
How do you miss rook E6?
And he's
E5
done
and he
it.
sees it.
He's done it now. Now the tide turns. These
Completely.
3 pass pawns.
Completely.
It's not so
It's not
easy.
over.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
It's not over by any means. But that pawn is going to D2 and it's going fast.
Wait, what happens if I play rook E3 here? Or if I take and go rook E3? No, take and knight D3 check, sorry.
Rook e3, d2 was the problem.
If I promote and then I make a queen?
He says that he's going to checkmate with the queen.
Good luck. I have a lot of pieces.
He's playing fast though. What is it? Queen to d4. He saw something.
I don't see it.
Bishop c4 has to be played.
There's a skewer on
Queen d2.
a1. He has
Queen
to play
d2,
bishop
king
c4.
b5.
But he's escaping everywhere, right?
He is indeed. But queen b2, queen d2, king b5.
He's got rook c3.
Rook c3.
Rook c3.
And he's
slick.
a rook up.
That's a rook
That's
up.
slick. That's it.
That's it.
What an
What was
adventure!
this roller coaster?
What an adventure ride that was! Holy smokes! Wow!
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Okay, rook c3 and peace
Fabiano
has been
is
restored.
Fabiano right now.
But how
is
did he
relaxed.
miss the mate in 4? That's shocking. Bishop c3.
Both
rook
sides,
e6.
right?
Rookies. Well, when Sam played f5, that was when we said what? Oh. By the way, all he's got to do is drive
Bishop somewhere, yeah?
Bishop e6 check.
There's a
or bishop
discover
e5.
check that's going to be a killer.
That's good enough, I think. I don't know why on b3, but it's good enough.
Just to protect the king.
Yeah, but it's done.
Something like, ooh,
Queen
queen
d8
d8 check.
Queen d8 picks up the knight with tempo somehow, right?
Queen d8. Queen c7.
Queen c7.
I mean, just
Queen
make a draw.
a5.
Queen c7 feels like it's made in 2, right?
Just make a draw.
No!
Just make
a draw here. Are you kidding me? Up a rook.
Give a perpetual. Queen c7, queen
All
a5.
these rating points. All of these rating points. I forgot the d5's covered. Sorry.
Look at
like
him
a
play.
pro.
Like a pro.
Wait, what?
He does not want to make a draw.
Well, it's the thrill of the hunt, right?
Shocking.
Yeah,
There's
Queen
only
d8, rook c7.
Queen d8.
Oh. Professional trading the queens.
Wow.
What a
playoff.
game. What a playoff.
But boy, I really want
God.
to tip my hat to Sam in this, because to win with black on demand and get the kind of position that he got,
right,
that was really remarkable. That was
awesome.
great stuff.
That was great stuff. Good. That was fun.
Really, really
that was
entertaining.
Fun.
Yeah.
Christian is about to tell us that the engine hates all the entire game.
Like 20
I
moves.
almost, no, I don't even want to look at the engine.
Right.
I don't want to spoil the magic of this game.
Right?
And it was magical.
It was magic, guys. This was great. This is great TV. What a series.
Wow.
Wow. And let's enjoy the end of the game on replay here after 5 was just completely winning at that point. It was actually here. It was around this point that I'm not so sure, right?
I thought the tide had turned completely in favor of Sam
that was
Sevian.
annoying.
But it's 3 connected pass pawns going up the board.
Yeah,
but he pushed his pawn too
one.
quickly.
You only need one.
Right? He played it very well with e5, a7, d4 check. But then he went d3, and he didn't have to go. But he could have gone like bishop a8.
Yeah, but I picked the bishop, right?
Well, but by that time, now I'm going e4, e3.
Let's see.
e4, d3.
I am curious about that endgame. Let's see what the engine thinks.
Of course, the engine's going to go blop. 0
Obviously,
zeros.
No. Actually, it likes white.
It likes white.
It likes
Even
white in that endgame.
Despite the 3 connected pass pawns.
Right, yeah. And...
I almost want to spoil it for you guys.
Oh my!
Spoil it for us.
I see the spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
Christian, take it away.
Oh, my goodness.
Do it. Do the nasty job.
Do the nasty.
Sam was winning.
He played the move queen to
and
d4,
that was ugly.
Which throws the game in one move because it allows the bishop to get back to the defense of the king on this side.
He could have played instead queen b1.
Queen b1 finishes the game.
Now you can't go to the a file because that is the skewer that I was thinking would win the game.
And if you go king c4, where's the mate?
Oh my goodness! And if you go king to c4, I'm just simply going to continue giving you checks until I pick up the rook. King to b4, check.
Oh, you can't go to c4. That's made on d4.
I'm going to bring the queen to b2 on the dark square. Jump into the center. That's checkmate.
Oh my God!
So Sam had his moment. He had the opportunity with queen b1 check. I don't know how severe his clock was at that moment?
30 seconds at that point.
No, he's good enough to
30
find
seconds
that.
at that point, yes. Because he played it so fast. He played this sequence so confidently, and he gave that final check on d4, and then he realized the bishop comes back.
Right, bishop to c4 and rook to b3. Oh, chess is cruel. Oh, he played it so well to give himself that opportunity.
Wow. And let's take a look.
After that result, let's do some brackets for the people at home.
Wow.
And what they have coming up.
Every day a thrill here at the St. Louis Chess Club, but we have the Champions Bracket Finals. It's gonna be Fabiano Caruana versus Dominguez. Both of them moving on today. Dominguez against Aronian, and Fabi just defeating Sam Sevian in an absolute nail-biter of a match. Incredible. And they will play again. They will play tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
And the elimination.
In the elimination bracket, we have, I mean, I don't want to see any of these people go.
I know, they've been so entertaining for everybody, but what a matchup, Aronian So.
Aronian So.
One of those players will be departing our tournament.
That's how it works. Aronian So, one of them will be departing. But we have with us, he gave us a great show and a great fight.
He did.
Sam Sevian with Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Alejandro. Sam, first of all, commiserations for the match, but what a show that was, and what a tenacious game you played in a must-win situation with the black pieces. How did you live this playoff?
Well, the first game for me was really unfortunate. I think I had a really nice position out of the opening, but then something started to go very south. You know, when I allowed c4, bishop c5, bishop e3, I blundered queen e6, which was a very good move. Then I lost the pawn, and it was. I had some tricks with the knight, but in the end game, he managed to win there.
That was an unfortunate game, but then you came guns blazing in the second one with the modern, and he also came guns blazing. Yeah. G4, H4, it felt like preparation. Did you expect that?
Well, I mean, I obviously didn't prepare to lose the first game, so I had to change my openings with black. I decided to, okay, this modern is very interesting, gives winning chances if white wants to fight as well. And which he did. He went with this interesting G4, G5 idea, with the idea of trapping my knight on G8, keeping it on G8. But I was really happy to get knight E5. I had rook C4, rook B4. All my pieces were in the attack.
I'll put the position on the board for you, Sam. Tell us at which moment that you said, I was happy.
Yeah, once I got my knight on E5, I was already pretty happy here.
Right here. Okay, castles, rook, king, rook. Queen.
Yeah, this is a weird rook b4, but
it was. It was b3. The rook is trapped, but like you say, I mean, you're in a situation where only one result counts. Yeah. You got to win. So you do a little bit crazy, and now here, how was it? What were your?
I think I played g4.
Yep.
I mean,
knight f4, e7, e6.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose this exchange, but try to. Yeah, bishop g7, he definitely shouldn't take on h8. Should take on g4 here, I think. First.
Oh, that's a nasty move.
Because it forces king f8, and then he gets some tempi.
Ouch.
Very good. That's a massive
Yeah, once he took on
inclusion.
h8, I was very happy.
Yeah. Okay, so now suddenly you're soaring.
First.
Oh, pardon me. After bishop d7, now you're soaring.
No.
Oops, this is not what happened, sorry. What happened?
There you go.
Oh, those are our analyses. Okay, pardon me.
Oh yeah, queen e1, strange move.
Rook b3?
I'm not sure if I played rook. Did I? No, I played knight a3 check.
All right, let me refresh it for you.
Sorry. Yeah.
There you go.
He remembers the game better than...
better than your analysis?
Well, no, better than the record keeping of our game. Okay, queen e1.
Yeah.
Now, how are you feeling?
Well, queen e1's a very strange move. He can take on g4, then take on b4 and go knight e2. But he didn't even want that pawn, so if you don't want it, it works as...
You'll keep it.
Yeah, I'll keep it. It helps me stop f4 later on.
Very good. And you got almost what we thought was ideal
I think, yeah. I mean,
compensation for the exchange.
I was trying to play quickly here. Maybe I played a little too quick. Couple of moves. A5, interesting. Bishop E2. Crazy position.
Totally.
Yeah, but here I'm completely winning, I think. After AB,
we did
Queen
too.
B6, or he played King C1 maybe.
Yes.
D5's fine. Queen B6. Yeah, just put the king on F8 and he should probably resign, I think.
Like right here?
Yeah, I mean, my king is safe and I should be mating him soon.
King F8.
Take another pawn on C3
Yeah.
and then threaten bishop F4.
Yeah, this is, I should have played King F8.
That's very, very simple. Nice idea. In hindsight.
Yeah, allowing Queen B4, yeah, that's very annoying.
But this still feels like it should be great for you too, right? I mean,
Right, but I was just completely winning and now it's kind of teetering.
Okay, knight to D7. I think we were looking at maybe bishop F5 and knight E4, but okay. And here it's chaos.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I hung E6, I think.
Yes.
We couldn't believe we both
both
missed it.
Rook takes E6 would have been, and then.
But at the very end, I thought I had the win. I played Queen D4 check.
Exactly.
I was, oh no, he can block.
Oh no.
So
what a cold shower.
Right here, Queen D4.
How do I mate here?
Queen B.
And we think that you may have had 30 seconds at this point, and you play Queen D4.
Right, because I thought game's over. Yeah.
Right. And it's only Queen B1 that's
Queen
the winning.
B1, King C4.
You have to get the queen to B2 and then you have Queen D4 at the end.
Queen B1, King C4.
Queen C2.
But he can block, right?
Rook C3, Queen E. Oh, wait.
Rook C3, Queen.
Oh, is it Queen? It's Queen C1. It's Queen C1 because
Queen
C3,
C1, yes, of course. Queen C1, Rook C3, Queen F4 is made.
This
is sick.
Now
this is sick.
Oh,
that's gross.
What a pattern.
I've never seen this.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful
I've never
pattern.
seen this.
And if King B4, then B2, because King C4, Queen D4 made.
Yes.
Nice.
nice. We were working it out for ourselves as well, but oh my goodness, you're so close, Sam.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you for all the thrills that you delighted us today with what happened, and your tournament's not over. You've got a life left, and you'll be playing tomorrow.
Yep.
Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great entertainment, a solid 2,700 as you can see it. Getting opportunities against Fabiano Caruana with black is a tall task. Sam really gave himself as many as he could, even had the win in hand.
Wow.
Hats off. He's playing amazing. I'm very, very, very impressed with the way that Sevian is playing. Tomorrow he's going to have a tough matchup. He's playing against Ray Robson for survival.
Right.
And this is going to be an exciting one. Tomorrow looks like this, guys. We have the champions bracket. We have the finals there between Fabiano Caruana and Lenier Dominguez in the open, and in the women's it'll be Alice Lee, the wunderkind of 12 years of age, playing against the veteran Irina Krush. Meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, we'll have 4 players per section and 8 rapid games total, and we will be saying goodbye to a bunch of people tomorrow as well. 4.
Yes.
That'll be exciting.
4 players will be eliminated.
All the games start at 1 p.m. But a man that keeps on surviving, Fabiano Caruana, with a big smile there on his face, is with Cristian.
The ice-cold Fabiano. I saw you walking in the studio breathing a sigh of relief. How do you feel right now?
I mean, I don't know what we can call this game. It's if you have like a worst game of the tournament prize, I think we clinched it. I mean, there were so many. Of course, it was very complicated, but there were so many mistakes. But Sam deserves credit for making a fight of it, because it's really not easy to win on demand with black. We've all faced that problem of how to approach the game when you have to win with black, and it's very difficult for even the best players in the world. He played a very dubious opening, but it was a tough fight, and he kept playing very quickly, putting pressure. Then he put his rook on b4. I knew that this can't be good, but it's very difficult to kind of figure out the position because it's so complex. And
you came out guns blazing with that G4, H4 idea. Did you prepare specifically for this type of situations? And you going into that variation?
No, I've just played it before. Mm-hmm. I played it in 2020 in a Bundesliga game. I don't remember exactly how my opponent approached the position. I think he played an early H5.
H5.
While Sam allowed H5, which
yeah, this is a question for black. The problem with an early h5 is that, black is not fully developed either, so opening up the king side, h5, gh5, rook h5, the rook will get kicked back eventually with either bishop f3 or knight e2. So it's understandable that Sam wasn't attracted to this. I thought I got a very good position, but yeah, in a rapid game, it's not easy to play it. Even if you know it's good, it's still difficult. And yeah, he was playing very quickly, which I think is the right strategy. Yeah, then he played rook c4, rook b4. I was very surprised because I thought the rook is pretty much trapped there, which it is, but it's still very annoying.
Another shocking moment for us was when he played e6. It just felt like a move that you don't think about.
Yeah, I was surprised by it too, but it's a good practical choice. He was trying to avoid knight f to d5.
Right.
I was expecting bishop g7. And e6, it's good because he knows that I'll never be calculating a move like e6, so I can't really use his thinking time for that move, so I'll be on my own here and I'll have to expend some extra time. Yeah, and here I take, and I played a terrible move, queen e1.
He mentioned right here that you had he thought he was in trouble after queen g4, Fabi. Right
Yeah,
here.
I assume it's just totally lost.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I didn't play queen g4.
Wait, actually, queen g4, rook b3?
C takes b3?
Yeah, because after, like, let's say rook b3, cb, queen c3, I might have e5.
But maybe you can even take on c4?
Yeah, but if I take on
that's just
c4,
a draw, yeah, at least.
No, it's not, because bishop b2, I block on b2.
Queen a1, queen c3.
Oh, queen c3, sorry, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so bc is a draw, and maybe I'm better with e5. So yeah, queen g4 would have been a good choice. Instead, I got this very unpleasant position to play, which maybe it's okay for white, but it's,
We thought he made a fabulous decision here not to trade off his c2 pawn for your g4 pawn, and he got great compensation around these parts.
It's very easy for black to play compared. I mean, it's not like so difficult for white to play. My moves are still kind of natural. I'm trying to exchange some pawns, get my king on b2. I thought a5, like this shouldn't work out for black because b5 falling is such a huge pawn for him.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started to panic when I took on b5. Queen c8, knight b5, and then I realized ab. I was planning knight d6, but everything takes on c3, and if queen c3, there's queen b8 winning a rook.
Yes. Yes.
But I figured out later that after rook d6, bc, I probably have like king to c1, and I was afraid of queen b8, but then I have rook to b6, queen to b6, things like that. So here I don't think he's any better.
Mm-hmm.
But I was getting down to like my last 5 seconds. I panicked and just made a random move. And yeah, bishop f4 was shocking because he can just take on c3 or king.
He also mentioned king f8 as just a safety, getting his king out of dodger. But I mean, here it was chaos on the clock, on the board, and then came even more as we got to this position when he allowed rook e6, a mutual blindness.
Well, I saw rook e6.
You did?
What?
But after king f7, I didn't see that the e7 square is available for my pieces. So I didn't see a move here.
You didn't see mate in 3 or whatever it is. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh. So at that point, you thought, well, I'm just hanging everything.
Also, I thought queen c3, I risk absolutely nothing, so...
really?
I know how the game turned out.
You thought I risked nothing. Wow.
I mean, my a pawn is running, and I have a rook.
Yeah, but he has your pawn under.
But I assume that white is most likely winning. Like after d3, I don't know, why don't I just play king c3 like a normal human being?
I mean, that's pretty good, yeah.
Like, or there's a million ways to corral this pawn because he's completely tied to the a pawn.
Right.
But then I threw caution to the winds. There's also like rook d1. There's a million ways to take this pawn.
Well, I think rook f1 also, and then king c3, right?
Yeah, or then rook d1, or like any combination of attacking this pawn.
Right. Instead, oops, excuse me, that went the wrong way. That was not my intent. Instead, after d3, you both got queens, and you missed his queen b1.
No, I saw queen b1, king c4, and I didn't see
the check on c1 and the mate
yeah.
on f4.
No, this is quite study-like. I had a feeling that it might be losing, but I didn't see it, and I decided, okay, I'll go for it, and we'll see what happens.
Wow, Fabi, that was really a thrilling game. Maybe it's unfair to you to say that, but boy, for us,
that was awesome.
Really, really entertaining.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you got to the finals,
but you're there.
I mean, Jeffrey is still wondering, and others, but that was great stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Fabi. They say it's better to be
good than lucky than good.
Lucky, sometimes you're both.
And
sometimes you're both. And Fabiano Caruana with a little bit of luck here and there, but he's made the finals.
Yes, he
and
has.
he'll be playing against a very solid player, Lenier Dominguez. They start tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow we also have elimination matches in which 4 people will be booted out of the tournament, including one of Wesley So or Levon Aronian.
Wow, 2 of our top seeds. Christian, final thoughts as yet another day for the books.
Wow. Luck favors the brave, guys, and Fabiano was definitely brave in this one with that G4, H4. But what I'm most impressed with is the attitude of Sam Sevian. He came in, he breathed a sigh of relief, but after that he was joyful, even in defeat. And this just shows us that this guy has a great future ahead of him. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's matches, guys.
Tomorrow's going to be great.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow. and the emoji, the Alejandro emoji. Here it is.
Oh
Don't do that.
The side eye. That's the side eye.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What did I have for lunch?
I'm never insulting the producers again. You guys are amazing.
They captured that in perfect slow-mo, too.
Absolutely perfect. Well, guys, thank you for joining us here at the broadcast in the St. Louis Chess Club. We'll be back tomorrow with more games for you, 1 p.m. Central. It's going to be super exciting. We'll have the rapid games for the elimination bracket. We'll have the classical games in the championship bracket finals. I mean, tomorrow, you cannot miss.
Exactly. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.